음성만 나가는 거죠. 잠시 후 9시 30분부터 제3회 디지털 이코노미 포럼이 시작되겠습니다. 포럼 시청자분들은 통역 채널과
I'd like to ask
음량을
the
확인해
audience to
주시기
check
바랍니다.
your interpretation
The Digital
channels
Economy
as
Forum
well as the
2020 will be
audio
starting
quality.
at 9:30 in Seoul time. Please check your language channel and sound. 잠시 후 9시 30분부터 제3회 디지털 이코노미 포럼이 시작되겠습니다. 포럼 시청자분들께서는 통역 채널과 음향을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 9시 30분부터 제3회 디지털 이코노미 포럼이 시작되겠습니다. 포럼 시청자분들은 통역 채널과 음향을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하십니까. 2020 디지털 이코노미 포럼에 오신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 코리아 스타트업 포럼의 최재영 본부장입니다. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, welcome to Digital Economy Forum 2020. My name is Josh Choi, Director of Business Development at Korea Startup Forum. I'm truly honored to be an MC for today's event. 올해로 세 번째를 맞이하는 디지털 이코노미 포럼은 기획재정부가 주최하고 코리아 스타트업 포럼이 주관하는 글로벌 포럼으로서 올해도 전 세계의 다양한 혁신가 및 전문가들을 모시고 디지털 경제의 미래와 다양한 혁신 아이디어와 인사이트를 공유할 예정입니다. The Digital Economy Forum, launched in 2018, is an annual event hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea and organized by Korea Startup Forum. The forum is a global discussion platform inviting world-renowned experts and thought leaders to discuss on how to shape the future of the digital economy and share the novel ideas and insights. 전 세계를 강타한 코비드-19으로 인해서 디지털 경제는 이전에 경험하지 못한 아주 큰 변화를 맞이하게 됐는데요. 그래서 올해 디지털 이코노미 포럼은
That is why the
Post-Corona
Digital Economy Forum this year is held under the theme of Post-Corona Digital Economy, accelerating the digital transformation. We prepared 4 sessions, 2 keynote speakers, as well as special sessions. So we have a full program for you today. And in order to enhance the expertise and the level of discussions this year, we have organized the forum with specialized institutions around the world, and esteemed speakers from Seoul, Boston, Silicon Valley, London, Geneva, Helsinki, and New Delhi will be joining us today. Today's forum is being held at a very special studio in Seoul, the Republic of Korea, but since it's a global forum, we have prepared a simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. For our audience, I would like to ask you to select your language of choice and join us for this forum. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you the host who is overseeing the economy of the Republic of Korea, who is the Minister Hong Nam-gi of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Due to social distancing measures in Korea, he has sent us an opening remarks video.
Good morning. First of all, it is my great pleasure to appreciate the guests of honor, including President Lee Seung-kwan of Korea Startup Forum, Peter Diamandis, Dean of Singularity University, our keynote speaker today, Director Andrew Vikov of Science, Technology, and Innovation from OECD. Thank you for being with us in this forum. My thanks should also go to Korean Startup Forum, the Milk, Alto ES, WHO, ITU, and other organizations whose presence graces our event. And our participants online from the other side of the screen in this forum, which is aired because of the pandemic situation. How exciting and pleasing to see you, though, via video. The Ministry of Economy and Finance, since 2011, had held International Forum Industrial Economy, discussing global economic and industrial changes and the policy implications. 2018 saw its expansion to Digital Economy Forum, focusing our attention on the coming digital economy. This year, in this particular situation of COVID-19, we are here to discuss under the theme of Post-Corona Digital Economy, accelerating digital transformation for genuine innovation. Economies and societies across the world had not been strangers to digitalization even before the pandemic, but after this, the speed has been accelerated. Although the global village under lockdown and social distancing is minimizing physical contact among people, paradoxically, online contacts are becoming more and more frequent. Smartphones work as devices for easy remittance and payment in daily lives. 5G and AI are utilized for drones, robots, and autonomous driving. The world is faced with the digital waves, where remote medical care, work from home, and remote education have become household words. We've seen 2 years of worth of digital transformation in 2 months, said a CEO of a global digital leading company who explained how fast the velocity of transformation is. How we can cope with this digital trend is our most immediate challenge. Depending on our responses and capabilities, our future will be diverged to a great degree. Especially, Korea has low fertility and fast-aging population, more serious than ever before, and structural changes of the economy are widening. Thus, the importance of digital economy cannot be too much emphasized. Respectable guests of honor, There is a saying that a journey or an exploration is to make our own way forward and to move into the unknown, challenging the ignorance of our own. Although we do not know where the digitalization will take us in the end, we must continue our journey and exploration of venturing into the unknown world of digital economy. We need to improve our understanding on the changes caused by digital transformation and to use our wisdom to solve challenges therefrom. Hence, I would like to take a few moments to explain the ways of facing such transformation in the three forces that we need to focus on with some Korean government's best practices. First is the force of innovation to allow digital transformation and competitions to speed up. For the private sector to be the main player on the forefront of digital economy, what the government should do is to expand digital infrastructure and abolish regulations in order to help blossom innovations. Under that spirit, the Korean government, July this year, announced the National Development Strategy of Comprehensive Korean-Style New Deal Plan to jump to a leader in the post-corona era. Among the three pillars, the first is the Digital New Deal. As Korea is well known for the ICT, we can make intensive investment into the digital economy infrastructure with a view to preemptively leading the digital trend being sped up by the pandemic aftermath. 5G superways and other digital highway will be upgraded, and the data shall be collected, opened, and used fast in the so-called data dam, the essence of digital economy, that is DNA ecology, standing for data, network, and AI, will be built to go along with and converge with the entire industry. Not content with financial investment, we will further our efforts in easing old institutions so that the outdated rules will change into the right outfit for a digital economy. The second is force of engagement, to bridge the gap arising from the process of digital transformation. If AI and robots are replacing the human labor, they will leave some classes of people jobless, and the digitally vulnerable will be isolated from the society, and the digital divide will further exacerbate the economic disparity. At this juncture, we want to look back and take a lesson from the 19th century Industrial Revolution with drastic changes and even the Luddite movement. Finding inclusive and balanced solutions for all walks of life to adapt to changes is a common challenge for all of us to solve together. The Korean government, under this fast digitizing environment, puts top priority on the policy to make dense network of employment and social safety in which the vulnerable can get decent jobs and cannot be excluded from the society. We are not only making investment in human resources to enhance the digital capabilities of the public, but also diversifying our initiatives to raise digital access for the marginalized. The last and the third force we need is that of mutual growth that brings a win-win through conflict management. As seen in some sharing economy cases, introduction of new services of digital technology will naturally involve confrontation and conflicts between the existing and new businesses. Potential conflicts among the interested parties should be preceded by social consensus so that we can guarantee the transformation to digital economy and the growth thereafter. As the saying goes, one step back to move forward. It is indeed a universal wisdom across the world to say that a step back is necessary for making a big move forward. The Korean government, as a mechanism to resolve conflicts in new business areas, has introduced, as we call it, one-step model, which encourages a step back by each party involved and the support by the government in between. Such a mechanism, if successful in accumulating social capital, is expected to play a big catalyst role for the digital economy transformation. Honorable guests, never waste a good crisis, said Winston Churchill once, and we still remember that. And the plague, which swept Europe in the Middle Ages, took the toll of 1/3 of the European population then, but ironically, it also broke down the old feudal system and revved the engine of the Renaissance period. The current COVID-19 pandemic, rampant across the world, can also work as a historical chance to advance the digital innovation depending on our responses. Today's Digital Economy Forum can serve as a valuable venue to explore action plans, and I look forward to hearing collective and valuable wisdom by all the participants. I strongly wish this forum can become a compass to guide the global and Korean economy through the great navigation in this transformation era. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So that was the opening remarks by Minister Hong Nam-gi. Thank you very much for your remarks. Now I would like to introduce to you the organizer of today's forum, who is the chairman of Korea Startup Forum and CEO of Viva Republica. Mr. Lee Seung-gun will deliver his welcome remarks on the video. Good morning. I am Seung-gun Lee, chairman of Korea Startup Forum and CEO of Viva Republica. First of all, I have the pleasure to thank Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance, Hong Nam-gi, for hosting Digital Economy Forum 2020. I also like to thank keynote speakers, Peter Diamandis, the founder of X Prize Foundation, and Andrew Wyckoff, the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation at OECD, as well as global opinion leaders in the field of digital economy and our partners, the Milk, AltoES, International Telecommunication Union, and World Health Organization. I would also like to welcome all of you from home and abroad to attend this year's Digital Economy Forum, which is being held online. Digital Economy Forum took its first step in 2018 with its focus on innovative companies leading the growth and trends of the global economy and the impact of digital transformation. DEF has since served as a global forum, presenting the direction of digital economy where the public and private sectors work together to build an innovative future. The forum has tried to identify the driving force of innovative growth and paid attention to the global unicorn companies that drive economic growth and technological innovation, exploring this ecosystem of digital economy. So this year, we're going to hold the third Digital Economy Forum under the theme Post-Corona Digital Economy, Accelerating Digital Transformation for Genuine Innovation. And in the face of the unprecedented, rapidly changing global pandemic landscape resulting from the coronavirus pandemic, we are seeing unprecedented changes in finance, education, healthcare, employment, and consumption. And in these times of an unprecedented crisis and uncertain future, digital transformation is underway faster than ever before. And we are now at an inflection point of the great transformation towards digital economy. This is a new normal era. And this year's forum will include 4 sessions on the topics closely related to our digital lives under the theme of digital transformation. Session 1 will focus on the role of government and its policy implications amid the inevitable digital transformation that is taking place. Session 2 will showcase new user experiences based on hybrid technologies of the media as well as the entertainment industry. Session 3, we will discuss the future of work and jobs, as well as share opinions with different perspectives on the right direction of the healthcare industry, which is hardest hit by the COVID-19. Last but not least, Session 4 will share the best practices as well as the business insights of Korean startups that have successfully turned this COVID-19 crisis into opportunities. The Yuval Harari said in the Financial Times that the storm will pass, but we will inhabit a different life. And in order to overcome the crisis of today, we have to prepare for an innovative future, which will be driven by the digital economy. He emphasized the importance of global solidarity. And other scholars also say the same message. Of course, global cooperation is the key to overcome this crisis. We need cooperation, and as such, we can open up a new future for digital transformation. Once again, I would like to thank all the opinion leaders for joining us today. We hope to draw new insights through today's forum. Once again, thank you very much for attending the third Digital Forum, and I look forward to your continued interest and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was President Lee Seung-gun of Korea Startup Forum. After hearing the opening remark and the welcoming remark, my expectation on this DEF today is ever growing. Now I'd like to start the forum today without further ado. Our first speaker is as follows. We have invited with our honor Mr. Peter Diamandis, Innovative Enterprise, who is the founder of XPRIZE and also the Singularity University. His topic is Meta Trends, Future is Faster Than You Think. We'll listen to him for about 30 minutes, and also we have Q&A session for the next 15 minutes. You can ask questions through your windows. Now, without further ado, let's listen to his presentation, please.
It's a pleasure to be joining you, albeit digitally. It was in January of 2020 that I wrote a book called The Future is Faster Than You Think. Little did I know how fast the world would be changing. The challenge is that our brains, the 100 billion neurons, 100 trillion synaptic connections that make up everything we've ever felt and known, every thought, our brains evolved on the savannas of Africa hundreds of thousands and millions of years ago. And back then, the world was local and linear. Nothing affected you that was not within a day's walk. The world didn't change decade to decade or century to century or even millennium to millennium. But today, the world is global and exponential. Things are not changing year to year. They're changing month to month. Something happens in China or India, you know about it seconds later. Your computers know about it microseconds later. And all of this is being driven by what we call exponential technologies. The notion that faster, cheaper computers are sort of the bedrock, the foundation upon which sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, AR, VR, blockchain, all of these technologies are transforming and changing and doubling every 12 to 24 months. And if any one of these could change our world, it can, but it's the convergence of 2, 3, or 4 of these that are coming together to reinvent every business model, to reinvent our ecosystems, our lives, how we govern our nations, our families, and how we run our companies. So when I think about how fast the world is changing from exponential technologies, it's the equivalent over the last 10 or 20 years as almost a disruptive asteroid striking the planet. And we look back 65 million years ago, and it was that sort of an asteroid that struck the planet that disrupted life. And the slow, lumbering dinosaurs who were unable to evolve fast enough became extinct. And it was the furry mammals that ultimately, 65 million years later, became us that dominated the planet. So when the environment is changing that fast, it's hypercritical that we as leaders, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, need to be agile in our planet. And people have no idea how fast the world is truly changing. And I believe that more now than ever before. Well, in early 2020, this year, there was another asteroid that struck the planet. And that asteroid was the SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 pandemic. And that asteroid strike has caused so much rapid change that it truly is disrupting industry after industry after industry. And that's the way that I think about it. You know, COVID-19 has taught the entire world the power of exponentials, something that I've been working on teaching for decades now. So what does exponential growth feel like? What does it even mean? So all of us are linear thinkers. I have 2 9-year-old boys, and they're in a linear phase, as we all are. If you take 30 linear steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 30 linear steps, you're 30 meters away. But if I ask you to take 30 exponential steps, where an exponential is a simple doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, in 30 doublings, you're not 30 meters away. In 30 doublings, you're 1 billion meters away. Put differently, you've gone 26 times around the planet. And it's that difference between linear thinking and exponential growth that's so disruptive. Now, I want to share with you some of the things that I'm working on in the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the companies I'm proud to be co-founder and vice chairman of is COVAX. And this is built one of the top blood antibody ELISA testing for testing as a person has been exposed. We are also in production right now of CoV-2 vaccines. We have tested 30 different vaccines in animals, identified 2, and are going into human testing. We hope to have as many as 100 million vaccines by the end of the year. In addition to that, one of the companies I'm very proud to be also co-founder and vice chairman of is a company called Cellularity. I'll tell you more about the incredible co-founder, Bob Haruri. And this is a company that uses stem cells and natural killer cells derived from the human placenta to actually not only fight cancers, but in the innate immune system to detect virally infected cells and destroy them. Now, I share this only because I'm deeply embedded in what's going on in the COVID-19 pandemic and give you that for perspective. So here's the good news on the pandemic, which is on everyone's mind still. It's that this is for the first time ever we are facing what I call a singular enemy, right? Every nation, every human on the planet is facing the same challenge of this specific SARS-CoV-2 virus. And somewhere between 100 million and 200 million scientists, physicians, entrepreneurs, nurses are all taking aim at this singular enemy. And as I'm looking around on science labs and hospitals and physicians' offices, there are thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of experiments ongoing right now that will bring a tsunami of solutions. So I'm clear that we will solve this challenge. Other point is it could have been much worse. This particular pandemic, we still don't know what the mortality rate is. We don't know what the denominator is, the number of people who are infected. Hopefully it's somewhere below 1%, but it could have been much higher, something like Ebola, 20, 30% mortality rate. The fourth thing I want to point out is that we are transforming and reinventing everything. So if you, your company, what you invest in are focused on really transformation, this is an incredible time to reinvent, to take a leadership position. And then finally, it's an opportunity to evolve your business. So if there's been a part of the business that has been slow and sluggish like those dinosaurs, it's time to kill it off and let the furry mammals come into existence, right? To take your attention, your capital, and that of your team and focus it on an exponential opportunity. Now, the bad news, of course, is that every industry and business model is transforming fast, and depending on where you are in this process, we're going to see 3 to 5 years of change in 3 to 5 months. So all the slow and old school plays will fail in retail and restaurants, commercial, real estate, education, healthcare, events. Many other industries are transforming super fast. Now, I teach about something I call the 6 Ds of exponential technologies, that whatever we digitize enters a period of slow, deceptive growth. But then all of a sudden, 30 doublings later, it's 1 billion times better, and it's disruptive. And ultimately, it dematerializes, demonetizes, and democratizes products and services. So what does that mean? Here we see it. 20 years later, all of these things fit in your pocket. They become ones and zeros. They're dematerialized. Right? This is why Radio Shack no longer exists. And when you dematerialize a product and service and it's ones and zeros, the cost of replicating it or transmitting it is effectively zero. So we're demonetizing all of these products and services. And ultimately, because they can be sent anywhere, we're democratizing them. So when I'm in the boardrooms of any companies or looking at where I invest my capital, I'm thinking about, okay, how are you digitizing, dematerializing, demonetizing, and democratizing your products and services? So here's a question: how fast can the world change, right? And we're feeling that right now. This is retail back in the year 2006. You can see Sears and JCPenney and Nordstrom's and Macy's and Best Buy. And down at the bottom is that small company called Amazon, $17 billion. Now, if you'd gone to the CEOs of all these companies and say, listen, this Amazon company is going to eat your lunch, they would have laughed at you. But of course, 10 years later, minus 94%, minus 90%, minus 70%, minus almost 3,000%. But of course, that was back in 2016. Today, Amazon is at $1.2 trillion. and eating up and down the food chain into all of its adjacencies. So now the question is, where is this coming from? We're going from I've got an idea to I run a billion-dollar company faster than any time ever in human history. And this really, truly is happening as a result of exponential technologies. So companies like YouTube, Instagram, Dropbox, Uber, all the way to Airbnb, all these companies have gone from literally a startup to a multi-billion-dollar company in a handful of years. Now, this is an eye chart, but I want to show you. On the far left is 2011, on the far right is 2015, and every one of these logos is a unicorn, going from startup to multi-billion-dollar valuation in record time. Now, the thing I want to point out is that the concentration of these unicorns in 2015, and I don't have an updated chart for you, but it's continuing to accelerate because, again, the ability for an entrepreneur to come up with an idea, test it, and scale it is incredible. So now the question is, how fast can things change in just 5 months' time? Well, we've all been living on Zoom fatigue, and just check this out, right? From December, going from 10 million actual daily users to 300 million daily users. It's a $47 billion market cap. And what it's done is digitize, dematerialize, and demonetize travel. So Zoom today is worth more than the next 7 largest airlines around the world. So let's take a look at some of the meta trends coming our way. These are some of the big things that as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as investors, we need to be thinking about. The first is that we're about to connect everyone, everywhere at gigabit connection speeds. So our cell phones up until now and through today have been 4G, right, 100 megabits per second. But what's rolled out over the last 12 months and rolling out with tremendous acceleration is 5G around the world. This means that we're going to have our mobile devices connecting at multi-hundred megabit and multi-gigabit connection speeds. Now, this is growing like kudzu on the face of our planet. And above our planet is a number of constellations of satellites covering every square meter on the planet. Most famously is Starlink, that's being launched right now by SpaceX. They have 20 launches dedicated to putting up Starlink in the year 2020. The goal is 12,000 satellites minimum, as many as 42,000 satellites covering every square meter in multi-hundred megabit and ultimately gigabit connection speeds. Really, whether it's the top of Mount Everest or the Gobi Desert, there's no place that you're not going to be connected. So what this means is we're going from a planet that was back in 2018, half the world connected, to a world in the next 5 years where we're connecting every single human on the planet. We're putting 4.2 billion new minds into the global conversation, right? We're connecting 4.2 billion minds who are coming online, not like I did on AOL at 9600 baud. They're coming online at multi-hundred megabit connection speeds with access to the world's knowledge on Google or Baidu. So what are these 4 billion new minds going to create, discover, desire, invent? They represent tens of trillions of dollars flowing into the global economy. And they also represent this uptick in innovation that is coming. Okay, in addition to connecting every single human on the planet and all digital devices, we have a meta trend of increasing human-robot collaboration. So we're about to see a whole new generation of delivery robots. This is Starship that is deploying across college campuses, but these robots are going to be delivering your meals from your local restaurants to your doorstep, especially under the restrictions of COVID-19. We have a whole series of drone delivery services coming as well. But besides these robots, here's another robot. Boston Dynamics is an incredible company. It's now owned by Masa-san at SoftBank, used to be owned by Google, started by an MIT professor who's brilliant, Dr. Mark Rabert. And every year, these robots get better and better, not because the sensors or the actuators, but because of the machine learning that helps them act and behave more human. Let's take a look at what is possible with the Atlas robot just a few months ago. Here's another robotic idea. One of the things that I'm very proud of is to be the founder and executive chairman of the X Prize Foundation. We put up these very large-scale prizes. Well, it was a few years ago that we received a call from the head of innovation and the CEO of All Nippon Airways, ANA, and they asked the question, what would disrupt people getting onto an aluminum tube and flying from New York or LA to Tokyo? Now, the answer we didn't give a pandemic, which has disrupted that. But what about the idea that instead of getting into an airplane and flying to the other side of the planet, what if you could actually beam yourself in to a robotic avatar? So imagine in the future, I'm not coming to you digitally like this, but instead there is a robot that looks like me walking around in your offices or in your living room, and I'm able to put on a pair of VR goggles and a haptic suit and inhabit that robot. Come over and shake your hand, come over and look around. If I'm a doctor, I'm able to do a medical exam. If I'm a disaster relief worker, I can go and help someone who needs help. Right? So this is a $10 million X Prize. We have 100 teams around the world from 15 countries competing for this robotic X Prize. All right, let's look at another meta trend, one that I'm passionate about. It's the field of health, biotech, and longevity. And the old saying, someone who has their health has 1,000 dreams. The man or woman does not has but one dream. So I think there's nothing more important, and so I'm spending a lot of my time in this realm. So a few extraordinary things going on. We have truly learned how to read and write and edit the genome of the human body. We have 3.2 billion genes in our body. When I was back in medical school at Harvard and MIT, I was working on this field of gene therapy. And it's taken 30 years to get to where we are now. But today, there are 20 gene therapy treatments that are approved by the FDA and 400 trials going on. And what a gene therapy treatment, it's nothing less than magical, where you take a virus vector, and this is a friendly virus that you've tamed, and you take the correct gene that a person might be missing, or the need for an extra copy of that gene, you put it into the virus, and the virus is injected into the body, and it goes to the right cells, the muscle cells, the kidney cells, the blood cells, whatever it might be, and injects the proper copy into your body. So gene therapy is extraordinary. Another field is something we've all heard about. It's CRISPR technology, the ability to go in and edit precisely just one letter of the 3.2 billion letters that are the code for life that run you as an operating system. And most recently, out of MIT and Harvard, the Broad Institute, is something called prime editing that is so precise that it has the potential to correct 89% of genetic defects. I mean, that's incredible. And so the promise of CRISPR and gene therapy is to fight cancers, to solve genetic defects, to cure HIV and AIDS, to be our next antibiotic against MERS or other antibacterials, anti-aging. It's just amazing right now. So one of my areas of passion in all of this is, how do I add 20 or 30 healthy years onto your life? Again, we still can't take it with us. So as we begin to age, and I'm in my 50s right now, so I'm looking at this for myself, my family, my friends, my mission is to make 100 years old the new 60. And the technology to enable that is finally coming online. So how do we think about this, right? So one of the challenges is that we're all optimists about what's going on in our bodies. So one of the companies I had a chance to co-found, it's called the Health Nucleus. It's in San Diego. It's opening up facilities in LA and San Francisco. And when you go there, it's about a 4-hour visit. We sequence your entire genome, all 3.2 billion letters, your microbiome. We do a full body MRI, a brain MRI, brain vasculature, a coronary CT, a lung CT. We generate about 150 gigabytes of data about you that then gets fed to a machine learning and data mining algorithms. And our mission is to find out what's going on inside your body. Most of us don't know. And then one day you end up at the hospital with a pain in your side, and we've all had friends who have passed away unexpectedly from this disease or that disease. Well, we just published our findings for the first 1,200 patients who have gone through the health nucleus. And incredibly, these were all seemingly healthy men and women in their 50s, 60s, and 70s who could afford the top healthcare on the planet. And they all thought they were fine. 1.7% we found a confirmed cancer that they did not know about. 2.5% had a body, brain, or aortic aneurysm. 7% had moderate or severe cardiovascular risk. 16% aberrant cardiac structure or function. All in all, 14.4% had a significant life-saving finding. So unless we look, we don't find. And so this is where healthcare, which is today's sick care, is going to become proactive, personalized, and predictive. This is another area. Most of us don't realize that when we're born, we have a huge supply of stem cells in our body. And our stem cells are our regenerative engine. These stem cells are going throughout your body looking for damage. When they find damage, they replicate and differentiate into the muscle, the bone, the brain, the cardiac, the kidney, whatever it is, to repair that damage. And when we're young, as you can see on this graph, we have lots of stem cells. But as we begin to age, and I want to just point out that line at 30 years old, as we age, the number of stem cells in our body begins to diminish precipitously, where we get 100-fold, 1,000-fold less stem cells than we had at childhood. Now, there's a reason for that. We were never designed as humans to live past age 30. We were designed to be able to have a baby and help that child grow to childbearing years. And by the time we were 30, rather than stealing food from our grandchildren's mouths before food was abundant, the best thing we could do was to die and give our bits back to the environment. So our stem cell populations have fallen off, but today we're learning how to give stem cells back to an individual to replenish the regenerative engine. This is some of the work that I'm doing with Dr. Bob Harari at Cellularity. Here's another friend, Martine Rothblatt. She is extraordinary. Her mission at United Therapeutics is nothing less than to regrow organs. First, lungs, kidneys, heart, liver. Ultimately, we're going to have, in the next decade, an extra spare set of organs. All right. When I talked about that notion of asteroid strikes, that exponential technology was the first asteroid, and then COVID-19 was the most recent asteroid, there's another asteroid coming our way. And that's the impact of artificial intelligence. And I'm not coming at this from a dystopian standpoint that AI is the evil destroyer. It's that AI is going to change things so rapidly that many of us are not ready for it. So I want to give you my thoughts. There are going to be two kinds of companies at the end of this decade. Those that are fully using AI and those that are out of business. Here's a few other thoughts. This is Sundar, the CEO of Alphabet. He says artificial intelligence could have more profound implications for humanity than electricity or fire. And I think Sundar is absolutely right. This is from Elon Musk. Companies have to race to build AI or they will be made uncompetitive. Essentially, if your competitor is racing to build AI, they will crush you. So the question ultimately is, are you doing what it takes to really inject AI into every aspect of your business? So here are some of the predictions. AI-driven companies will take $1.2 trillion from competitors this year in 2020. Let's take a look at 2021. AI is going to generate $2.9 trillion in business value and recover 6.2 billion hours of worker productivity by 2021. And then finally, by 2030, we're going to see the economy grow by $15 trillion based upon AI. So I want to show you a video. It's a video that I think is one of the most important videos that you should see and consume. DeepMind was purchased by Google about 5-6 years ago. They mostly were building games. They're now using neural networks, machine learning in pharmaceuticals. But famously, DeepMind built an AI called AlphaGo. And AlphaGo won against a guy named Lee Sedol, who was the all-time champion in the game of Go. Now, it was predicted that AI would win in this super difficult game of Go by about the year 2030. AlphaGo did it 12 years earlier. And what's extraordinary is that a year after that, they built something called AlphaZero that won against the original version of AlphaGo 100 games to 0. Let's take a look at this video.
When we played against Lisa Doll, we actually had a system that had been trained on human data, on all of the millions of games that had been played by human experts. We eventually found a new algorithm, a much more elegant approach to the whole system. Instead of learning from human data, it learned from its own games, and that became a project which we called AlphaZero. Zero meaning having zero human knowledge in the loop.
The next stage was to make it more general so that it could play any two-player game, not just Go, but things like chess, shogi, which is Japanese chess, and in fact any kind of two-player perfect information game.
What we discovered was that actually this exceeded all of our expectations.
AlphaZero could start in the morning playing completely randomly, and then by tea it would be superhuman level, by dinner it would be the strongest chess entity there's ever been.
After about 8 or 9 hours, it was strong enough to be able to go out and defeat Stockfish, the incumbent world champion, a program which was vastly stronger than Deep Blue, the program which had previously defeated Kasparov.
So when I look at that, I think, what else is a game? Is real estate investing a game? Stock market's a game? We are going to need to involve AI in partnership with humans in every single field. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to start seeing a requirement that all physicians do diagnostics in partnership with AI. That in fact, it'll be malpractice not to use AI. Now, what's going on at the same time is that the technology, the hardware on top of which these neural nets are being built is exploding. And NVIDIA just released something called the A100 GPU pack, which is 20 times the performance of its predecessors. And GPUs and systems like this are being used to do data crunching to develop vaccines to fight COVID-19. And we're going to all have AI brought to us, whether it's the next generation of HTC VR goggles or the Oculus VR goggles, both of which are going to double in resolution sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. Or the rumors are coming out for Apple's augmented reality glasses, maybe the spring of 2021 or early 2022. And it's going to transform what we see and how we learn and how we interact with our environment. But I want to share with you something to close out with that is amazing. And I'm fond of this phrase that the day before something is truly a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. And so I ask companies all the time, where inside your organization are you trying crazy ideas or anticipating crazy ideas? Because if you're not, you're stuck in incrementalism instead of truly into breakthroughs. So the crazy idea I want to speak about and close out on is the concept of brain-computer interface. That we are on the verge of connecting our neocortex, our 100 billion neurons, to the cloud. In the same way that your cell phone, when it has a difficult calculation, doesn't do it on the cell phone. Your cell phone uses 4G and eventually 5G to go out to the edge of the cloud, do the calculations, and bring the results back. Our brains will do the same. And so in the last 12 months, we've seen incredible technologies coming online. This is one that uses these rice-sized brain implants that can each transmit 10 megabits per second from the brain out to the cloud. This is a woman who is blind, who put this array on her visual cortex and can now see. Her vision is restored. But what is most powerful is that last summer, we saw the announcement of Neuralink. Neuralink is one of Elon Musk's companies in which he has committed to connecting the human brain to the cloud. What you see in the center there is a small little chip. 10 of those chips implanted onto the surface of the brain generate a 2 gigabit connection speed to the cloud. That machine on the right of your screen is actually built that's able to go in through an incision into the brain and insert 1,000 plus connections from that chip onto the neocortex of your brain. Now, these chips are already in primates, and they've announced their plans to be in humans by the end of this year. So there we have it, a series of metatrends going on around the world at the same time that the COVID-19 pandemic is forcing us to digitize our lives. Now, for many, this change and this rate of change is scary. But I want to remind you that we're living during an extraordinary time, and that a negative mind will never give you a positive life. I truly believe that the world's biggest problems, the world's biggest business opportunities, entrepreneurs today more than ever are looking to solve these challenges and these problems. I am so honored to have a chance to share my thoughts, my passions with you. If you'd like a copy of these slides, just send an email to keynote@diamandis.com. My server will send them to you. Please share them with your kids, your coworkers, your friends. You know, I'm proud of the work that we're doing at Abundance 360, at Singularity University, at XPRIZE, and I thank you for your attention. It's a pleasure to share with you what I'm so passionate about.
네, 감사합니다. 예, 다시 한번 정말 멋진 기조 연설을 해주신
Thank you very much. That was great keynote speech. Once again, I'd like to extend my warm appreciation for his wonderful keynote speech. And we're going to have our Q&A session. So we'd like to have the Q&A session with Mr. Peter Diamandis. I'm going to speak in English from now on for the better communication with him. And then I'm going to have the translation into Korean as well. So are we having him here now? 자, 대표님 잘 들리십니까?
Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
yes.
morning. Yeah, good evening. Right, yeah. First of all, thank you very much for your great keynote speech, and it was really, really inspiring and insightful. So let us start a Q&A session here. Okay. So actually, I brought your book today. Can you see it?
I can see it. Can I sign it? Can I sign it for you?
Yeah, it was very interesting. All right. So in this book, and also in your presentation today, you introduced a lot of interesting examples of exponential technologies. But I also think, and it is also, I mean, even more important for us to make our institution policy and legal framework, scope with these technologies, proactively. So, for example, as you said, we all would enjoy the longevity, thanks to the exponential digital healthcare technology, but it would mean that our life without a job even will be longer, and also with the high speed growth of AI, probably a lot of jobs also will be disappearing. So how much actually do you think the government and policymakers are ready to deal with these issues, and how much they are ready to adjust our social economic system to these radical changes? So this is my first question.
It's an excellent question, and I think here's the challenge. Humans don't like change. We don't like dramatic change. When we wake up in the morning, we like it that the world is the same as it was the night before. And in our world, governments are the stabilizing force that help maintain stability. And they do a very good job at that. But we're living in a world of exponential growth, and the only constant is change. And so the reality is that some smaller, more nimble governments are more agile and able to change. Other governments are slower and cannot support change. But I think agility, the ability of a government to really work with the leading industries, in this case, the government of South Korea with Samsung, to understand where the world is going and to help get us there. I think another point that you raised is the notion that we're going to be potentially living longer and losing our jobs. And we live in a world where, for many of us, our jobs give us our meaning. And if our jobs are lost to robots or to AI, do we lose the meaning of our life? And these are real issues that we're going to have to deal with. I think in the future, we're going to start to separate work we do to make an income and work we do for personal fulfillment. And I think those are potentially two different areas. And ultimately, what I hope, at least for the next decade, is it's less AI and robots replacing humans, but it's AI and robots partnering with humans to allow us to do more with every minute of our day.
Thank you very much for your answer. Well, I think the agile government and agile policymakers is one of the key factors that we have to think about, according to your answer. And also regarding your distinction between income and personal fulfillment, I think probably we would need also different definition between job and work, right? So thank you for your answer. Okay, so the second question, actually there are several questions from the audience regarding the digital divide. So you mentioned that nearly all human population will be connected within a few decades, but still nearly half of the population in the world are not connected at all. And so while we can see, this amazing new exponential technology on one part of the world, but there's still a big gap in developing world. And some people really concerned this kind of exponential technology and, development even make this divide bigger. So my question is, how can we really achieve a balance between the development of this cutting-edge technology and also access for the unprivileged people to the technology and their benefits?
Another really important question, and thank you for the chance to answer it, because it's one of my favorite questions. If you look at history over the last 1,000 years, we can describe the world as the haves and everybody else is the have-nots, right? It was the king and the queen, the emperor, the pharaoh, and everybody else. 99.99% of the people had very little. And even the emperor or the king or the pharaoh had very little compared to us today, but they had the most. So that was the world of the have and the have-nots. Where we're going, in my mind, is a world of haves and super haves. In other words, the notion that we're working towards a world in which we're able to uplift the needs of every man, woman, and child on the planet. These exponential technologies give us the ability to create a world where every child, using artificial intelligence for education or for healthcare, has the best education possible, the best healthcare possible. One of the things that's also very true is that the poorest countries in the world are the sunniest countries in the world and have the potential for all of the energy needs, right? The earth is bathed in 8,000 times more energy from the sun than we consume as a species. And a country that is rich in energy and the cost of energy production is rapidly plummeting. Storage is coming along a little slower, but we'll get there. But if you have energy abundance, you then have the ability to have clean water abundance, and half the diseases of humanity are due to unclean drinking water. So it's hard for us to remember how difficult it was 100 years ago and how much better we have it today. But I think this is the continuous process. We're creating more and more access to food, water, energy, healthcare, education, entertainment for more and more people on the planet.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think to achieve this also, the global solidarity and the cooperation is also very, very important. Okay, some questions are from the audience. So one of the questions that I really wanted to pay attention to is that, well, here, yeah. So considering all these fast changes, and then it will be very essential for us to think about how to shape the future of digital, shape the future for the next generation. But a lot of people really are concerned whether the current education system is really ready and appropriate for the next generation to be better prepared for the future. So what do you think is the most important part that the education policymakers should think about, and how should the current education system will be transformed?
Great question. I have 2 9-year-old boys, so I think about this a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that our education system globally really has not changed in a couple of 100 years. Majority of the educational system, it's still one person on the stage speaking to an audience of students. Half the students are are bored, half the students are lost. And there's no question that where we're heading is a world where we can personalize education for every student in a way that is extraordinary. And this is the convergence of technologies. It's a number of technologies coming together. In this case, it will be artificial intelligence. It will be technologies like virtual reality, technologies even like gaming, right? I think about this where when you're a student, you start with 100% as your score. And every time you get something wrong, your score goes down, down, down. If you're in the gaming world, if you're playing a game, you start with 0, and every time you get something right, your score goes up. The human incentives, we need to reinvent education. And it's something which a number of entrepreneurs, I think one of the benefits of COVID-19 is it's going to disrupt both healthcare and education. We have many platforms. I have a venture fund, about $250 million, and I'm seeing business plans of how to reinvent education. One of the future elements of education that I imagine is if I wanted my grandparents came from Greece, if I wanted my children to learn about the ancient history of Greece, in the future they put on a VR goggles and they look over there and they see Plato sitting on a piece of marble, and they go and speak to Plato and they walk around with him and they talk to him and they experience living what it's like in ancient Greece or Rome or Seoul or wherever it might be, in a way that we learn by full immersion experience, I think will be an extraordinary way. But ultimately, when I think about what's the most important thing for teaching our kids, it's number one, it has nothing to do with technology. Number one, it is helping our kids find their passion. What are they passionate about? Number two, it's helping them ask great questions. I think in this world where we can know anything, anytime, anywhere, it's the quality of the questions you ask that's most important. And the third, at least for myself and my kids, is what we call grit, not giving up, continuing and not giving up.
Right. Well, especially the last part that you mentioned, the 3 really important elements of education is very inspiring, because it sounds like in order to make a really digital transformation, we need a very robust, strong analog foundation, which means that we have to really build our future generation with a proper mindset and philosophy and passion. So yeah, that's a very interesting answer. Okay, probably would be the last question given the little limited time we have. So I'm just going to read this question as it is here. So you seem confident that pandemic will provide numerous opportunities, especially for startups, and will come out of the pandemic better off than before. But are there any negative effects of COVID-19 which we have to be concerned?
Well, I think there are negative impacts of COVID-19, obviously, to those people whose health and whose economics it has severely impacted. A lot of people are suffering from that. I think one of the most challenging things is its exposure of where we're weak, exposure of where our systems were not prepared for this. I also see one of the things I've really have taken personal pride and pleasure in watching is the globalization of the world, where we are really building a global economy. And I think COVID-19 caused a number of countries to pull back on their supply chains and nationalize production and distribution inside their country. I do think that what we're doing right now, we're connecting on the Zoom platform, will allow us to globalize the workforce. So that if there's a brilliant scientist, engineer, executive in Seoul that I want to hire on my team, I can do that because I'm talking to you as I would be talking to someone a kilometer away here in Los Angeles, where I'm broadcasting from. So that's interesting, right? Where we might globalize the workforce more, even while we nationalize some of the supply chain elements.
Great. Thank you very much again. So I think we have to finish it now. So thank you again, Peter, for your time and your presentation and all your answers. And then have a good evening. And then we hope we can meet not in virtually, but probably in physically in Korea and somewhere in the future. Is there any last comment you want to do?
I look forward to coming and visiting in person, and I wish all of you the best in the event. Please remember that we're living in an extraordinary world, and this is a world in which each of us have more power than the kings and queens, the emperors. We have an extraordinary capabilities to solve problems, and that for me, this is the most important thing, to incentivize, to inspire and guide people to find and solve problems, because that makes the world a better place.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye now.
네, 이로써 기조연설과 Q&A를
Thank you so much. That
마치도록
was
하겠습니다.
the keynote speech and the Q&A session with Mr. Peter Diamandis. Would like to give our full appreciation to Mr. Peter Diamandis once again. I know that we have a lot of other burning questions. I looked at the list of all the questions. Some of them are related to our sessions in the afternoon, so I'm going to keep them alive in the afternoon, so I keep my promise. It means that you have to stay tuned until the end of the day. So this has been the keynote speech. I'd like to start the session number 1. From now on, we have many sessions, and each of the sessions is with the partner organization. The first partner organization for session number 1 is Korea Startup Forum. Our theme is the digital transformation and policy. So that is about the government's policy with the digital transformation. The agenda for this session is after the post-corona era, what kind of evolution will be made in the digital economy, what kind of risk and opportunity factors are there for the digital transformation, what kind of the cooperation is expected between the people, and also what is the definition of digital rights and privacy. So we have a lot of overreaching ideas and issues. We'd like to invite all the panelists of session number 1. So we have Mr. Choi Sung-jin, President of Korea Startup Forum, for the moderation, and we have Mr. Arvind Gupta, and we have Christophe Macris, who are online, and we have Mr. Yoon Tae-sik of Ministry of Economy and Finance, and also we have Mr. An Hee-jae from Bain & Company. So Mr. Gupta, Mr. Macris, Mr. Yoon, and Mr. An are all here today. Now I'll give my microphone to Mr. Choi from Korea Startup Forum for the moderation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be leading the first session on the digital transformation and policy in the post-COVID era. So we are joined by 4 distinguished panelists. I am Choi Sung-jin from Korea Startup Forum, who will be moderating today's session. And our session will be available both in English and in Korean, so please tune your channels for your interpretation. Yes, the topic of today's session may seem a bit serious in a way, but with regards to this topic, the MC has briefed us on it, so we're going to skip that part, and I would like to introduce to you our panelists today. So we are joined by 4 distinguished panelists. 2 are joining us from abroad, and 2 are here with me physically on site. So first of all, Mr. Christos Makridis, who is the Digital Fellow at the MIT Sloan School of Management, and he is also the Senior Advisor at National AI Institute. He is also Professor at the Arizona University, and he is also a regular contributor to Forbes. So we cannot actually give applause. So can you please wave us and wave to us and say hello? And next is Mr. Arvind Gupta, who is the co-founder of Digital India Foundation. He is also the Global Future Council member of the World Economic Forum, and he is also the CEO of MyGov India, which is Indian government's official national participation, public participation platform. So Mr. Gupta, Are you here with us? Can you actually wave for the audience? Thank you very much. And from Korea, I would like to introduce our panelists. First is Mr. Yoon Tae-sik, who is the Director for Policy Coordination of Ministry of Economy and Finance. So he's in charge of the trade policy as well as development finance. And he also served as the representative or the spokesperson for the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And he's currently the Director for Policy Coordination. So the Ministry of Economy and Finance is also the host of today's forum and is also overseeing the innovative growth of the Korean economy. Please wave to the audience and also the panelists. And last but not least, we have Mr. An Hee-jae, who is the partner at the Bain & Company Korea. So Mr. An is actually an expert in the new growth engines, and he has served in very important positions in many different companies in charge of strategy and finance and planning, and he has led a lot of researches on startup as well. So thank you, Mr. An. So with that, we would like to kick off the panel discussion. And as I mentioned before, we're going to focus on the digital transformation and policy. So with this COVID-19, digital transformation is seeing a lot of changes, and digital economy is seeing a lot of changes, and digital transformation is on top of agenda for many countries. So when it comes to digital transformation, it has been led by startups like in the private sector, but nowadays you can see that the digital transformation is touching all parts of the society because it is required in every aspect of our society. So that is why the role of the public sector and the government is becoming increasingly more important. And so although the topic of today's session is quite comprehensive and broad, I'm sure that our esteemed panelists will be able to provide some useful insights. So my first question is addressed to Mr. Yoon Tae-sik and Mr. Gupta.
So let's talk about the public sector first with Mr. Yoon and Mr. Gupta, please. Actually, when we talk about the public sector, what is public means they have all the implications of the people and the public that are involved in the implications of the policies. Therefore, impartiality is important, and also we have to think about those marginalized people who are digitally underprivileged. So there are difficulties arising from there as well for the government and the policyholders. However, after the outbreak of COVID-19, well, we know that it was very difficult beforehand, but we know now that it should be done from now on in the future. So what is your priority of having to do with the public sector? What is the most imminent thing that should be done in the public sector after COVID-19? Also, when we have the digital transformation, we know that there are some positive things, but at the same time, we might have some negative things as well, some worrisome outcomes as well. So what are your views on these mixing ideas? So let's start with Mr. Yoon first, and he will be followed by Mr. Gupta. Yes, thank you very much. Well, when we talk about the digital transformation in the public sector area, let me just explain some of my ideas. Recently, after the COVID-19, the acceleration has been made onto the policies of the digital transformation. So top priority should be decided where to put our efforts on first and what areas as well. So therefore, in order to improve the efficiency of the services, that kind of decision making is very important. So as of that, July this year, Korean government has made a framework action plan for the digital transformation. The idea is that we have to have a digital new deal to the acceleration. The second one is a low carbon and high green activities. And the third one is the safety net for the employment across the general public. So these are three pillars of our framework action plans. So digital transformation, which is our topic today, is included in the framework action plan of the digital new deal by the government. It has the section of digital new deal. AI sustainability improvement is the section called. So that includes all kinds of action plans by the government. So let me explain in three ways what the government has found out so far. So for your reference, the digital transformation in the public areas having some difficulties, and it cannot be done overnight, so they have to be face-by-face foundation. So the first thing we have to do is to have the customized non-contact administration services provided to the people. With this acceleration of the services, we're going to have the acceleration of the non-contact services, and that it will be very important for the convenience of the people. For example, if we have complaints from the general public, we can use the mobile phones to receive their certification or identification cards digitally so that we can identify who they are. Also, for the welfare system, we have a lot of annuities and also the pensions for the recipients. Depending on the recipients, we can provide the customized services for the recipients in a very comprehensive website or web portal. In addition to that, we have a lot of other services in relation to public transportation and so on. So in Korea, when we have this digital transformation, our target is to have the 50% by 2025 and 80% by 2050. That is our goal to achieve. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the blockchain. Blockchain can be applied to the public services. The Korean government wants to put the top priority on the services where the sensitivity is very high and also the satisfaction can be very high. For example, redundancies can be reduced, and also the real estate transaction services can be combined together in order to reduce the redundancies. And also, we have some other areas where the sensitivities are very high for the general public. We'd like to have a test projects for that, and also after having the results, we're going to expand the scale step by step. The third area we are interested in is the sharing platform of knowledge of the general public. It means that anybody in Korea can have a very easy and simple access to get what they want to know. For example, science and technology, education, or academia have some reservoir by the government as a form of database so that people can have access to. So we are going to have a platform based off of the central library or university libraries and so on, so we can have partnership with those existing libraries as well. In addition to that, the Discharge Foundation should be further strengthened by the government. So we have two initiatives in relation to that. First one is to have the 5G nationwide network completed. By 2025, in the central government, we're going to have the 5G wireless network completed. After that, that will be further expanded to the rest of the country. And also cloud services will be further accelerated. By 2025, all the administration services, the offices will have the 100% of cloud services according to their plans. In relation to that, I can add two more things that we can consider. One of the considerations is that when we have the digitalization of the public services, we have to think of the elderly and the marginalized and digitally underprivileged. We have to improve their capabilities as well. Also, secondly, we should not stop at the public services only, but we have to think of the cyber security as well. In the process of having the digitalization, we have to make sure that everything is secure and also safe. Without that, we cannot just move on to the next step as well. Therefore, the cyber security will be very important. It will be also top priority by the government. Thank you. You explained the digital new deal of Korean government. We will have some section to discuss that matter in more detail. Now, in the issue of public sector, now the microphone goes to Mr. Gupta, please. Now, I'd like to ask you to have a comment.
Thank you, and good morning. It is during the COVID crisis, what we have seen that governments have had to act as startups themselves, be very, very agile, transform themselves digitally to deliver what they were traditionally never used to do. And it has been heartening that in India, the government was very well, took the response and became very agile, very fast. And to be able to do that, India has done something very, very different. India has created what is called a national digital identity. It's a biometrically verifiable digital identity which is given to every citizen of India today. And it is not just a digital identity, it is a digital stack. It's a platform which has more than 1 billion users, and it is a platform which is the only of its kind in the world, which is a public platform. Now, like governments used to build the electricity system and roads, and which are for public good, India's digital platform, which has three components to it, which is the identity, a paperless component, and a payment system, all interlinked with each other, is a public good, which basically means it is available to government, to startups, and to businesses. And that's why that discussion of how to understand India's digital stack is very relevant to all the three, four stakeholders in the digital economy. And that's number one. Number two, India's digital stack has been built bottom up. My colleague from Mr. Yoon from Korea explained that the important is to keep the elderly, the excluded into the system. So India's digital stack, the identity called the Aadhaar, is built from bottom up, which means every single person in India has access, even if they're not on an internet connection. That means they can go on an assisted mode to an offline center and still get access to all government services. And what is very relevant during the pandemic, what the government has done is, has used and extended the use of this digital platform for doing what is called direct benefits transfer, and really offer governance as a service, completely contactless. Because with a digital identity now, you can verify yourself in a contactless manner, in a presenceless manner. What is the authentication for a digital identity? It's your fingerprints and your iris. Iris is contactless. You don't even need to touch a device. So with that, the government has really transformed the way it gives out schemes and welfare. And let me tell you that Indian government has been able to give out over the last 2 years something called the direct benefits transfer, almost 150 billion US dollars of public welfare and aid, and of which our studies have shown that we have saved almost $20 billion in wastage and leakages by ensuring that this money reaches directly into the citizens' accounts. And that's how, at scale and at speed startups operate. And this DVD mechanism has ensured that the money is coming into the bank accounts. But on the second hand, it has this ability where you can actually withdraw money from anywhere. So both the money can come in directly into your bank account, but also you can withdraw money using the unified payments interface, again with no cards, nothing, authenticating using either your mobile phone or your iris scans, and make payments by essential goods, and this mechanism was put to such great use during the pandemic because when people were rendered without sources of income, the government intervened and transferred over $30 billion of immediate relief to the people who wanted it the most, and they were able to put the money to use to make sure that there's continuity in their sustenance and their livelihood. So, in a short thing, I want to explain that the digital transformation in the government of India is based on, or in India, is based on a digital stack, which is a public good. Governments use it for benefits transfer. Startups use it. All startups in India, and even big companies like Facebook and WhatsApp and Google, front end the payment system of India. The UPI, which is part of the digital stack. We have today almost 60% of the population on the digital internet highway. But our systems are designed that people who are both on a smartphone and also not on a smartphone can avail the benefits of digital transformation, of governance, of benefits. And ultimately, the government has opened up this platform for businesses, for startups. And today we imagine in the next 4 to 5 years, 20% of our economy will be a digital economy, and which is driven by AI, which is driven by data, which is driven by machine learning, IoT devices, and with the equal participation from all sections of the society.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So the two panelists who just responded are either in charge of the policy in the public sector or leading the policy initiatives in the public sector. So in the process of digital transformation, there may be different issues that arise, and they mentioned out what kind of approaches that the public sector can adopt in addressing these issues from the India's perspective as well as from Korea's perspective. So since the talk was interesting, we're going to elaborate more on that later on. Now let us hear from the private sector, so the panelists joining us from the private sector. In fact, there may be a lot of issues that arise in the process of digital transformation, and we have to address these issues not only for public purposes, but also there are some issues that need to be addressed by the private sector as well. And up until now, the digital transformation has been led by the private sector. But as our previous two panelists said, in the process of digital transformation, there may be different conflicts or issues that arise. For example, digital divide is a prime example. And in Korea, it's in the morning. In India, it's early morning. And in the US, it's late at night. So we are all joined virtually, and we are leveraging the digital technology to have this kind of discussions. But some people actually have difficulty in joining these kind of discussions. And in Korea, because of the COVID-19, there was a lot of remote learning and that took place among children, but some children did not have access to technology, so they could actually not benefit from remote learning. And to give you an example of Southeast Asia, so there are a lot of people who've never visited banks, and 40% of the people in that region do not have access to a bank account. So of course, digital transformation can be a big market opportunity, but if it is accelerated, the digital divide may also be aggravated. It could be an educational divide, or a data divide, or asset divide. There may be different types of divides that can occur, so it can really polarize our society. So what kind of efforts can the private sector make? What kind of efforts can the market make in order to address these social companies? For this question, we will hear from Mr. Anije and Mr. Macredis. So first of all, Mr. An from Bain & Company. Thank you very much. So while going with digital transformation, everybody expected that there would be some kind of social conflicts. And if you look at Korea, there are stakeholders who are used to the existing business model, and there are startups with a new business model. So there was a conflict between the two parties. So overall, everybody, we actually did not think that we're all in this together. But if the digital transformation is accelerated, then more and more Korean people will become involved, and that will lead to more issues and conflicts. And the moderator mentioned about the marginalization and the digital divide and the data privacy issues. And out of all of these issues, I would like to touch upon a topic that would have a biggest impact. And I think I would like to talk about the income divide. So with the acceleration of digital transformation, I believe that the income divide will also be accelerated in a drastic manner. And first of all, so due to automation, so a lot of non-qualified work as well as a lot of the office work will be replaced by technology and robots. So low-income jobs will disappear, and the income level will go lower. If you look at the United States, this is my expectation, but there will be jobs, the jobs that are worth less than 30,000 US dollars will disappear by 20%. But the jobs that earn more than 100,000 US dollars will not be impacted that much. So as the digital transformation will be accelerated in the next 5 to 10 years, the low-income jobs or employment may disappear or decline, and that will also aggravate the income divide. And another important aspect is that the way we create added value was very much income-driven in the past, but now it will be more capital-driven. So with increased automation and increased productivity, so we are Bain & Company. We believe that that will lead to 30% improvement in productivity. So from the business perspective, that will be more net income for 10% more. However, the wages will be drastically reduced. So a lot of the labor pool will be reduced, but the profit that will be generated by investing in capital will be increased. So this situation or trend will also aggravate the income disparity or divide as well. But income disparity, of course, can cause social conflicts and concerns. But in the long term, since I'm a consultant, from an economic perspective, it will reduce the domestic consumption, and it will also actually not sufficiently provide the resources that we need. So economically speaking, it will also have a negative impact. So in order to minimize and prevent this, I believe that there are two viable options or directions. So we can actually slow down the acceleration of the digital transformation and address the social conflicts that arise on the way one by one. For example, the low-income earners can get a digital transformation system, transformation training to become integrated in this process. But another option is to accelerate the digital transformation, but all the profits generated from the increased productivity can be used to address the different types of divides and disparity. But since I'm in the private sector, I don't think that the first option is a viable one. And if we actually become averse to or ignore the opportunities where we can improve 30% of productivity gain, I don't think that that will be beneficial for companies to survive in this era. So in that situation, what kind of consensus should be built in the Korean society? So somebody mentioned about the digital New Deal, but we have to accelerate the digital transformation, and all the profits that are generated from the productivity gains should be used effectively and efficiently.
Thank you very much. Regarding the job issue, he has given us his ideas. We'll come back to the job creation issue later on. Now, going back to the digital transformation, there can be other issues that are expected and what kind of solutions can be given by the private sector. Now I'd like to invite Mr. McCurtis for his remark.
I just want to say thank you again. It's an honor to be here. And so let me start with the philosophical point first, that we need to remember that technology is never bad or good. It's out there. It's out there to be used. And it's really up to us as individuals, as policymakers, as business leaders, to leverage technology to advance human welfare. And so we see how AI can be used to detect cancer very early, but we also see how facial recognition software can be used to persecute religious minorities. So understanding that technology is out there and something to be used and really stewarded, I think, is a very important starting point here. And so my view is that we're going to see a lot of structural transformation within the developed countries and also developing countries. And in particular, a lot of the industries that we even see today are new. We didn't see social media 15, 20 years ago. We didn't see the proliferation of all these personalized educational services, Coursera, edX, DataCamp, and so on. And so a lot of the innovation that we're seeing is fundamentally new industries that are entering into the marketplace. And that's causing, as we were just talking about, it's causing some disruption because individuals in those industries now need to either acquire new skills or they need to switch industries. But it also creates a lot of opportunity to learn and really advance as a society and as civilizations. And so we need to ultimately understand how to empower individuals with these technologies that are being created. And so let me give a really quick example with what Arizona State University is doing, for example. One of the colleges at ASU is called Ed+, and it's, I think, the largest online component of the educational services sphere in the United States. And they're using AI to help individuals learn faster and more effectively. And so just as we were talking about right now with all the disruption that's happening, we also have people able to learn faster than ever before, because remember, you can open up your phone and learn basically anything that you want to by going on YouTube, by going on Coursera and all these different platforms. So we don't want to forget that there's also these new opportunities to acquire new skills. There's also going to be a lot of disruption, and we were just talking about this 5 minutes ago, is that a lot of the routine, lower skilled work is going to be displaced through automation or AI, particularly the manual and routine types of tasks. But one of the areas that I'm just going to give a quick example. One of the areas where I think we're going to see a lot of beautiful innovation is how new technological platforms might be able to help us interact with society more seamlessly. So when Peter Diamandis, for example, was talking about how we can use AI to optimize our health or use AI to optimize the way that we learn, one of the companies that I'm really excited to advise in the private sector is a company called Attention Live, ATTN.LIVE. And the idea behind it is, well, you've got your phone, and when you're streaming content, what if you could just push out video content simultaneously across platforms using your voice instead of using your hands? And so whereas a lot of individuals in society and students when they're in school might sometimes be intimidated by programming, by certain areas of STEM, these sorts of technologies that democratize learning, allowing us to use our voice instead of just using programming with our hands, can be very empowering. And so I guess what I just want to kind of leave off on in response to this first question is there is a lot of disruption, and I think the answers that we've heard so far today are just saying that yes, technology has a downside sometimes, but it also creates a lot of opportunities for personal growth and growth as a civilization. And it's really up to us, and in particular entrepreneurs, to make that value proposition and show people that there's a better way forward.
Thank you very much. That was very impressive and insightful comment. Technology, that is something in presence, in reality, and we have to think about how we can just evolve them into something that is being more creative in the future. So we have to move forward to the era where we have to utilize such existing technologies for the betterment of the society. Now, I talked about the job issues. I promised that I'm going back to the job issues, right? So we will be talking about the job creation condition. Let's start with Korea first, to be followed by the international conditions. As I said before, in Korea, the government has announced a digital New Deal policy. Now I know that the implementation is underway, and also according to the data, about 900,000 jobs will be newly created by the government as announced. But that doesn't mean that there are not jobs that are disappearing, because people are worried about the jobs that might lose in the future. So in this process of digital transformation, maybe these new 900 jobs are the ones temporarily needed in the process of transformation only. On the other hand, other people are also worried that even though the new jobs are created, the existing jobs will be just gone away, and they will just take up more jobs disappearing than the ones being created. So that's another part of the worries. So let's start with the bad news first in this session. I'm worried about the bad news coming before the good news, but I'm doing this on purpose because we have to think of the conditions of all the audience and participants here, and these participants here today are having some kind of consensus that we have to move forward in a positive manner, even though our conditions have some negative aspects as well. And also, we are airing the issues to the rest of the public as well, so this forum can be watched by all the general public, and their concerns should be resolved as well. Therefore, we'd like to have a question regarding this job creation or disappearance issue as well. Let's start with Korean government first. My question is that people are worried about the jobs lost rather than the jobs created. So is that the reality? That's my question. Is it the really happening thing? And also for these people who are losing or will be losing their jobs, although new jobs are created, what about the conditions of these people who are losing jobs? What kind of policy measures are prepared by the government for the people who are losing jobs? Mr. Yoon first. Yes, thank you. You talked about the possibility of having the job lost, and that is the reality we cannot deny. As mentioned before, the low productivity or simple manual jobs or simple service jobs can be disappearing. But I'd like to emphasize two things here. First, in the digital economy, it is related to global economy and also related to the individual economy as well. So that is something that is indispensable or inevitable in the future. What we have to discuss here is that how we can adapt ourselves to that, how we can minimize the impact on the marginalized. So we have to focus our attention on these dealings first, because we understand or agree that this is the way forward that cannot be denied. Second thing I'd like to say is that I know that the jobs will be disappearing in some part. However, absolutely speaking, the number of jobs created will exceed the jobs lost. So in the process of having the new policies implemented, we have a lot of ways to make up for the jobs lost. In relation to that, I'd like to give you some examples. As of the end of June this year, there is a statistics regarding the jobs created by the venture companies. Last year, they had 640,000 jobs created, and as of end of June this year, we have these 670,000. Last year, there was 640,000. So we have net increase of 30,000 in relation to the venture companies. That is something that we can refer to as net increase. Second, about the digital New Deal policy, our moderators said that by 2025, we are going to use 900,000 jobs by having the investment of the $500 million. And also, in relation to that, we have direct impact and indirect impact, but most of these impacts will be coming from indirect investment as well. So it means that in direct aftermath of having the new businesses in private sector will be incorporated into the job of 900,000 created. The reason is that we can have the new services that have greater impact onto the society, creating more jobs. Compared to the 5 years ago and now, back in 5 years ago, we didn't expect or imagine any new products that we do have now. So there must have been made a lot of jobs so far. Fast forward in the future, after 5 years, we will have some jobs that can not be imagined now, but with new products and services that we don't have at the moment. So in the process of having the implementation of the policies for the decade or 2 decades, we have a lot of good examples of having the new jobs created that can never been imagined before. So we are very optimistic about the future as well. So let's talk about the government policies in 3 ways. First one, we have to do or we can do is deregulation. In order for the market to be created, deregulation is really important. One of the examples we are doing is regulatory sandbox. This system is to encourage new businesses and new areas to create new jobs. Regulatory sandbox, as you might know very well, is to have a test period for some time without the regulations or a grace period of the regulations. So the regulatory sandbox is something that the government will be using very actively and that will testify the safety and effectiveness of new businesses. If they are proven to be that way, their licenses can be accelerated. And second thing the government should do very essentially is that, as mentioned by many panelists, is to help the livelihood of the marginalized in the society. For example, we can help them to have the better livelihood, and also for the mom and pop store shops, they can be transferred into something digital in their businesses as well. For example, even though they are having the brick and mortar businesses, if they're retired, we can give them additional lifetime education for transforming themselves into something digital businesses. And also for these market businesses, traditional market owners and also traditional shop owners can be transformed into the online business owners as well to increase their revenues. Digital capabilities can be trained for them, or consulting business can be also given to them for their business growth. That is something the government can do and should do. Thank you very much. We have great panelists today, so we're very pleased to have their insights. So I cannot be a great timekeeper. So I am a very bad timekeeper today, so I have only 20 minutes left. So I'll be accelerating my session here. So when we talk about Korea situation, I wanted to hear from Mr. An now, but let's just have his session, have his time prepared later when I have combination of with other question. So regarding job business, can we just hear from other countries now? So I'd like to invite Mr. Markreed or Mr. Gupta to talk about the issues of the job creation or job disappearance. Anybody volunteering from you guys?
미스터 마크리디스한테 한번
I'd be happy to, and Arvind, feel free to jump in. I'll be quick. Let me give two examples from the United States context that show, I think, what's possible, and a lot of what was just spoken about the regulatory sandbox really resonated with me. So in the United States over the past 3 years, one of the initiatives that's been championed is something called the National Council for the American Worker, and the goal here was to modernize the way that workforce development is done. So instead of just giving money for short-term programs where somebody might be unemployed and then they go in and they take a class for 6 hours, the idea behind the National Council for the American Worker is very different. In particular, it has two key features. First, it's important to have what's called a skill taxonomy. That means that employers and employees are using a common language to define the skills that are needed. And this can be represented digitally using what are called skill clusters. So it can be as simple as saying, for programming, listing all the different languages, but it can become a lot more complex based on the type of job that is being requested. So skill taxonomy is part one. Part two is being able to create a digital credential. And this is very related with something that Arvind mentioned earlier that India is doing. So I don't want to belabor this point, and he's probably going to jump in about this. But when you combine a taxonomy of skills with a way of publicly signaling your competency at those skills, it enables employers and employees to more effectively match in a labor market, and for workers to have an incentive to learn something new. Because what you wouldn't want is, if you're a worker, you learn something new and there's no way to signal it to employers. But such a credential allows you to do that. The last point that I want to make is just that there's some very unique collaborative relationships that are taking place in the United States. I serve on something called the National Artificial Intelligence Institute. And in addition to just research and development grants that are targeted towards technologies that are promising, in particular AI, one of the things that we're doing is partnering with researchers in universities, in the private sector, and then using administrative data to work with them to come up with innovative solutions. So it could be like in the Department of Veterans Affairs, using medical history data to help veterans optimize their health and well-being, so that you can inform somebody that if you have this condition, then maybe you don't want to eat this, and this. It's just giving people recommendations using a very big data sort of approach. So all in all, I think that this digital taxonomy approach, coupled with innovative public partnerships, is a very exciting thing to see. But I'll turn it over to you, Arvind.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to just add 2 or 3 very quick points, because we are short of time, and I can see the clock ticking. Number one is that the digital job loss is going to be different in different countries. Countries like India, more developing countries, parts of Africa, Latin America, will see less job loss because they will start gaining from net gaining from the digitization of the supply chains, logistics, and the integration of the offline world with the online world. My colleague from Korea mentioned how the small shops can be digitized and really use this integration in the startup community, which is called online to offline integration. So, but as we say that, and as a professor, I can say there's a second part, which is the 4D rule. There will be job losses. Anything that is duplicate, dangerous, dirty, and dangerous will be automated. And when that automation happens, you have to reskill. And in that reskilling, creating this national skills database tied to a digital identity is a very important, both a startup problem to be solved and a policy problem to be solved. And I want to just quickly give the last example is that India, created 400 million bank accounts using digital technologies. This India stack enabled 400 million new people to have a bank account today. And that's more than the population of the United States in less than 3 years. Now, why I mention that is because that has now given new jobs, new banks, startups, about 200,000 jobs in startups related to fintech, about 2 million jobs created servicing this new class of people who were otherwise excluded from the financial world and the banking world. So I think there is a lot of green shoots, a lot of new benefits that will come. Of course, there will be some jobs that will be lost. They will require reskilling. And but net, we believe that there will be net new jobs created in countries which are more developing, have scope for improvements, and fast public policy responses. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was a very important idea, and it was a very welcoming idea as well. As a part of Korea Startup Forum, I myself am involved in those kinds of activities. So one thing I would like to mention here is very agreeing with Mr. Gupta. As I mentioned before, earlier, they have startups policies for the Indian government, and any startup can join the work pool for the innovation, as mentioned by Mr. Gupta. So startups like mine are very proud to be the center of the innovation. So last year in the Digital Economic Forum, we talked about these issues very much. And also this year, with the COVID-19 issues and countermeasures, various types of startups, agile and fast enough, can make contribution to giving solutions to these issues. I'm very pleased to hear that all the panelists are agreeing with my conviction as well. Naturally, let's talk about the startups. We heard from what's happening in India, and also we heard from what's done by Korean government in the regulatory startups, and also we heard just a glimpse of what's happening in the US as well. Mr. An, as a private sector person, has been an ardent student of the startup business and innovation as well. Having said that, not only in Korea but also in the rest of the world regarding the startups, what kind of policies or strategies are needed? So what is your suggestion or recommendation for that? Yes, regarding the policies of the startups, we are tracing what's happening by the government every year. Some of the deregulations are happening on some of the businesses in the startup, and acceleration of the development is being made. So far, so good. But when we talk about the regulations or the further systems that we need in the future, having said that, today we have to focus our attention onto the COVID-19. And having said that, also we have a lot of small SME businesses who are stricken by the COVID-19 issues. For them, in order to have the ecosystem floating, you have to make the investment. Also, you have to make the reinvestment. However, there is a problem with Korean government helping reinvestment. So what can be done in that regard? I'll be very brief. In my personal experiences, what is missing in this policy of a startup is to have the left of the detailed policies for supporting the startups. Initial grants are okay, initial investments are good. However, statistically speaking, compared to last year, the startup volume is only taking 10% of the grants and investment onto the whole innovation. So the whole startup and venture business, in the case of the United States, the private sector involvement accounts for 50%. In other words, in Korea, we do not have that much of the flowing of money into the private sector startups. There must be a lot of battle-ups in Korea. According to the National Assembly, the corporate venture capital is being under consideration. What kind of freedom of degree will be given to that kind of new policies as well. If we talk about the corporate venture capital, they have requirements. They have to be very innovative and very venturing. It means that the risk hedging is needed when we have the policies or the businesses in here. And also decision making should be very agile and free. So if we have the regulations made for this kind of corporate venture businesses, I'm very optimistic because I already witnessed a lot of other good news like the regulatory sandbox and so on. One thing we have to further incorporate is the corporate venture capitals. That's something we have to think about in the future. Thank you. About Mr. Yoon from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. For the startup in Korea, I know that the government has been doing a lot, but do you have any more to do or anything else that you can comment more? Yeah, I'll be very brief. I'll be briefer, actually. So recently, because of the COVID-19, the investment volume has been gone down. I know that the difficulties have been experienced by the startup companies. Therefore, it is necessary to have the changes in the regulation. I agree with that. And also CVC, corporate venture capital, as you mentioned, is also something that we can think about. In the past, we had the Capital Markets Act that the business and the bank should be separated, but that kind of renovation or changes have been announced by the government as well. Therefore, in order to stimulate the venture businesses, there is a need for more capital to be invested in. There should be more pools to be used as a fund. So that's kind of agreement. In order to make a very good virtuous cycle, there should be a series of deregulations and also helping regulations and so on. Therefore, the focus of the government is that we have to have a good foundation for the private sector venture capitals as well. So government should be working as a priming water, and the capital can flow freely into the private sector as well. So there is a role to be played by the government as an intervener. And also recently, we have the non-tech business or non-contact businesses. So in this regard, we can explore new startup businesses relation to this kind of on-tech businesses. That's another focus that the government is making. One more thing from me is that regarding the support of the venture businesses by the government, the demand and supply issue is very important. So when we have the policies, we have some considerations that have been made so far. So you can witness it and we can see it or read it from the digital New Deal policy by the government. It means the vulnerable companies like SMEs or small companies, AI solution vouchers can be issued for them, or some kind of vouchers that can be replaced with their systems can be issued as well. And also the work from home vouchers can be released for those small and medium-sized companies. But demand and supply is needed. So I'm sure that already we have demands fully comparable to supply as well. Therefore, if this policy is in place, all the SMEs can be benefited. And also in the case of ventures and startups, these kind of new businesses will be effective. So it will be welcomed by the users and also the implementers as well. So in order to implement the capability build-up, that will be also very good, and also that will just increase the revenue as well. I told you that I'm not a good timekeeper today. I know that we have to spend some time for the Q&As from the audience as well, but I'm worried about that as well. So let's just go around among ourselves to have a very short comment, the last comment. While you're doing that, I'm going to read the list of questions from the audience. I'm going to pick just some of them. You don't have to answer all of the questions I read. Just lastly, you are going to just answer some of the questions. Let's read the questions first before you think about answers. We have various types of questions here from the audience. We have a question regarding India. India is a very big country in terms of population. They have great potential upside. What kind of policies are they making? That's one question. The second question is about the marginalized policies. What kind of new policies can be made for the elderly and the disabled? And the third question is about the job creation. What kind of policies are made by the government? What is the speed of it? So these are some of the questions I read for you. So just having heard that, you might answer those questions, or you might add something that you didn't answer. So I'm going to give 1 minute each of you. Let's start with Mr. Makridis. Then he will be followed by Mr. Gupta.
Great.
Then we will go to Mr. Yoon, and the last will be Mr. An. Mr. Makridis, please, first.
Okay, well, I'll probably tackle the question about marginalized groups. When we think about how technology has potentially heterogeneous effects, automation can certainly lead to larger layoffs in certain areas, but the advent of personalized learning or just more democratized learning can have very beneficial effects. One of the research papers that I'm working on with a good friend and colleague, Renee Kizelchek at Cornell University, we use all individuals that are part of DataCamp, and we look at how online learning and the degree to which people have been utilizing the technology changed over the pandemic. And we look at how zip codes that are lower income versus higher income behaved over the past 6 months. And one of our results was that it seems like there is this very democratized effect. Now, 1 minute doesn't do this full justice, but it's just to say that I think it's going to be essential for us to think about how to get technologies out there in a democratized fashion so that each person can be empowered to learn and acquire new skills rather than just to be laid off and then given welfare. So there's a better way out there, and I think that these learning technologies are the best way of accomplishing that. But it was a pleasure to participate. Thank you so much.
네, 미스터 굽타
Yeah.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Yeah.
Mr. Gupta, please.
My quick response is that yes, India is a very diverse country. We have more than 23 official languages. We speak maybe 500 different dialects, and the lessons from India, which I teach globally, are that if you can solve a problem in India, which has different income levels, very, very diverse income levels, very, very different education and literacy levels, very, very different spoken languages. If you can solve a problem for this, for India as diverse as India, you can probably apply that problem to the rest of the world. And there is a lesson for startups in that. So, how fast can you scale and speed, and at a very, very frugal and a cost level, which is very, very beside. So that's number one. Number two, I think Christian has already talked about the reskilling for marginalized. I will just like to make a point that one of the big things that digital technologies have to do is to make ease of life for seniors. And the only way to do that is to ensure that what pensions, what schemes that they have earned for themselves throughout their life is now easily made available. Simple thing as proof of life, they have to give every 6 months or 12 months to keep availing their pensions, should be at-home service. They should not be should be required to step out of their home, and a digital identity can enable that. And that is exactly what we do in India. So I know we are short of time, so thank you very much for having me here and sharing our thoughts. It's been a great learning experience.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. An. I believe that the Korean society need to see a difference in the timing of embracing this digital, a perspective in embracing the digital transformation. So this is something that is inevitable. So instead of actually having fear or be concerned about it, we have to really think about how to minimize its negative impact. So if we discuss further in terms of the process and the details of the digital transformation, I believe that we need to further actually elaborate more on the discussions and make our discussions more specific and concrete so that we can minimize the negative impacts of digital transformation. And I hope that today's forum can be the occasion.
Well, thank you very much. Well, let me continue my ideas about the job issues. With the COVID-19 and also the innovation of digital transformation, we know that there must be many of the marginalized people. So we have long-term policy and short-term policy by the government. For the people who are stricken in the job creation, we can provide some grants or the subsidies for the employment stabilization. That is kind of short-term relief. That's one thing. But in the long run, these isolated people should have some capabilities upscaled in order to adapt themselves into the new technology society. That's another thing we can do. Thank you very much. Well, that was it.
Thank you very much, our panelists. So now we're up with the time, so I would like to now bring this discussion to an end. I hope that we'll be able to have more concrete discussions in the following sessions. Once again, thank you very much, our four panelists, for joining us today. And although we don't have a lot of audience physically present, I'm sure that all our virtual audience will give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much, and goodbye. I would like to wrap up the session here. Yes, so we actually looked at the economy and the future of the digital transformation and the policy, and we were able to have in-depth discussions regarding this topic during this session. Once again, thank you very much, all our panelists, for your insights and input. So we're going to leverage all of the insights that were provided to develop innovations and policies and that can be employed around the world. Now we will move on to the second session, and the second session is entertainment and media. And for this session, it will be actually jointly, or it was actually jointly organized by the Silicon Valley Group Milk. As you may well know, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the industries that's hardest hit was the entertainment industry in terms of performance and concerts, and the media consumption environment is seeing a lot of changes due to COVID-19. So we're going to talk about all of this during this session. And for this session, we have many companies who are leveraging VR and AR technologies including the avatars. And actually, we have used a lot of these different technologies for this session. So I hope that you'll be able to enjoy this session.
먼저 그 실리콘밸리에서도 주목받고 있는 어메이지 VR의 이승준 대표님의 발표. 그다음에
Now let's start with Mr. Lee, Steve Lee from Amaze VR, and he will be followed by Mr. Sun Jae-kwon Milk, and also Mr. Lee Sin-ha from the Spatial. Also, we have our moderator, Ms. Kim In-sun from the Milk Korea. The first presenter will be Steve Lee on the podium. Please welcome. Good morning. My name is Steve Lee. I am a co-CEO and co-founder of Amaze Lee in Los Angeles. So I am very pleased to see you, although via video. So thank you very much for your participation today. In the post-corona era, I'm going to give you some kind of ideas about the possible changes of the lives of the people and what we are doing in the process of that. I don't think that what we are doing is the only way, or it's just one of the absolute way, but we can just present ourselves as one of the possibilities. First of all, I'd like to explain about our company was incorporated by the first founders of Kakao Korea. And also with Ernst Lee, we are also forming the management as co-CEOs. And as I said, we are ex-members of Kakao, so we also have some members who have been working at the Hollywood as well. And recently, we were very fortunate to have a very meaningful opportunity. So we just had an opening in August this year in the US, and also we have a good opportunity for the entertainers and the artists of Korea who can work in the US. So I believe they're in their potential, and I look forward to having more job opportunities and also business opportunities with them in the US as a combination of the US and Korea. The next big thing platform is as follows. We can also think of our experiences. In the past, the Kakao phone was also having the experiences of having the businesses coming from the mobile phone applications. What had been done in the PCs only, so that kind of future can be re-emerged in the future. So what we are doing here is that when we have the replacement of televisions or the monitors, it can be accessories of the monitors. That kind of development can be made in the future. With that conviction, our company was incorporated in 2015. So in the virtual reality or VR businesses, we want to be something like the Netflix, and we are having that kind of platform technology in here. So with that technology, we were able to have the investment and funded of $7 billion raised in 2019, and also the $7 million again this year as well. 2.5 additionally was raised in December 2019. If you look at the slide here, so this is something related to the COVID-19 situation. Let me go back to the COVID-19 situation later. And also I'll come back to this slide later. Why now? It means that why are we doing this kind of entertainment VR businesses now of all times? Let me start with the situation in the US first. I know that the lives have been changed in Korea because of the COVID-19, but the US is more advantages and disadvantages for these changes. Even today in the US, we have more than 20,000 cases, and also 390,000, and also we have the 190 deaths now so far. And the population of the US is about 6 times that of Korea. So you can imagine what kind of impact has been incurred in the US so far. So especially in the music industry, the impact was felt very severe. So they used to have the concerts like 10,000 people or 20,000 people in the past. However, that is just thing of the past. So that cannot be done anymore in the future. So that kind of impact of COVID-19 will be big enough so that they have their change of mind, and so that even after the COVID-19, there can be many trials in this process. One of the very popular and also impact was like this. Fortnite was a music concert by a very big game company. A rapper called Travis Scott was in there, so it was part of the competition. About the 12.3 million people viewed this music concert online. As everybody knows, we have BTS, and they had the Bang Bang concert. There was also the online concert. It was very popular. About 750,000 people paid for this concert in order to watch this. The revenue was the $20 million by selling the tickets. Also, the VR. The Amaze VR is focused on the real pictures, but in addition to that, we have Wave XR, which is focusing their business on the VR concert only. So we made the VR concert along with the TikTok and Wave XR. We had the weekends concert as well. 2 million unique viewers were there, and also in TikTok, they have a lot of reproductions, so they increased about 1.5 billion views afterwards. So, what kind of preparations have been made in case of virtual reality, this matter? This is not felt very real in Korea yet, but as of May last year, there was the Apple's opposition request. VR is having some kind of turnaround in their revenues as well. Apple and Facebook have been acquiring relevant companies in many ways. For example, the Apple has acquired Next VR early this year, and also Next VR is a company that does the broadcasting of sports events and so on. It's about the $100 million were raised in that acquisition. And also in 2020, there is also rumor that the VR headset will be released. So therefore, the Apple is buying up the platforms, as many people believe. And because of the COVID-19 situation, the services have not been very active, but they have offline VR enjoyment. So many of the companies have been growing up very much until from last year. They have Series A investment have been raised like $79 million. So it means that even though headsets are not ready for some people, VRs can be enjoyed. So that is some kind of new business concept for the virtual reality. Now, let's move on to what's happening in our company. So, as mentioned before, our company is focused on the shooting of the real pictures for the VR. So we did a lot of R&D in that regard. For example, but we wanted to have the kind of capturing technology to make the form look as if it is just the real thing in within 1 or 2 meter diameter. So we might go back to the previous stage when people are just facing each other face to face. But what I thought is that the kind of applications are not so much real, so we wanted to add some kind of visual effect issues as if we are watching a Marvel film. So we can add some additional visual effects on the concert. So in this kind of concert that we are presenting, you can see something real and something unreal at the same time. So that is the visual effects that we're doing. This is some kind of contest we are doing. So this is called stages. So this is a stage that cannot be possible in the past. And also we have visual screens working at the same time, so they are just pulsating at the speed of the rhythms, or they can being split into many pieces. And also the taxonomies and also the letters are just coming to you out of the screen here, and also the lights are just spreading around you, surrounding you, and also the movies are just moving in a very unrealistic manner. And also the fans can work as avatars to play along with the artists as if they are just in the concert. And also in the end, they want to be looking like avatars, and also you have avatar friends in there. So it's a kind of social event among avatars. That is something that cannot be done at all in your daily lives, but it's some kind of concert we are going to present you in the future. So we have some kind of concerts in the 50,000 people or the 5,000 to 10,000 people. So we're going to have the online offline businesses, and by splitting them together. For example, in the form of the offline, we can have some kind of moving tour bus. About 50 people can be invited into the tour bus so that they can enjoy it. This concept of tour bus comes from the US. When artists are moving around venue to venue for their concerts, they are not taking airplanes, they are taking buses. So these buses have this kind of interiors like that. So that's my imagination. And also we have the interior of the businesses here. When you have the motion pictures, if you have the VR effect in here, you feel as if you are just flying together with all these people inside the VR. So it's kind of motion experience. And also you can have the places where you can play and hang around with your friends, like not just a couple of friends, but tens of thousands of the friends together. So the bus is a main content, and artists and the fans can buy up the tickets, and they can place here together, they hang out, they watch the VRs together, they can buy these memorabilia, and also they can have the activation through the filters and so on. This kind of offline event together with the online event. So this is a ticketing site for selling these tickets for them. All this kind of content is distributed by the online center by VR. What we are making now is a little bit different from other companies. And also what we are aiming at is to have the highest possible quality of the screens and videos. We need a lot of good equipment. We have a lot of technologies. All these technologies are becoming modular in our case. In VR and VR processing services, and also the Unreal Engine games, which are ever improving, and also utilizing the most optimized pipelines, we are being differentiated by other companies. Other companies have the budget of 3 to 4 billion won, but we can reduce the budget by 1/10. That is the technology we are focusing on. I told you that we are working in the US, around Los Angeles, but we can also have the partnership with the record labels which have the big names in the entertainment businesses. It means that we are working with most of the record labels with top entertainers. So this is the slide to show you what next steps we have. We are making now the foundations as the first step. We are trying to set up our team in Korea, and also within July, Rock was the first entertainer we shoot together, and also we are doing the post-production job now, and also we are planning to have a tour program, so online and offline concerts are under preparation at the moment. So what we are aiming at is new normal after COVID-19. Our wish is that people can find the new types of entertainment after this pandemic. So the virtual reality and the music entertainment have been discussed from the second part of last year, actually. When we had this kind of idea of the online concerts, we talked with the record labels who are existing, and the contents are very important for these record labels. So up until last year, they were reluctant to discuss this kind of online record. However, they changed their mind after the COVID-19 because of all the cancellations of the physical concerts. One example is Bang Bang concert by BTS, which proved to be very successful in revenues as well. They now realize that this kind of new contents are needed in this kind of new normal era. Same realization has happened to the fans as well. These kind of things are new kind of content, even if they can enjoy it online only. So although nothing has been improved on the technical side per se, we have a new breakthrough of our businesses by giving the opportunities for people to realize that these are the new areas to enjoy in the post-corona era. So that was a very good foundation we made so far. So we were possible to have this kind of foundation because we were based on the 3D and the streaming technologies. It was 2015 when our company was incorporated. At that time, the technology side was not so much advanced or savvy, but 5 years have passed. Now it's different from the past because we do have the foundation of technologies that enable the meaningful services to be provided to the people. So this is the right time for us to have the good combination of the need and the technology. So I do not think that VR is the absolute replacement or the only replacement, because you have the mobile phones at the same time, you have the landline phones used at the same time as well, right? Therefore, they can be other replacements by VR. However, we can have the VR headsets in the future. With that headsets, we can view the VRs and Netflix and AR as well. But that will be one of the possible and promising media in the future. So far, I have given you a future of the music concert after COVID-19. Thank you very much for your listening.
That was Mr. Lee Seung-jun. So I am the moderator for the session. I am from Milk Korea. And by presenting about the future of concerts, so Mr. Lee presented the new direction for the media and entertainment business to take. So the Maze VR is based in LA, and for today's forum, actually, he delayed his departure. So now we're going to connect to Silicon Valley, and this presentation will be about spatial. So it is actually going to be a very interesting presentation or video. So spatial actually goes beyond the existing virtual technologies to use hologram and VR technologies in developing collaborative platforms as if you are all together in a physical space. So the media platform industry is transforming and is being evolved. I would like to invite Mr. Son from the Milk to talk about, to listen to his presentation.
네, 안녕하십니까? 실리콘밸리의 혁신 미디어.
Hello everyone.
더밀크의
I am from The Milk, which is an innovative media of the Silicon Valley. I am extremely pleased and honored to attend virtually the Digital Economy Forum, and it is actually the first time for me to present to you with AR and VR technology, but I am very excited to do so today. Today, I'm going to talk about the future that will be the streaming, or that will be based on streaming. The US and the Silicon Valley are undergoing enormous changes, and the key to these changes is media. So there's a slogan, everything from home, and we also refer to it as X from home. So unlike in Korea, the quarantine measures in the US have not been so successful. So a lot of things need to be done at home in America. So everything from home, or X from home, a concept is quite unique. And another concept, of course, is work from home, abbreviated also as the WFH. So a lot of companies are expected to work from home, including like Facebook and Google up until the beginning of next year. And a lot of Silicon Valley-based companies are following suit. And at least until next year, or this time next year, a lot of companies will work from home in the United States. The second concept is school from home. So the autumn season, the fall semester should have opened, but it didn't, and a lot of students are working from home, including mine. So our home, my home, is also a place for work, but also for school, for schooling. And third concept is gym from home. So in Korea, we refer to it as health club. So in the United States, majority of gyms are closed, so a lot of people are working out from home. And in the Silicon Valley area, because of wildfires, we cannot actually go outside a lot. So that is why a lot of people are working from home, and our house or home has become a personal gym. And another concept has emerged. That is a telemedicine. So a lot of people are receiving remote health care, and the concept is summed up as doctor to home, or DH2. So the telemedicine is a new growing trend, and in Korea there are some limitations, but in the United States a lot of people find it dangerous to go to hospitals, and a lot of doctors are exposed to the risk of being contaminated by the patients. So that is why primarily we prefer to get treated at home, or cared for at home. So there is this concept, doctor to home or hospital to home. So home is also becoming a hospital in a way.
이렇게 표현을 하다 보면은 everything from home.
So we can really say that everything is from taking place at home. So X to home is a concept that is resonating with everyone, and it is indeed a growing trend. And of course, this is because quarantine measures have not been successful, but it is also because the consumer behavior is drastically changing, and many people are feeling this at first hand. So you can say that the lifestyles are changing as well. More people are working from home, so that is why people tend to get up later in the morning and tend to sleep later at night. So if we compare pre and post-COVID, so we can see now there are less number of early birds and more number of night owls or night persons. So this is one of the fundamental changes brought about by COVID-19. And it has become a growing trend, and it is having an impact not only on policies. And according to the PwC survey, about 72% of employees or office workers would like to work remotely at least 2 days a week. So you can say that this is a drastic change pre and post to COVID, as illustrated by this graph. So work from home will indeed become the mainstream in the future. And the satisfaction level is quite high as well, not only in terms of the policy, but personally, a lot of employees find work from home quite satisfactory. 73% of the employees or the workers found that work from home was quite convenient, and they really felt that it has provided a free lifestyle to them. So you can see that the consumers or the employees are also welcoming the government policies of working from home. So that is why work from home, school from home, and gym from home trends are benefiting these companies. So Peloton is a gym equipment manufacturer, and Lululemon acquired a mirror recently, and Zoom, everybody knows Zoom, is a virtual platform provider, and telemedicine or telemedicine company, Teledoc, is seeing a lot of growth, and they are engaged in a lot of M&A activities. So their stock prices have gone up, have seen record high levels, and Peloton, Teledoc, and Lululemon Zoom, they have one commonality. So gym from home, work from home, hospital from home, school from home, they are all experts in this area, but they are streaming-based companies. That is their common trait. So as you can see, lots of things are being streamed nowadays. And in the media sector, when it comes to streaming, we think about Disney Plus or Netflix or Hulu. You think about the media companies or media tech companies. But these companies, like Peloton, gym equipment provider, Teledoc, Lululemon, and Zoom, these companies are also very much specialized in streaming. So in the future, a lot of companies will be engaged in a streaming war. So when you talk about streaming, you think about Netflix, Hulu, Apple TV Plus, Disney Plus, and Prime Video, and so forth. But in the future, going forward, you'll think about the hospital-related companies, gym-related companies, school-related companies. So a lot of these companies will also enter this streaming war. And so the definition or the concept of streaming will also change. Recently, film Mulan was released. Actually, Mulan was supposed to be released in the theaters and cinema, but Disney Plus recently actually is providing this film with a premium service. So of $30 monthly subscription. So this is a premium VOD service. So it's not a general average of VOD service. It's a premium VOD service, and it is also a part of a streaming media. So a lot of healthcare, a virtual platform, school, and tourism-related companies are going to provide these PVOD services. So when we talk about streaming in the future, we're not only going to talk about the media companies, but also other companies as well. So as such, we're going to see an acceleration of 5G deployment. And we expect that it will be in the next month that iPhone 12 Pro Max 5G, very difficult to pronounce, will be released. So new iPhone will be launched next month, and the 5G iPhone will be widely used in the United States. And if that happens, then it will be possible to deploy faster, speedier internet. So streaming is not only being used or leveraged in the media industry, but also in other industries as well. So in that sense, I believe that the future of travel will be streamed, will be streaming in many ways. So travel will be streamed, and if we talk about the future of commerce, the commerce will also be streamed. And of course, it is happening right now, but this kind of trend will be accelerated in the future. So now I'm being able to present this presentation based on AR and VR technology. But when we talk about the future of work, it will also be based on streaming. So I believe that after COVID-19, post-COVID-19, all companies, so almost all companies will become tech companies and media-oriented companies. And at the core of that trend will be streaming. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Son, for his wonderful presentation. Mr. Son said that everything from home will be our future, and media will have a direction in this kind of new normal environment. And Mr. Son also mentioned that we are having the new normal. So while he's talking, we have our presenter here, and we have Ms. Lee in New York coming together in this kind of virtual space of the DEF, Digital Economic Forum 2020. So this is the time for us to now go to Mr. Lee Sin-ha, the CPO of Spatial. So you are in New York. What time is it there? Hello. Now in New York, it's 11 p.m. in New York. Thank you very much for waking up at very late night. So, Mr. Son, what is your time in Silicon Valley? What time is it there? It's 7 p.m. I see. In Silicon Valley, it's 7 p.m. It's a little bit better for you to stay up. So we're now connecting the whole world for this Digital Forum 2020. So since we are here together on this screen, I feel that we are just in a meeting face to face actually. Before we have our discussion, I'd like now Mr. Lee to have his own introduction. Good morning and good evening. Thank you very much for the introduction. I am a co-founder of Spatial. I am CPO, Chief Production Officer. My name is Lee Sin-ha. As you see here, space reality is something kind of the place for you to have a picture of your avatar by taking your pictures. Spatial is a company to help you to do that. So as if you're working in any of the places in the world, you just have the feeling that with your avatar, you're just cooperating with your co-workers. Yes, thank you. And the future of entertainment and also media can be enjoyed by Mr. Lee. What do you think about the future of media and entertainment? Yes, Mr. Son gave us a very good presentation, and the media companies are now becoming more and more like the technology companies. I am in agreement with his remark. Another thing that I would like to add here is that the media in the future will be, as will be mentioned by Amaze VR, will be coming to the space of the 3D, like a virtual reality. Many things will be changed. One of the things to be changed greatly is that when we are in the virtual reality, the online, they can be connected. However, the users actually they are sitting alone in their living room, or they're just doing the game. They are just can be in the isolated mode. So if the platforms are becoming more converged with the media, that kind of media experiences can be immersed with the social experiences as well. Because even though you're alone in your room, you can just be joined by all other audiences in the rest of the world, as if you're just cheering up together. If it is a game, you're all the cheerers, and also if it is a concert, you're just the audience and dancers here. So you're not isolated, you're not feeling isolated, even though you are alone. So that is something that catches my attention very much. So in the past, we wanted to have the mode of depersonalizing the people. Although people are isolated, all these isolated people can be incorporated and joined together in the VR reality. That is something that is very much beneficial for the people because they have the sense of unity together even though they are staying at home or working from home. Yes, I believe so, because that will be our reality in the future. And also the Zoom is a representative company in the post-corona era. I hope that Special can be another example like that. So I really feel that we are just talking together. So my first question is like this. My first question goes to somebody who can answer this. We have the great mobility issues, and also because of the banning of the assembly, the offline entertainments are being stopped or delayed, so to speak. On the other hand, online content has bigger and bigger demand as VR, AR, and OTT over-the-top technologies are expected to grow ever. So when we have the AR concept and VR concept, it has been a while since they are around in the market. So they are represented by Facebook and Samsung Electronics. They are just makers of the AR equipment. But so far, we have seen some kind of setbacks of these technologies. Why is that? Why did they experience setbacks until recently? Is it only a matter of device, or is it a matter of device and the content and the network together? Mr. Lee, would you like to give an input about that question? Yes. You raised a question. You answered the question in your own question, actually. Because that's, even though there is one technology coming on the market, it will not change the whole world. I don't think that will be happening, or that was happening. As you said, there was a device issue, and also it is network issue as well. So devices should be more lighter. They're becoming lighter and lighter, and also display should be also having the better technologies. When the mobile phones were around, remember that they had some waiting time for several years until the next phase of the item was out in the market. So in the meantime, you have to have the user interfaces accumulating, because it takes time always for the people to give the references and so on. So some people are early adopters and risk takers. Even though market is not open yet, they just enter the market. That means they can lack the content. It's a matter of chicken or egg first. So it's an issue who is developing, who is leading the market first. So we are not having the speed of 7 to 8 years ago at the moment. That is true, you're right. But if you think of the technological development or some other breakthrough technologies, as will be discussed by Amaze VR, if you look at the trend over time, like a year-to-year trend, it is actually increasing, it's going up. So let's compare it to this year, to last year, and the year before, because we have demand on these issues, and also we have the demand that has been increasing by 12 times according to the statistics. So we have some kind of a waiting time. So, however, if you reach an inflection point or singularity, that will just abruptly change the whole picture of the industry. So we were kind of waiting. That's what I would like to say. Mr. Lee, would you like to say a word?
Yes, I believe that in 2014, Facebook actually acquired Oculus at 2 trillion Korean won, and within the VR sector, there was some sort of bubble that was built up. And at the time, of course, the technologies undergo this type of natural process. But during the acquisition timing, actually, the VR technology or software not very much satisfactory to the public because the consumers had to buy a very expensive PC, and we had to embed different sensors at home, and we had to also install a lot of different fixed lines in order to use that kind of devices. So actually a meaningful hardware is the Oculus Quest that was launched last year. And so for the past 4 years, these bubbles sort of burst along the way. And Facebook and Apple and Samsung and Microsoft had been in the process of developing relevant technologies. And since last year, I think that the meaningful use of these devices has really taken off. So Mr. Son is trying to move the wine glass, cocktail glass. So can you stop drinking your cocktail and also share your observations? Oh, this is quite interesting, this platform. Yes, so I have been involved in the AR and VR technology for a long time. And rather than technology, I think that there were some issues regarding the usability of the technology. So a lot of people actually hadn't been adjusted to the use of this technology, but we are very much focused on the technology per se. That is why we fail to notice the importance of explaining about the use of technology, how to use the relevant technologies. So we should have seen some improvements in that area. So, for example, we use the VR technology through smartphones, and Google and Samsung Electronics made a lot of attempts in that area. And their efforts really did help to raise awareness about the VR technologies, but it sort of prevented the consumers from gaining hands-on experience of VR. So the companies like Spatial and the Amaze VR of CEO Lee, so you can see that the technology is quite advanced. So if you look at the consumers could have been exposed to those kind of technologies, I believe that the consumers would feel more familiar with these technologies. And as it was mentioned by our panelists, so I think that we have reached a tipping point. So in 2020, in August or in September, so I think that there were tipping points due to COVID-19, but also the technologically speaking, we're seeing a lot of improvements in terms of technologies developed by Amaze VR and the Milk. So the VR and AR industry itself is booming, also in scale and size. And Apple, whether is going to launch AR glasses in 2020, and I am actually 22, and I am actually using Oculus Quest, and Oculus will probably launch a new version this year. And we hope to see Oculus Quest 2 or 3, so that it will look like more like the ordinary glasses that we use, and so that the consumers will find it more familiar. So if these type of AR glasses come to the market, I believe that these experiences will be more generalized, meaning that its usability will be improved, and I think that in that sense we have indeed reached the tipping point of these technologies in 2020.
Well, thank you very much. Having said that, because of the COVID-19, we are living in a virtual reality just like this now, but the pharmaceutical companies are now developing the vaccines very earnestly. With the vaccines available to all the general public and the vaccination will be made, maybe we can go back to the society where people are meeting face to face once again. What about then? We have any reason for the businesses like this if we have the lower participation by the people on these kind of new technologies? What will happen then? What if people are just out in the street again? Mr. Lee, please. Well, I believe that these kind of new experiences will not be totally replaced even after the COVID-19 normalization. they will go to a different way. For example, if you think of the text messaging SMS or some ideas, they've evolved themselves into the kind of group chatting, like the Kakao Talk or the WhatsApp and so on. So within this kind of context of the COVID-19, we are creating some new experiences, and depending on how effective these experiences are, some of them will survive, some of them will not survive after coronavirus is gone away. As mentioned before, we now have the foundation of the new technologies. If COVID-19 was the reason or momentum for people to utilize it, I know that some of them will be surely surviving. How about Mr. Lee? What do you think about that after COVID-19? Yeah, first of all, in case of my company Special, the purpose of the platform started as an entertainment tool to have collaboration and co-enjoyment together. It started as a way of having the co-working. After COVID-19, work from home became mandatory and lockdown was in place. Therefore, we have 10 times of the usage within a month or two. So we have very special and particular experience. Based on our observations, the work from home is something that is not necessitated only because of the COVID-19. We believe that work from home is some kind of ideal working condition for people. People do not want to commute from work to home every day. They want to just go to work only when they want. They want to work where they want to work actually as well. So this kind of the realization of the demand and desire by the people as well. So if they have all the capabilities, they can work anywhere, even if it's a home or the other in public places or the company. Only the COVID-19 was kind of small stimulus for that. What it did to the people is that they just made the work from home as a compulsory one, and they also enabled people to realize that work from home is really workable and possible. So people now know that we can work from home. And also, they realize that there are a lot of benefits more than the disadvantages in working from home. Even if they have disadvantages, if they solve these issues, shortcomings of work from home with some kind of new platforms or new ideas, I believe that the meanings will be still there, and also they can just continue to work from home, and also they don't care about the distance and so on. If it is you have work from Tucson Park, and you can also collaborate with somebody in the Silicon Valley in the U.S. Wherever you are in, if you are a needed asset, you can participate in the businesses. So the divide in various forms, like the digital divide or the wealth divide or the distance divide will be also solved out. So you can have the work happening anywhere in the world. That is this big benefits. I have one thing to comment here to add. Mr. Son, please. Mr. Lee, I have a question. I'm in Special now, so the sky is very blue. I like it very much. So California is now in that ideal situation because it had very orange color yesterday because of the wildfire, and also today they have gray color. But in Special, the sky is blue, and I can see outside the window. I feel very refreshed and I feel very happy. So in the virtual reality, this is my first time to feel relieved and happy. I really want to see more of the clear sky and blue sky. Having said that, in California and other areas, the global warming situation is aggravating because of the climate change issues. There are more possibilities for us to experience those kind of disasters based off of the climate change. As mentioned before, this kind of entertainment or co-working are also important, and also that's something that might not be replaced by 100% by the offline work or the face-to-face meeting in the future. However, what interested me is that as a part of the programs in the Special, I am able to watch movies together, I can play games with somebody else in the special as well. So that kind of entertainment is something that I can enjoy very much in special. That is big advantage of special. Although we are just globally apart, we are in we are millennium generation. There is kind of ENG next generation people. They can Fortnite or MG or Roblox. They are also creating new kinds of environment within those online space as well. So inside cyber space, inside virtual reality, they have their own corner for the younger generation, next generation. That is something we have to attack to get the revenues out of them. Thank you. And we have questions from the audience.
Yes, so we have Mr. Lee and Mr. Son in this virtual space. Can you shake your hands? Is that possible to do? Can you try to shake your hands? Yes, you are approaching one another, and you've managed to. We can also give each other high fives. So I think the audience wants to know whether this kind of thing is possible. They're very curious to know, and they want to know if we can move the cat also. We can also make it grow. So it cannot move, but it can grow. It can become big and small. Maybe for next time, we'll make sure that it can move around. And there's also a cup of milk on the table, because I wanted to give the cat the milk. So we're feeding the cat the milk. So as such, we are in a virtual reality environment, and it is possible for everyone to gather together and enjoy entertainment services. So we are undergoing these changes, and what kind of impact or opportunities would it have for the media and the startups? So what kind of opportunities and risk do they present? I believe that there are both opportunities and risks for the existing players. The risk would be that they really have to adapt quickly. And as for the new entrants with the new technologies, they will be having more opportunities. And of course, will the market pie grow further is a very important question. But in that sense, I think that there is more opportunity. So although I cannot provide all the answers, if we think about the concert industry or concert sector, so there are concerts like large-scale concerts, like 10,000 and 20,000 spectators. So it's very difficult for now. And there's also limitations in terms of the variety of artists that we can put up the show for, but physically speaking, but in the virtual world, it is possible to embrace more artists. And although we have a lot of limitations or restrictions, once they are addressed, I'm sure that the artists who are less popular can also embrace more opportunities. And although this technology is not used by all the artists right now, I believe that in the future, where the VR technologies will become the mainstream, I think that all the artists will be able to leverage this. So I think there will be more opportunities for the sector, our sector at least. What about Mr. Son? There are always risks, and the risks come not due to external factors, but internal factors, because there have been a lot of AR and VR companies till now, and a lot of them also have disappeared. And all of those that are surviving to these days are indeed very competitive ones. And as I mentioned before, there is a change of generation, generation changes. So that is why technology is important, but since we're seeing a change and transition of generations, that there will be more opportunities for the startups. And I'm very much interested in the concept of metaverse. So we're talking about the online, offline, cyber space. All of these universes are actually being combined into form a metaverse. So we're seeing that there is an increasing number of digital experiences available for the consumers, and we'll be able to build a digital ecosystem based on these digital experiences, and that will present new opportunities for people.
How about Mr. Lee? Yes, I agree with what I heard from the other two gentlemen here. Also, many of the tech companies so far have the experiences of being lagged behind the speed of the industry, not being able to make preparations properly, and they were not able to catch the opportunities. Therefore, I would like to see more of the technologies which are taking opportunities proactively, because we know that many of them have lost their opportunities earlier. So this is a lesson we learned. So many of the people are becoming more agile this time around. So I could feel it nowadays myself. And as Mr. Son mentioned, there can be some capable companies and the latecomers and early comers and so on. So the timing and capability, both of them are very important factors for success. Also, as Mr. Lee mentioned, in the earlier days when acquisition was made, and there were bubbles, and also the bubbles were naturally coming down, and the second wave is now starting to be moving up. And many of the companies were able to catch the moment of having the bubble up again while they were just growing in the future. So that is the result we are seeing at the moment. Yes, thank you. One of the questions coming to us is going to Mr. Lee. Seung-Jun Lee, Steve Lee, when you want to make the high quality content, it will be very expensive. And if can you also think of the user generation content in the YouTube? Is it possible to have the sharing of the businesses in the future? Will that happen? Or if it does, how long do you think it will take before doing that? Yes, thank you. And that is the area we've been focusing our attention for the last 5 years. Only from our company started, we are a content provider, and so we were just trying to solve the issues and problems of the users generating content providers. And because of the expenses, costs, equipment, time, and energy were all these stumbling blocks for the creators. Not all the creators were easily creating their own things. So even in the future, there will not be a time when everybody can become a just instant creator, but within the next 3 to 4 years, the situation will be much better for these creators. Yes, thank you. We have enjoyed this session too from many of the cities here. Mr. Lee from Silicon Valley and Gina Lee from New York. So they are doing businesses in those cities and countries as well. According to the research done by the Ministry of Information and Technology, many of the companies have gone bankrupt after having been the startups. So the closure rate of the startups used to be 1%, but in this industry, the closure ratio, the disruption ratio is like 75%. So many of the startups are just closing down by 75% in Korea. Maybe that is the reason why for these two gentlemen went to the U.S. to have a better business there. So having said that, having your experiences in outside country, do you have any remarks or recommendations to give to the Korean government? Mr. Lee, please. Yes, the virtual reality or the immersed reality that I am in should be given more support by the government. I know that the Korean government have been doing a lot to support this. I am very thankful and I appreciate that. However, we still have a long way to go. We should have the selection and concentration policy in order to grow this business more. If you look at the size of the subsidies or the grants by the government, that is enough actually for any of the companies to become a real immersed reality and VR companies. I know that there are multiple number of VR companies, but none of them are big enough to control or dominate the industry or lead the industry yet. Therefore, I really wish that the government can be more open to the industry, to the rest of the players. The VR industry or sector does not have much of the Korean audience. They only have 3% of Korean participants. We are just gearing toward the rest of the world, it means. Therefore, we have to go to other countries in order to survive as a company. Therefore, that kind of process requires government support as well. If the government is looking to us when we are entering other countries, I believe that there will be a better future for us. Thank you very much. Mr. Jina Lee, please.
Yeah, so as Mr. Lee said, I too concur with his idea. And in order for a company to be successful, I believe that there are several factors that play in. So you have to get sufficient investment to establish good partnerships, and you can also find the right talents and also to find the right consumers. So all of these factors need to be met or satisfied in order to be successful. So in Korea, there are a lot. We have a lot of commercial companies. We have to actually tell the companies in Korea that there is a lot of potential in the AR/VR market, so that they will enter the market. But nowadays, a lot of the platform or hardware leading players are very much concentrated in the United States. So Oculus VR and AR is for Microsoft, the HoloLens products. So I think what boils down as important is to how we're going to, where we are going to focus. In what areas of the market we're going to focus so that we can ensure our survival in the long run. And the more companies will emerge in that direction, their success will be ensured in the longer term. Especially not only for the initial investment, but for the second round of investment or the third round of investment. So a lot of people are looking at the timeline. So if I cooperate or invest in this company, how long would I be able to get the benefits or returns on investments? And the investors also should have a long-term perspective and long-term vision. So one-off investment is not enough for the startup to build the momentum. So basically speaking, so you have to have a long-term vision, and you have to have a look at the cycle or the vision of the market or the industry, and you also need to form a lot of network and partnerships. And if you have the right pool, you really have the government really has to work towards liaising the startups with the relevant partners. So the screen that you're looking at right now is based on VR technology, and we're using a VR device, and we're using the spatial software, and so I think that the software might be a little bit heavy to have a long time discussions for many hours, but I think that for the time being, it is quite promising. And actually, my youngest sister is in her 20s, and even if she plays a VR game for 2 to 3 hours, she has no issue. So as Mr. Son said, the Oculus Quest is going to probably launch its second version in September or in the fall, and I think by that time we'll be able to have access to more generalized or more usable devices. So our two speakers are participating in this discussion with their Oculus goggles on. So I'd like to now move on to the last question. So post-COVID era, offline entertainment will be targeting manias or the big fans, and the online entertainment will actually provide more generalized services, and that's how the online and the offline media businesses will grow or thrive. So what are your views on this argument, Mr. Son? So added to that comment, as I mentioned in my streaming presentation, I think that premium VOD will dominate the market as well. So the offline concert or entertainment business is one thing, but once you actually enter that realm, so you can also get a special experience based on special gathering settings. I think we will actually experience this type of era. So we're not just talking about online versus offline, but the business model itself in the media industry will completely change. And so added to what's been said, that's what I wanted to share. And I would like to emphasize that we also have to pay attention to the changing business models.
Now, Mr. Lee. Tina Lee, please. Yes, I agree with him. Not just the business models, but also other things as well. If we have the universal style or entry-level style of the equipment, means that we have the market for the entry-level products because of the strong foundation. So with the foundation, the market has been risen. That is the reason why we can also have the entry-level equipment or products as well. If we have the bigger number of entry-level products, that is the momentum to just grow into the next phase. So the tools to deliver these things should be ripe enough so that the media in between can be also all across the network. So that is some essential things that we have to prepare. And Steve Lee, please. Yeah, I really agree with the comments made by other people as well. I make some examples of the movie theaters in the 1980s myself. When you remember the experiences of the movie theaters in the 1980s, this is quite different story of what you are experiencing nowadays in your living room with VR. So the equipment that was used in the 1980s, they can be more immersive and the offline. So when we have the distribution channels in the offline, we have the motion chairs and headsets. They're very expensive. Their setup requires about 10 million won. And also the online VR is also distributed with the contents in here. So the content is not up to the level of the quality in here. So we're making a separate market for that because of that intentionally, and price ranges are different as well. So that is kind of way of doing our differentiating businesses. Well, thank you very much. These two guys in the special seem to enjoy themselves very much. So why don't you just give a final remark to say goodbye, Mr. Son, please.
So thank you very much for inviting me to this very meaningful event. And it is a government-sponsored event and jointly organized by Korea Startup Forum. And Milk is also very happy to partner with you to hold this event. And amid this digital transformation, I think the most important thing is people. So I want to encourage everyone to weather through this crisis all together, and that is why I'm sending you this warm heart through the screen as my gesture of encouragement and support to you. And thank you, Mr. Lee, you have the floor. So I didn't really prepare such a cutie closing comments, but Special is known as a collaborative platform, and we were able to provide that collaborative platform today for discussions. And I would like to also ask our audience who are virtually joining us to use this kind of platform in the future to meet with one another and discuss with one another. And I think that future is not very distant. I think that you can have high expectations for that. And we are working very hard. We have worked hard to develop this platform. So thank you very much for using this platform for this forum. Thank you. So with that, we are going to wrap up the session of the future of entertainment and new media. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. once again. So it was quite interesting to see a very intriguing technology, and maybe in a few years' time, we'll be able to maybe all of us can actually join that virtual platform to discuss one another. So maybe we'll be able to engage in a more immersive experience and environment in the near future in the context of this forum. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of the morning session, and during the afternoon session will begin from 1 p.m. So we are going to have a special session from 1 p.m. and we're going to have CEOs of 5 startups that are leading the changes and innovations in the post-COVID digital economic era. So we're going to entertain their insights. And after that 1 p.m. special session, we're going to entertain the second keynote speech by Mr. Andrew Wyckoff, who is the Director of Science, Technology, Industry at OECD, and he's going to talk about the COVID-19 and digitally induced structural change. Followed by the keynote presentation, we're going to have the third session. So today we talked about a job as well in other sessions, but the third session will be focused more on work and a job, employment, and during the fourth session we're going to talk about healthcare. So today, at this age, you hear a lot about the WHO on the news, so we're going to actually have an expert from WHO joining us for session 4. So we look forward to your continued interest and participation for the afternoon sessions as well.
참가해 주신 분들 대상으로도 다양한 경품 이벤트 준비했습니다. 아마 제가 마무리 멘트하면 화면으로 나올 것 같은데요. 화면을 통해서 이벤트에 참석하시고 또 경품도 받아가시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 이것으로
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wrap up the morning session. I will see you back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
잠시 후 1시부터 디지털 이코노미 포럼의 2부 행사가 시작되겠습니다. 포럼 시청자분들은 통역 채널과 음향을 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From now on, we're going to begin the afternoon session for the Digital Economy Forum. So, the start of the afternoon program will be a special session. So, we're going to meet five CEOs of five startups who are leading the change and innovation in the digital economy of the post-COVID era. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Kim Gi-hwan, who is the CEO of MediHere. He is joining us from the U.S. It is quite late at night there. So please, we're going to listen to Mr. Kim first and officially kick off the special session. Please go ahead.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone, I am Kim Gi-hwan from MediHere. It's a pleasure to meet you.
네, 저희 메디히어는 지금 미국과 한국에서 원격 진료
MediHere
플랫폼
is
메디히어를
providing
서비스하고
a
있습니다.
telemedicine platform
지금부터
in
메디히어에
Korea
대한
and
서비스
also in the
소개를
US.
진행하겠습니다.
Now I'm going to go about with the overview of our platform.
메디히어는 가정의학과 전문의가 1차 의료
MediHere
분야에서
is
원격
a
진료를
platform
정기구독
that provides
멤버십으로 제공하는
healthcare
서비스를
services to the
미국을
consumers,
중심으로
so
제공을
by
드리고
the
있습니다.
family medicine practitioner.
지금
So our business is
미국에서는
mostly
이현지
now
가정의학과
focused
전문의
in the
분이 진행해주고
US,
계시고
and
한국에서는
Dr. Lee Hyun-ji
오승민
is currently
부동령 이재용
operating out of the
원장님께서
US,
진행을
and
해주시고
from
계십니다.
Korea we're getting support from Dr.
저희
Ojo
서비스는
and
주요
Lee.
타겟 시장은
And our target, primary target
무제한
market
원격
is
진료
the
및 처방
United States.
멤버십을 1년에
So we
119불이라는
provide a
합리적인
subscription
가격에
service
미국의
of
한인분들과
$119
기업분들에게
per year,
제공드리고 있습니다.
and the service is available to Korean Americans based in the U.S. and
나만의
also the
온라인
businesses, Korean
멤버십을
businesses based in the
연간
U.S.
월에
And
10,000원 정도로
in
개인
Korea,
및
the subscription monthly
기업에게
subscription
제공드리고
fee is about
코로나 시대에 대면 진료로
9,941. And
부담이
with the
가는 많은
COVID-19, a lot of people
저희
have fears
메디히어
about
원격 진료
face-to-face
멤버십에 대한
medical care,
소개
so they are using our
보시겠습니다.
platform. And this is a video about our MediHere platform and also our membership. So you can see that there is a chatbot that provides consultation as well as pre-medical examination services. And there are patients who do not want to show their faces while having this type of consultation. So they can use this chat service to chat with our chatbot. And you can see that we have implemented the same process in the United States and also in Korea. And their services are available in Korean and also in English. So this is how it works. So this is how we provide our telemedicine services. So these are the challenges that we would like to overcome. So our primary market is the US. So let me focus on the US market. So the medical fee and the insurance fee in the US is very high, and it is one of the leading factors for the individual personal bankruptcy in the US. So patients in the US, they have to bear the deductible fees, and these deductible fees are on constant increase. And in the US, a patient has to wait on average 24 days to meet their GPs. So primary medical care is very lacking. And so as for Korean Americans, due to language barriers, they have hard time leveraging the medical service in the US. So because of language and money and time barrier, a lot of Korean Americans fail to seek medical service. So our solution is that we want to provide a seamless and continued telemedical medicine services for the primary medical care. So a lot of actually, by doing so, we can actually reduce premature mortality rate by 19% and save 33% of medical fees. So that is why these are some of the advantages of the telemedicine, and that's why we want to provide these services. So the primary care in Korea is actually provided by family medicine doctors, and in the US, primary care is taken care of by the GPs. So you can see that most of the diseases are covered by the primary care. So like cough, allergies, and insomnia, eating disorders are covered by primary care. So what we want to do is to provide these type of telemedicine services by the family medicine doctors, and this membership is provided at a very affordable price of $119 per year, available both in Korean and also in English. So there is a MediHere clinic that is 8-minute walking distance from the Korean town in New York. So we provide different kinds of medical services, including prescription and face-to-face consultation. And MediHere has applied AI technology to our telemedicine platform. So all these data that are accumulated will be learned by our machine, and we hope to improve the accuracy as well as efficacy of our medical care that is provided. So our services target primarily the US and the Korean market. We want to expand our services in these markets. As for the U.S., there's a high insurance fees and the medical fees. So we target people who are covered by low level of insurance or uninsured, and we want to expand our presence in the U.S. In the near future. So as you can see that the Korean American market in the U.S. is quite isolated. So we believe that it to be a blue ocean. That we also have a target to scale up our services across the United States. So we want to draw lessons, and based on that, we want to secure our competitiveness of the technology and expand our businesses. So the Teledog Mnet is not the target that we want to target. So we want to actually target the primary care telemedicine providers as our competitors. So in Korea, there has been a limited rollout of our service, and we are providing this service at a free of charge in the Korean market, even to date. And telemedicine care, medical care, and the prescription, as well as payment and insurance coverage, claims, all of these are being done through our platform. And as for the membership in Korea, so it will be supported by the family medicine doctors in Korea, who will provide primary medical care to individuals or to businesses. So the individual consumers or the companies can use our services at a monthly fee of 9,000 Korean won. So faced with COVID-19 era, there is an increasing need for telemedicine, and we want to expand our membership in terms of telemedicine and prescription. We want to expand this membership to apply to patient monitoring devices, and we also want to scale up that way, but we also want to scale out. So we want to expand our business, going from New York to California to across the United States, and also the target from Korean Americans to Chinese and the general American public. So we also have other plans for plans of expansion strategy. We want to actually provide a centralized medical concierge platform connecting all of these different devices. A lot of partners are working with us today, and we are together working towards seeking rapid growth. So this is what the Fast Company CEO said. So going to the hospital with a very light disease will not be so unfamiliar in the future. It will be the same as going out to a video rental store and renting out a video. It will be that accessible. So we believe that our platform of services will be useful to the Korean Americans as well as the Koreans who are living in Korea. Thank you. And this wraps up my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for your presentation. I'm sure that a lot of people who are watching this session would be interested to know, have learned a lot about the MediHere services. And facing this COVID-19 era, MediHere will, I hope that it will blossom or thrive as a more innovative platform provider. Now, moving on.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Chun Sang-yeol from Now Busking.
현장에서 대표님들이 발표를 진행하실 계획입니다. 전상열 대표님 나와서 발표 진행해 주십시오.
네, 안녕하세요. 소상공인을 위한 IT 서비스를 하고 있는 나우 웨이팅 서비스를 제공하고 있는 나우 버스킹의 전상열입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 저희는 소상공인을 위한 IT 서비스를 만들어 가고 있는데요. 저희는 특히나
We provide IT services for small businesses, and we're very much focused on F&B market. The F&B market is a market that's used by Koreans every 2 days, and it is growing at a speed of 10% every year. So it is a market that we need to focus on. And at the core of this business, there are small businesses, but the small businesses, unlike large companies, are very much marginalized in the IT industry. The small businesses lack resources, so it is a one-man company, or they have to do a lot of things on their own. And they're suffering from a lot of difficulties, and IT technologies can provide a lot of benefit to small businesses, but small businesses are not in the environment or condition to adopt and implement IT technologies. On the other hand, large companies have a large amount of pool of resources, and it is very easy for them to digitalize. Let us delve deeper. So in the F&B market, there are two main things. So there's employees and also customers that are very important factors. If you listen to what customers say, they say, the labor cost has gone up, and also it is very difficult to provide quality services, and a lot of employees come and go. So it is very important for small businesses to actually retain these employees. And with the development of IT services in the past, we did not use those kind of food delivery platform services nowadays. But nowadays, with Uber Eats entering the market, the Korean market, they actually withdrew from the Korean market. So a lot of small businesses continue to train their part-timers and also the employees at the same time, and at the same time address these challenges that I mentioned to you about. And the management of customer data has become increasingly difficult. If you visit other restaurants, you may have felt this. A lot of the owners who are affectionate about their restaurants, they recognize their clients, but the regular clients. But all of these information is not actually stored and managed in the form of a database, but it is very much dependent on the memory of the owner. So we need to really digitalize all of this, but small businesses are unable to do so. And this year, we were hard hit by COVID-19. So with COVID-19, small businesses are suffering more. In the past, if your store is in a retail zone that is quite popular, you were able to ensure some kind of footfall. But nowadays, there are not many people out in the streets. No matter how clean your store is, how safe your store is, small businesses cannot actually send out the message to their regulars to come and visit them, and visit their stores. So that is why they have changed their mindset. So a lot of the small businesses in the past actually wanted to attract a lot of customers to enjoy their services or their food. But they're reducing their face-to-face businesses, and they actually realize the need to increase the contact-free services, and they feel the need to be able to manage the customer information and data, and they feel the need to maintain the contact point with their customers. So this is the conclusion that we draw. So what the F&B stores need is threefold. First is the digitalization of the stores. Everything that was done face-to-face. For example, in a restaurant where there are lots of lines, when people come in, you have to tell them you have to wait 30 minutes. There are 3 or 4 teams in front of you. But all of that should be and will be digitalized. And as for the ordering, before employees would ask the orders, but now a lot of kiosk and contact-free machine-based order is the popular. And all of these contact-free services will be connected with the customer communication. So there'll be less communication with the customer face-to-face, so this communication needs to be continued on a contact-free basis. And once the communication starts digitally, it is very important to scale it out online. So there are customers who are not visiting offline stores who are resistant to visiting the offline stores, we have to attract them to the online space. In order to address these challenges, we actually have set up this vision to make this place a better place. We want to leverage the IT technology we're competitive in order to address the inefficiencies of the space that we're in, to improve the space that we're in, and to make sure that people will be more fond of the space that we're operating in. So this is a short video of our business, our company. So we are known for a now waiting service. It's a non-face-to-face service. So for example, when there are restaurants where a lot of people are waiting in line, they can actually register information. And once it is their turn to get into the restaurant, they will get notified through a message. So this is a video that explains about the now waiting service. So how is now waiting used in a cafe? This is a POS ordering system. So the employee actually can get an order with the quick menu, and the customer can accumulate his or her miles and registers or keys in the contact number. So it's her eighth visit. So the system knows the customer. So it is very important to attract the hearts of your regulars. And also try to use the kiosk when ordering. So customers will key in his contact number, and the coupons are automatically issued. So you can also automatically pay and get your stamps. So the operational fee for the store owner also goes down. And all these orders are managed in an integrated manner. So you can also view the orders in order, and you don't need to print out paper receipts as well. So while you're preparing the menu, the customer will actually have a look at the Kakao channel of the store and add the store to their channel. And then the customer can send the messages about the store through the Kakao channel to their friends. So once the food or the beverage is ready, with one click on the KDS screen, you can call your customer. The customer can get the information through a vocal message or can get a message through a Kakao Talk, a pickup alarm talk. And you can also get the orders from the Kakao Talk chatbot ordering system. So you can also pay automatically, and you can actually order before you visit the store to minimize your time wasted. So let us now check the sales of today. So from the order, payment, accumulation of miles, and to calling out of the customers, everything can be addressed through now waiting. So all the data are stored in the system. So you can have a look at the daily sales and also the regular customers as well. And you can see that there are lots of regulars visiting our customers. So please try to use the now waiting CRM to attract your customers. Your customers will become more fond of your store, and you'll get more fans for your stores. What kind of services would your store need? IT services for the small businesses. Please get consulting for now waiting. So the video talks about a lot of things. So first of all, small businesses or small stores, you can see that the ordering channels are quite diverse. There is face-to-face order or kiosk and non-face-to-face ordering. And all of these ordering channels channel all the orders, and all of these orders channeled through will be managed in one system. When you call out the customer, you can do it via mobile or face-to-face, and all of this data become the customer data, and the store will remember who the customers are and will better serve the customers. So now waiting actually gathers the customer data offline and online. And there are lots of stores that are joining in our initiative, and they're using our system. And there are about 2,600 stores that have adopted our system, and about 18 million users are using our system, our services, and more than 2 billion transactions are taking place every year. So you can see that there is order data, visit data, and the payment data that are being accumulated in a database. So it's not just a matter of collecting the data, but it's very important to preserve and maintain the contact point with the customers. So this is a talk. So actually, you can use the Kakao Talk to process all of these orders, and naturally the store can actually develop and preserve the contact points with the customers. So all of these customer data will be used to categorize our clients or customers. It's very difficult to categorize the customers. So you can see that there's a categorization from new customers to regular customers, average customers, and so forth. And these are some of the examples of the CRM usages. So for example, we actually select 300 people who have waited the most in line in a restaurant and give them out presents. And also you can give out presents or gifts to the customers who have waited for their long time to get their food in the store. So you can see that we were able to see the revisit rate spanning from 30 to 70%. So all of the activities that are taking place in the store, entering, ordering, payment, and food manufacturing, sales management, and CRM. So all of these steps in the cycle are put into data and are analyzed. So as I said, the offline data and data analytics are combined, and we want to scale out our business online. So online scale out is the following. So as I said, a lot of the stores in the past actually wanted to sell more products to the customers who are visiting the stores. But we want the customers who went back to reorder the products or services through online, and we want them to be able to give this kind of a present, like a food voucher or coupon, to their friends to share their experience. So, as I said, we want to collect better the offline data of our customers that are in our stores. We want to continue to connect this data with our customer services, and we want to scale out our businesses based on these analytics so that we can improve the lives of the store owners. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was Mr. Chun from Now Busking. Actually, when we talk about the platform online, this is about the natural way of collecting data from the customers, but SMEs or mom and pop store owners who are working offline have difficulty of gathering the data from the customers, let alone making a collection of database. But if they just listen to his presentation and his business, they will be benefited a lot. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Lee Hyo-jin from 8% for another presentation. His business is very much diversified for the SMEs, and also the fintech is another area that Mr. Lee is going after. Hello, I am Lee Hyo-jin from 8%. So, we're faced with a lot of challenges due to COVID-19, and it is indeed first time for me to step on stage and talk in front of an empty public, but I'm sure that after we overcome these challenges, we'll be happy to see the faces of the participants who are physically present in the meeting. So today I'm going to talk about the acceleration of the untaxed or contact-free finance. As you can see, this is the content of my presentation, a brief overview of our company 8%. I'd like to talk about what kind of financial trend changes that we're seeing, and I would like to also talk about the post-COVID era. So in the post-COVID era, what kind of changes that we need to focus on. So 8% is a company that has actually entered the financial loan market of 8 trillion won at a low and medium interest rate. So you can see that there's been a lot of gap between different interest rate related loans in the past. From 2010 to 2016, there's been a lot of high rate loans, but from the mid 2015, we're seeing a lot of middle rate loans that are appearing. And as of the end of 2017, out of the household debts of about 70% of those debts were more than 20% interest rate. So that is why we've seen an emergence of a lot of companies targeting the mid-rate loan market, and we've seen a lot of growth of this market ever since. So in 2019, this portion has increased to 50% out of the entire household debt. If you look at the end of 2017-2018, you can see that the outstanding balance of the high interest rate has not decreased. So you can see that there are lots of people who are still taking out high interest rate loans. So 8% is focused on implementing the P2P approach for the first time in the financial market. So we efficiently contact or connect the borrowers as well as the investors, and we are focused on attracting the borrowers, as well as providing the loans, and also the managing the loans. So we're trying to reduce the interest rates of the borrowers. So we've seen a high growth, and we have become a #1 player in terms of middle interest rate personal or household credit loan, and our loan amount is 25 trillion won. And we're seeing a lot of growth. So behind this high growth, there is an automated system. So we have about repayment transactions of 6 million transactions per month, and we're also handling about 1,000 loans per month. So we have a quite solid IT background or foundation. And one of the biggest buzzwords in our sector, even within the finance sector, within the P2P world, it is the implementation of the law. So the Online Investment Related Finance Act was enacted and was implemented from last August. So we believe that the P2P business will pick up. And this is very meaningful in Korea and also around the world, because we were the first in the world to implement the P2P lending act. And in Korea, the lending license was actually created for the first time in 17 years. So our 8% has now engaged in the online investment-related finance businesses as well. So you can say that we have managed to gain more trust and confidence in the market. So with that, I briefly explained about what 8% is about. And now I'm going to talk about the current trends. So before COVID-19, of course, there was an acceleration also of contact-free banking. So there are lots of offline stores that were closing shop and moving to online. But nobody had difficulties. We did not have a lot of difficulties because we could take out loans through mobile phones. And during the COVID-19, it was possible to also actually the number of people who were opening up their accounts online increased 50% to 80% compared to a pre-COVID era. So you can see that the contact-free financing has accelerated and has taken off, and the 8% is also a prime untapped service company provider, and for the past 4 years we have seen a CAGR of 73% growth. And in the financial market during the COVID-19 era, one of the biggest changes was the uncertainty about the future. So even though you have a job now, you still feel uncertain about the future. And that is why people are taking out a lot of loans. And you can see that the household loan and the mortgage loans have increased a lot. And because the interest rate is low and the future is uncertain, because of that uncertainty, and in order to invest and speculate, a lot of people are taking out a maximum amount of loan. So 8% has identified this type of trends. And a lot of our customers have a credit rating of grade 4 to 7. So it's a middle level grading. From the first quarter and third quarter, we've seen a lot of loan taken out by high credit worth clients. So a lot of high credit worth clients are taking out a lot of loans, and they're using our services to get more loans than before. And during the COVID-19, one of the biggest financial trend was trying to make your investments. And the households are making a lot of investments, and you're also taking out loans to invest in stock market. And the university students, college students are taking out loans to invest in the stock market as well. And a lot of young people who used to invest in luxury goods last year are now investing in the stock market. And the same applies to the real estate market. In the real estate market, there's not been a lot of transaction because of the real estate act that's been implemented. But people are taking out credit loans in order to purchase apartments, and that portion has increased a lot. And especially people in their 30s are looking to acquire a lot of apartments in Seoul. So because they believe that if they don't purchase an apartment now, they would never be able to purchase an apartment in the future. It is based on that fear that they acquire a lot of apartments. So that is why 8% is also responding to market changes with innovation. So we improved our existing products and we have a deposit bank product that was launched in May. So I would like to explain briefly about this product. First is that there is a less loss-related stress, and second is you can actually make investment with one click on mobile, and third is you can withdraw the money anytime you want. But actually the profitability, a return on profit is about 3 to 4%. It's a bit lower than the existing P2P products, lending products, because during the COVID-19 we've seen two major investment trends. So there's been a lot of betting on the upside assets with a lot of upside potential. And the second was that a lot of people were investing in assets where we could secure liquidity. So for example, there's a lot of outstanding fund in the stock market. So it was either a matter of upside potential or liquidity during the COVID-19 era. And we focused on the products to secure liquidity. That's why we developed this product. We released a beta product service. And for 500 people with a cap of 2 million Korean won, we sold out the product and we managed to sell out the account opening. And after that, ever since, we're also seeing an increasing demand in this product. So we believe that this product is fit for the COVID-19. And after the beta service, once it is successful, we're going to roll out for good the service into the market. So up until now, I mentioned about the major financial trends in the COVID era and how our company, 8%, is responding to the trend with innovative product. Now, I would like to talk about, I don't know if there's going to be a post-corona era. A lot of people are talking about mid-corona, but anyways, we have to prepare for the post-corona era, and I'll focus my remarks on two aspects. First is digitalization, and second is intermediation, post-intermediation. So there has been a large portion of offline financial services that are still quite widespread. For example, like the PV centers, the offline was very important for these type of businesses. But because of COVID-19, even the PV businesses are being digitalized, or the P2P method without any intermediary or any broker or agent is becoming very popular. So de-brokerage. So everything is now being connected with digital, and it has become very important to be able to meet your climates. So 8%, we provide an asset management application, a simple one-click transfer of money. And we are also actually partnering with some major banks and internet banks, and we are also developing a same APIs with existing banks to showcase very innovative models. And since the Online Investment Related Finance Act is implemented, it will have a very big impact on the institutional investors. It's because it has actually provided the legal foundation for institutional investors to invest in P2P. So 80% of the investors in the US are the institutional investors in the P2P. I believe that trend will also be the case in Korea as well in the near future. So fintech companies are adopting smart work systems, and this is becoming more and more popular. And during the COVID-19, so we at 8% also adopted a flexible working system, and you can see that we have leveraged a lot of collaborative tools and platforms to do work. And we did use collaborative tools in the past, but we did not have as many virtual meetings as now. We realized that virtual meetings are quite effective, and even after COVID-19, I think the virtual meeting trend will continue. And not only in fintech, but also financial companies actually could not imagine working at home until now, before COVID-19.
if it were not for COVID-19, of course, IT companies were used to working from home, but financial companies were not so. But because of COVID-19, they were obliged to do so, but they realized that it was quite effective as well. So that is going to bring about a change to the financial companies. And the financial companies need to separate their networks because in order to protect the asset of the customers, they need to have an intranet that is disconnected from the extranet. So there are some difficulties with regards to the smart work for the financial companies, but I believe that this will be a good business opportunity. How we are going to facilitate the network separation of the financial companies will be an important business, so that we can better protect the network and better protect the information of our customers. Ascent is very much interested in that kind of model or system. So if you have any good ideas, please let us know. Now this wraps up my presentation. So I mentioned about the contact-free finance acceleration and the 8% cases. So we are going through a lot of difficulties. Government, institutions, large companies, small companies, and startups. I'm sure that everybody has a role to play. I hope that we will weather through this difficulty with a lot of wisdom and insight. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your presentation. So we were able to have a look at the P2P lending products of 8%. And also, she mentioned about the network separation, which is the key word in the fintech sector. Thank you.
Now moving on to the AI-related startup. Mr. Kim Dong-hwan from 42 Maru will be the next presenter. Mr. Kim, would you please go ahead? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Dong-hwan from 42 Maru. My presentation today is about this business strategy for the untech era and the post-corona. Although this is not a big buzzword in the industry, I'm going to talk about some of the possible solutions that can be done in the field nowadays. And also I'm going to come up with some actual best cases and examples. Let me give you my introduction of our team. So for the last 10 years, we have been working for researching and industry. Deep learning, which has been out in the market recently, has been used for our query as well. So we would like to understand the queries as accurately as possible, not just the structured, but also the unstructured data. And the only possible answers can be elicited from our platforms called the data service, a chatbot. And also, we have global record of our businesses, and as seen before, we have a lot of award-winning experiences. For example, the MRC machine learning competition in Stanford University, and also we have attended those competitions, and also we jointly ranked #1 along with Google for this machine reading competition. Also, recently, Techstars London program was given to us as an awardee, which is an accelerator, the biggest size in Europe. So that means that we are just entering the European market nowadays as well. Since I'm talking about the post-coronavirus era, well, we are doing business. We cannot say that we are not affected by the pandemic either, because we were having difficulties of moving around, going to Europe or other places on business. That is why we are starting to have more business presences in the Southeast Asian countries like Singapore. Also, we have our source technologies, and rather than just focusing on a couple of companies only, as you see here, we have wide range of applications serving many customers. For example, the e-commerce, call centers, automobiles are our next areas of doing business. As made well known to you, work from home has been expanded because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Non-face-to-face or on-tech services have been increasing in size. They used to be in this market, but they are ever growing nowadays after the pandemic. For example, in the past, in life insurance companies, the businesses have been done in face-to-face mode by 96.8%. For the non-life businesses, they have the businesses with the meeting people by 86.4%. That is a story before the pandemic, but they have to move to the untech or non-face-to-face businesses. They have to have the tools to help them, therefore. Also, the support has been made for this to happen. Let me give you immediate example that you can resonate yourself. Maybe some of you might be relevant to that. I'm not saying that you are the people who have been affected, but you might have some questions regarding the issues where you have to go if you are infected. Just in case, I'm talking about just in case. Then you might have a lot of questions and queries to the relevant public medical offices, but you might see the inundation of the data flowing very quickly, so you can have some waiting time for such a long time. Therefore, that was kind of bottleneck that we experienced among the people, and we found it very interesting to solve the problem. That is why we created a chatbot using AI technology so that the queries can be minimized in number by having the data collection and analysis, and also the response time can be reduced dramatically. Now, I'll be talking about the business cases and also the actual best practices here. So we have 3 areas of doing businesses here, as you see here. In relation to the actual businesses and the companies, what we are doing is to make the businesses inside more efficient. Although they do not have to go for the additional equipment, they can utilize better and more efficiently what they have. So they can have the further productivity. Also, because of the new environment and everything is very new to us, therefore the details can be missed out. Therefore, the risk detection should be made, or risk prediction should be needed. So that's one thing that we are focusing our areas on. Another thing is about chatbot. The previous chatbots were working based on the queries, based on the rules, and so on. So they were called rule-based chatbots. However, from last year, roughly, because of the technological advancement, they were voluntarily looking for the right answers even before being asked questions. So it's an automatic system that AI just enables the chatbots to find the answers beforehand. Also, thirdly, we have smart devices. So these kind of technologies are incorporated into the smart devices as well. Let me give you now the first example, the use case. That's about the shipbuilding business. When you have the shipbuilding, you have the communications working very well between the ship owners and the shipbuilding docks. They have a lot of face-to-face meetings in the past when they have the ship built for the owners. They might have a lot of questions from the side of the ship owners, and recently emails have been used frequently. So like in the past, the emails had to be analyzed in order to find the keywords, and they have to find out whether they are just adaptable or not, or they can be adapted after changing or modifying the content. However, our system, which after being used for the shipbuilding shipyard, it will take about 2 days for the experienced ones, and it will take about 5 days for the juniors in the past, while they were using the traditional ones. However, using our system, the query-based system, they can reply the answers within 1 hour. Anybody can do that. And also, in addition to that, they can also detect where there are any poison pills at all in these emails, or they can check the fit to the specifications, whether their specifications are right to their needs or not. Another use case is for the financial company, and the call center people are also using this tool and system in order to reduce the time to respond to the customers and the callers. In the past, they had to find the answers by clicking each and every one of these boxes in order to answer the replies from the customers. So they just showed all these possible answers in a row. However, our system enables them to have a very big view and panoramic view altogether, so they can find the answers immediately. Another application is for the lead test for the law school students, and also they had a lot of risks for having the redundancies of the questions and the passages for these questions and in the test. Because of the legalities of these terminologies, they might have some errors and misunderstandings, but we can avoid those misunderstandings as well. Plagiarism can be also reduced as well for this program. Use case, the next one is about the smart factory. When we have the repairs in the factories, they had to have the data collection for the record of the repairing. Learning is needed in order to accumulate all this data. In the past, they didn't have the management of this kind of repairs and the repair histories and so on. All the solutions to the repairs and the problems were different depending on the level of skills of the operators. Also, depending on the time of the day, they had different solutions to the same problems or the issues. In the past, they had to check one by manual job because of the differences in this data. However, now we're using the AI technology in order to emulate what people are doing in order to find out and also collect and just arrange all the errors and troubles according to the severity. Also, another use case is for the help desk inside the companies. Inside companies, they have a lot of complaints to deal with, the issues and also the problems with the rest of the employees. A particular time of the day can be very crowded because of the just inundating questions. In order to solve out the bottleneck of time, we can use the chatbot to just clear up the questions. So in a way, we can say that it is a kind of idea that we're using avatar, one person. That's another area we can do. And also, if we are reduced with the unnecessary burdens of the jobs, I can be more productive in my way of working. I can be even more creative in doing this. So all these kind of detailed redundancies can be solved out by chatbots like me. For example, while we're doing the non-face-to-face activities of our job, these chatbots will be very useful. Another area that we can use for the case will be the regulations and the supervision. We can check whether the compliance is well observed in this kind of business activities through the regulation and supervision. In the past, the people had to use their own force and power and time in order to know and understand what areas have been breached. But now we can use the AI system and chatbot to do that. Call centers and telemarketing is another area for the use case. From last year, there have been a lot of chatbots introduced in the company. And also, in the past, we had to rely on manual jobs, even though we had the chatbots. But chatbot technology has been improved to a great degree so that we don't rely on the manual jobs anymore. And telemarketing is also another area where telemarketers can be reduced with their burdens. The telemarketers, when they enter the businesses, some of them are more productive than others, and some of them are less productive than others. So in that case, they wanted to know the reason why. In order to understand why they are doing better or worse than others, they had to go through all the recordings and analysis and evaluation. However, this kind of evaluation of the telemarketers can be done by this kind of chatbots as well. Another thing I can show you is about the financial companies and the life insurance companies. They had mis-selling issues. After selling the businesses and products, they found that there was errors in selling and persuading the customers. They can proactively know what can be the areas of mis-selling before selling the products. Nowadays with the chatbot, that will be very useful as well. Another thing is about anti-money laundering practices, and this application can solve the international problems. In extreme cases between countries, because of the anti-money laundering breach issues, they had to pay the fines of the multi-million dollars. In this case, if we use this chatbot against anti-money laundering, they can just check out whether they can have some breaches or non-compliances and so on. In the past, when they had to use the manual jobs by the people, they only took a lot of time. Time was spent more than needed, therefore they already lost the opportunity to get the chance of just catching up with these breaches. So another area. That's about the HR and recruitment. So this kind of recruitment chatbot can be used for clearing up the queries and questions from outside. Whenever they have the announcement of the new recruitment, they have to work on all these kind of queries. These chatbots can just answer all the questions from the applicants or candidates. Also, at the end of the year, the tax issues can be solved out by using the chatbot as well, because end of the year is the season for the taxation. You can see another example of chatbot here that's used for the sales in the past in the smartphones and the payment plan. The call centers or the customer centers were selling the services to the people who receive the calls, but we're now using the chatbot. We're replacing these callers with chatbots, and also the inquiries from the outside has been reduced by 1/5, so that all these questions have been already cleared up. Now you're looking at a lot of robotics applications as well. We have the Pepper, we have the Rabbit technology used for this robots, and they're answering the questions. The Rabbit, which is produced by Uncount, is a reader of books for children, the toddlers and the preschoolers. So this kind of robots can answer the questions spontaneously from the students and young children. They don't just read out from textbooks only. These technologies have been also used for the schools as well. Connected system has been used for the speaker as well, and also we have the smartwatch system, and also connected car is another area. So when you have the test driving, you have kind of supervisor at the end of the back seat, and the explanation can be made by these people in the past. But this kind of chatbot at the back of your cars can answer your questions or guide you through the navigation and also the driving. So sometimes because of the COVID-19, you're not allowed to enter a car with another person that you're not really sure about the infection. So this will be a very good chatbot to avoid you from being infected by COVID-19. So it was a very time-limited presentation, so I had to go through this very quickly. I'm very sorry about that. And if you have more questions, please contact me. I'll be answering the questions. Of course, that will be online question and answer, but I'll be doing my best in order to answer your questions. Thank you.
So that was Mr. Kim from 42 tomorrow. So we're getting a lot of questions from the audience, and they're asking, AI is a double-edged sword, and, will we be really seeing a future where a robot will be sitting next to me at work? So actually, we're going to address these questions during the session focusing on work and job. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Mr. Kim. Now, moving on to the last part of today's session, it's about the digital healthcare.
Now, Lunit will have Mr. Seo-Pum-Seok, CEO, to have the presentation, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to see you. I am an MD and also CEO of Lunit. My name is Seo-Pum-Seok. Lunit is a company of making AI services. In 2013, our company was incorporated. At that time, we had our team of the PhDs and MDs majoring artificial intelligence at that time. So we had a lot of ways of developing our businesses in the beginning, and we wanted to go for other businesses. And then later, we wanted to focus on the business areas that we can be the best. So that is the medical area that we wanted to be in. So last year, we had our conclusion that cancer is the most vulnerable attacking factor of the people. 1/3 of the people might catch a cancer within their lifetime when they live in, and also 25% of the people can have the responses to the cancer treatment. So that is why we decided to focus on cancer. What do you think is the meaning for overcoming cancer?
actually, in itself, in theory, it's very simple. Cancer in itself is a difficult thing to do, but overcoming cancer is not that complicated because you have to have the very effective diagnosis in the beginning. Many of you might have had this test in order to be diagnosed for cancer, whether you didn't have it or not. Another thing, or the next thing we have to do is to have the effective treatment. So that's it, the diagnosis and treatment. That's all about overcoming cancer. However, it is not accurate as you think, because if you think of the lung cancer, even if you have the test doesn't guarantee that you have 100% of accuracy because they have 30% of error rate already. Also, when you have the treatment, the response ratio to you is only 25%. It means that in the medical field, you have a lot of things that you have to improve upon. So that is the starting point where we had our businesses. So in the beginning, when we have the LUNIT system, if we use the AI system for the diagnosis, this diagnosis has become more effective. So we are helping them to have more accuracy in the diagnosis and detection. So we have more than 50% of the cancer patients to be diagnosed earlier than before. The second thing, which is about the treatment, we also have LUNIT Scope, which is able to have the additional immunotherapy to the 50% of cancer patients. So we have very, very accurate data about what kind of therapies they have to have according to the symptoms. For example, in the immunotherapy, they have the record of having the more of the treatment by 50% of patients. For this kind of vision that we wanted to solve, so far we have accumulated world-class artificial intelligence capabilities. For example, we have been designated as one of the AI 100, which is a very well-known CB Insight, and also we have been selected as one of the Digital Health 150. Also, Davos Forum picked us as one of the Technology Pioneers 2020. We also had a lot of award-winning experiences, and we just exceeded and overdid Google, IBM, Microsoft, and so on and so forth, and we have been also carried the articles about our company as well. I'm not saying that technology itself can solve all the problems of the medical areas. Therefore, we need more resources. That's why we had to partner with many other hospitals and other medical companies. So far, we have had a very successful network of these partner companies, both as in research institutions, but also the hospitals. We have been successfully using their resources, papers, theses, in order to prove that they can be correctly improving our systems and results. Now I'm going to give you how we are doing in terms of the diagnosis, how we can improve the effectiveness using AI in LUNIT Insight. So using artificial intelligence, we are improving the readability capability by doctors. That is the core essence of what we are doing. As before, this has been proven already by the doctors, and when we have the x-rays on the pectoral areas, we had the readability performance of both by the physicians and the LUNIT. We proved that the LUNIT's readability is higher than people. Also, what is important here is that when we had the readability of our system compared to the traditional machine system, our LUNIT system has been higher in terms of the readability. It only means that the early diagnosis or detection of cancer can be possible. Let me give you another very good example in this slide. So if you see the case here in 2016, there was a 54-year-old man. He was diagnosed as the cancer for the lung cancer phase 3. And also, although he was diagnosed as normal beforehand for the previous 3 years, he was proven to be okay. However, actually using our system, that was different story, because we were able to detect what he was developing over the years of 3 before being fully diagnosed as having the lung cancer. So he must have been fully recovered if he had used our Lunit system 3 years before he was fully diagnosed. And from last year, we were able to commercialize our systems in the early phases. Many of the companies and customers are using our systems. So if I give you the numbers here, the paid customers are about 130 hospitals. And also we have about 3 million analyses here and in 80 different countries. And also we have our partner companies like GE Healthcare and many other international medical companies. I've been talking about the cancer diagnosis and treatment using AI system. Now let's talk about what we are doing against the COVID-19 crisis. We are also trying to make contribution to solving the problems of COVID-19. Here's an example. As for the radiograph here, so we have about a total of 10 cancer or the diseases that we detect, including the lung cancer. So the lung cancer has been added onto the machine learning system before being commercialized. If you look at the process of making diagnosis for the COVID-19, this is how they are doing. When the people who are suspicious of the COVID-19 come to the hospital or public center, they have to go through the PCR center, polymerase chain reaction system. They have to wait a couple of days, 1 or 2 days. In the meantime, they didn't know what to do. They just went home, and while not being confirmed about being a case, they can do whatever they want. If they did, the traceability can be a problem. He must have spreading the disease in that 1 or 2 days. However, using our system, we don't have to let him wait or her wait for a day or 2, because it takes only 5 to 10 minutes before deciding whether that person is a case or not. Immediately after that detection, we of course can do the following procedures according to the results. Now we are exporting the system to other countries so that other countries can use the system. As a result of that, I hear that many of the customers are very happily using the systems at the moment. Especially those countries that have been plagued by the bigger number of cases than Korea. They also suffer the shortage of the medical people. Therefore, this kind of system was very helpful for them to expedite their systems according to the surveys by the customers. Last but not least, I'm going to talk about the applications of AI to the treatment of cancer. When you try to have the treatment of cancer, first of all, you have to use the radiograph to know where they are in the tissue, and also ultimately you have to have the tissue test. Through the tissue test, you can identify whether this person has cancer or not. This kind of process is quite complicated and it's very difficult to analyze. At the moment, we have a lot of physicians who are working with us. This is quite complicated. They said it's only the yes or no to the cancer reaction or not. We cannot know further information. So into the slide data, if you use the AI system for kind of detection system, we can even know whether this person will be reacting to a particular drug or not. So that is the system we have developed. It is still under development. We have not commercialized yet, but I'm going to disclose today what we have been doing. So far, we have the 42 people who are reacting to the immunotherapy agent out of 100 only if they are stage 4 lung cancer patients in the past. However, using the AI system used together, that number of 42 was increasing to 62 out of 100 case stage 4 lung cancer products when they are using the immunotherapy system. So if they want to have the more therapies, they can just decide accordingly. So this is helping the treatment of the cancer for many patients. So far, our company has been working on the cancer diagnosis, treatment, and COVID-19. However, in the future, we're going to expand our business areas further beyond these three applications. We will be able to apply the AI applications to all kinds of diseases or parts of the innovative medical practices. Our goal is to be immersed in every corner of the medical industry, and ultimately customized medical treatment can be possible as well. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. That was Mr. Saw, CEO of Lunit. And through the AI system, the medical area will be also renovated a lot, and that gives me a lot of optimism. I'm looking forward to hearing more success stories from Lunit in the future. Through this session, we can also see many of the ideas coming from the new startups, and some of the startups are just arising by overcoming the COVID-19 situations, and there are the live examples which have been really surviving the COVID-19. So the afternoon session will just move on with other presentations and keynote speeches and so on. So from now on, please allow me to have a 10-minute break before rearranging the podium here for the sessions afterwards. But please stay tuned, don't go away, because we will be back in 10 minutes.
I am back. A pleasure to see you again. Now we are going to continue with the afternoon session for the Digital Economy Forum. So I am Choi Ji-young, who will be the MC for today. So following the keynote speech in the morning session, we're going to have another keynote speech in the afternoon session, which will be delivered by Mr. Andrew Wyckoff, who is the Director for OECD Science, Technology, and Industry. And the presentation title will be COVID-19 and Digitally Induced Structural Change. So he is up on the screen, so we are now going to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to participate in this prestigious conference. I only regret I can't be personally in Seoul today. It's my intent to use the keynote to kind of give you a bigger picture from the economic perspective, which we hold here at the OECD. But let me step back for a second. Many of us, certainly me, have been watching this digital transformation for many years, which in some ways has been going on for more than 50 years. And I actually started my career on something that looked like the upper left-hand corner piece of equipment. But we've seen a number of huge milestones over this time that have enabled us to really become a digital economy and society. And each of these has marked I think, a fundamental turning point in the road towards becoming a digital economy and society. And it's hard to predict what a technology is going to do. I think few would have predicted the impact of the smartphone on both the economy and the society. But most of the major transformations that have occurred so far have been technological in nature. It's been technology that has resulted in how business is conducted and the behavior of people. Now, just to contrast this, not everything we thought was going to be big turned out to be a huge seminal event 10 years later. Some things that were supposedly big things, I remember the Y2K crisis, have almost been forgotten by many, and were just a blip along the way rather than a seismic event. Now, the OECD has recently just completed a 2-year study that was a rather wide-ranging study that took stock of the digital transformation from what we call whole of government perspective. And by that, I mean we engaged 14 different policy committees at the OECD. The Committee from Tax to Trade to Competition to Education and 10 more. And we did this to assess how the digital transformation may have changed the nature of policy making in each area. Now, the synthesis of our work is contained in these 2 volumes, which I refer you to. And I'd like to draw on this work for the next few minutes to talk about the broader impact of the digital transformation on our economy and society before thinking about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. To do so, I would argue you need to assess the nature of digital technologies and the properties of these technologies that are transformative for the economy. We've begun to do this in this paper listed below. And the reason for doing this is to ensure that the policies, many of which date to an earlier era, are fit for purpose in the digital era, which has quite different economic properties. These are the 3 main categories that we think are transformative in the digital economy. And we break these out into then 7 what we call vectors of different phenomena that affect the economy. I won't go through all of them today, but I'd like to talk about 3 that I think are particularly important in the context of COVID-19 and the structural change we see underway. The first of these is what we call scale without mass, which is a term borrowed from Eric Brynjolfsson, who's at Stanford. And it refers to the nature of digital products, that while they have fixed costs, their marginal costs are very low, sometimes close to zero. This, combined with network effects, where as more people join an app, it becomes that much more useful and valuable, allows these digital products to reach massive global scale in a very short time. It's what some call winner-take-most outcomes. And they do so with comparatively little mass. And by mass, I mean buildings, people, things with a physical footprint on their own. And this lack of a physical existence runs counter to many of the policies that we have in place, including that on taxation or labor laws. They presume you have a physical presence in a sovereign area. The second vector I'd like to talk about is what we call panoramic scope. And this is because digitally enabled products or firms tend to operate in many different markets or industries simultaneously, thanks to clever use of data and versatile software. Smartphone is a great example. It has everything from a phone to a camera, to a music player, to maps, to credit cards. And this allows what are called multi-sided business models, which further complicates regulations that are typically narrowly defined by specific sectors overseen by specific ministries. Now, the last one I want to talk about is what we call intangibles as a new source of value. And this reflects the fact that the notion of capital is changing, and with it, what constitutes a production function value creation. At university, I learned the production functions were about labor and capital being combined to produce things, and capital consisted of equipment, machinery or structures, and physical things that occupy real geographic space. But increasingly, firm value creation comes from intangible capital, like R&D or intellectual property or skills, organizational know-how, software, and data. This is well known in Korea. These intangibles are at the heart of purely digital firms, but increasingly are remaking traditional sectors like aircraft or agriculture or computing, where value is now derived from new services spun off of this capital. And this allows the intermingling, the blending of intangible capital with traditional tangible capital. Now, this is especially the case for another intangible asset, which I would argue is relatively new. And that is the arrival of data, but particularly big data, as an asset for the firm. And it gives huge competitive advantage to organizations that can harness it and exploit it. But it has some properties that are much different from other types of capital, such as it being what are called non-rivalrous. This means multiple users can use it at the same time without diminishing its value. It's non-depreciable. Old data can be very, very useful. And it's easily combined with other sources of data that further enhances its value. Now, having gone through that, and this is drawing from our Going Digital report, I now want to pivot and talk about COVID and the pandemic and the likelihood that we'll be dealing with this virus or its impact for some time. Now, the vectors of digital transformation that I just briefly described are becoming more important in the COVID era and are beginning to differentiate, I would argue, the winners from the losers. As the CEO of Microsoft has said, he feels we've seen 2 years worth of transformation in just a few months. And many have asserted we're at this inflection point where COVID is a catalyst for the digital transformation. And in fact, more fundamentally, I would say, the COVID epidemic and the need to maintain social distance and enact measures to limit contagion have had a very negative effect on sectors that enable mobility, such as cars or air travel. And even some parts of the digital ecosystem, like smartphones, that are predicated on mobility, enhancing mobility, have shown a decline. And this decline, Gartner just confirms this decline has persisted into the second quarter of 2020. And what we're seeing instead is a shift back to good old fixed lines, laptops, and desktop computers. And demand for real estate is fundamentally changing. I'm just zooming in here on New York City, where Manhattan apartment costs are dropping rather significantly. And contrary to this, we're seeing people go to the suburbs where there's now renewed demand for living at a distance and staying in place without interacting with others. Now, there are a lot of sectors that can enable social distance, and this is the structural change I think we're beginning to see. For example, telecom operators are seeing a surge in demand for all sorts of communications. And in fact, when we look at how data traverses the globe, and we do this by looking at internet exchange points, we see a huge surge in data flowing over the internet, up to 60% increase in some countries. But on average, somewhere around 1/3, 33%. And this is significant. To me, this is an indicator of the massless economy taking off, growing by 33% since just last September. And of course, this is well known to this audience. Some firms are doing very well. Here, I show the growth in Amazon's employment. Basically anything, a number of activities that require proximity are having difficulty, such as traditional bricks and mortar retail, while those that allow that same activity to happen at a distance, like e-commerce, are doing well. But I want to also say that part of Amazon's success is that panoramic scope, where they're not only a retail or a wholesale or a logistics provider, but they also are in the cloud computing business, advertising business, and entertainment, all of which are done at distance. But it's not just Amazon, and I think e-commerce is interesting to look at. Maybe a less well-known firm from Canada called Shopify basically provides the ability for traditional retailers, particularly small and medium enterprises, to go online and have an e-commerce presence. And Shopify's new stores grew by 71% in the second quarter of 2020 compared to the first quarter. And basically, Shopify just supplies what I would call intangible capital. They supply the software, the organizational know-how, the skills, and tools for using data. And this allows these physical retail stores to create value while keeping at a distance. And these new methods allow value to be created at a distance. This is evident by today's conference. I'm coming at you from Paris, France, where new video meeting tools have now become ubiquitous and readily accepted as part of the new normal for work and learning. This is true for entertainment as well, particularly streaming entertainment. And by association, cloud computing has seen huge growth because it's the cloud that enables a lot of these new firms to scale up rather seamlessly and provide their services at a distance. And I think represents yet again another milestone in that path towards the digital economy and society on where we get our computing power. And again, this is largely intangible capital that has transformed traditional capital, like those servers, made them available at a distance to users who want them. And as you know, big tech, as it's called, is thriving. Either companies that supply these tools or are digitally enabled have done very well. And here's just a peek at revenue growth in Q2 2020 versus 2019. But it's not only in terms of revenue, which is the left-hand side, but more importantly, net income, which is the right-hand side, which enables these firms to do more R&D, move into new lines of businesses, or acquire existing firms to further their competitive strength. And I just want to begin to step back and just say, well, it's not all platforms are doing that well, and not all of big tech. And we've seen some firms that got a lot of notoriety, like Uber and Airbnb, but are predicated on mobility or travel that haven't done as well. And moving to the broader economy, we see some, I think, some warning signs, some flashing lights on what's happening in the COVID era. In general, we find that the COVID era basically enables those cash-rich firms or those firms that are already digitally enabled to do reasonably well. And they're coping, in some cases, as I said, even thriving. But traditional small businesses that do not have these deep pockets and can't convert easily to a distance business model are struggling. And we're seeing many go out of business. And equally worrying is the lack of new businesses, and that's what this graph shows, entering, where in these new businesses, these startups are traditionally a source of innovation, whose new approaches can challenge incumbents, keep the economy competitive, and markets dynamic. And these firms are also a source of new jobs. Indeed, young firms account for about only 20% of overall employment, but they create almost half of the new jobs across the OECD countries. We worry that should this downturn in new entrants persist, similar to the one that we saw during the 2008 financial crisis, it could lead to a lasting negative effect on jobs. Our estimates here indicate that a drop of new entrants of around 20%, which is what we're seeing, could result in a loss of 0.7% in the aggregate employment 3 years after the shock. And this persists still to 0.5% 14 years later. So it has this long-lasting effect if these firms don't come forward. Let me begin to conclude by returning to where I started, why COVID has undoubtedly accelerated aspects of the digital transformation. It's worth asking a sophisticated group like this one, will it be long-lasting? Or will it be a blip that we don't even think of 10 years from now? As longtime Silicon Valley observer Mary Meeker illustrates in this slide, technology frequently outpaces the ability of humans to adapt. It takes time. And as we can see, economists would label this tendency to reluctance to change habits as being sticky. As you can see, evidence of this across OECD countries where people rebel at being confined, they don't want to wear masks, and they would just want to return to a pre-COVID social behavior. In addition, many of the COVID restrictions reduce our convenience, which I'm always amazed is such a strong motivator of behavior, particularly in the digital world. So, while I think some of the new modes of working and learning may persist and change how we do things, it may not be the sea change that some predict. And I expect we'll fall back to lower levels than we're seeing now, albeit higher than what we had pre-COVID. Let me just shift briefly to looking at innovation more broadly, beyond just the digital economy, because really the only way out of the pandemic will be through science. As time goes on, governments are shifting the focus from a reactive response to the crisis to now a proactive stance to inject resilience into the economy and society. And science is being recognized as being fundamental to building this resilience, not only for finding a vaccine, which this figure shows the money flowing into that, and other treatments, but as a long-term ability to address other global risks. And we have to include among those climate change. But we also know that investments in R&D, which is a proxy for me for science and technology, are very cyclical. And boosting our resilience at this time as the economies struggle may be difficult, and it may take a large public effort. Let me just conclude by drawing a few observations that I welcome your thoughts about. I think without question, COVID will be an accelerant, but maybe more of an evolution than a revolution. I worry a lot about business dynamism and hence innovation, which is much needed for injecting resiliency into our economies and societies. And this may decline as large incumbents do well and startups decline. But more broadly, I see a new era for intangible capital, as I say, things such as R&D and other digital capabilities that allow us to continue to do things at a distance, and these may gain over more traditional forms of capital. Let me conclude by saying the OECD has produced more than 135 different policy briefs. I recommend that you go take a look at a few, as well as some of the things from my part of the OECD on policy, and particularly artificial intelligence, which I know is a topic here today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That has been the keynote speech by Mr. Andrew Wyckoff for the second keynote speech. Thank you very much once again. We will use the same format of Q&A as we did in the morning. As you recall, what we have done is to have the conversation with Andrew, and I'm going to use English to have better communications, and you're going to listen to the Korean interpretation.
Excellent keynote speech, and then it was so informative, and it's got a lot of, food for thought for us. So now let us start our Q&A session here. Okay, so first question, you mentioned big tech is thriving. I mean, of course, some big platforms, as you said, are struggling to survive, just like an Uber and Airbnb. But we've also recently witnessed the really surge of the stock price of big tech companies. So, but do you think the exponential growth of this new technology can be shared equally among the big techs who basically have the resources to invest into those technology, and small firms who cannot afford?
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that question. Yeah, I guess I would just confirm that, and I apologize to this audience, so many of my examples drew from U.S. firms or the U.S. economy, which are the best well-known. But I think more generally, large firms that have a real digital presence or are cash-rich and can continue to invest in R&D, and I know Korea is a world leader in R&D intensity, I think we'll come out of this looking pretty good. Where I do think there's a problem, and where we saw it even before COVID, where we can dissect productivity growth across the OECD by firms. And we saw even before this crisis hit that large firms at the frontier of technological capabilities, the productivity was very good. They were doing very well. And but at the other end, there was a huge tail of small firms that had very low productivity. And my fear is this crisis will act as a cleansing process whereby a lot of those small firms will have to exit or will have to merge with the larger firms to stay alive. And so I do worry that this will affect the competitiveness of markets and, as I said, future sources of jobs.
Right. Well, thank you very much for your answer. I mean, yeah, I totally agree that even small firms can have the benefits of, making all the complicated, conventional process, very simplified, and then they can actually enjoy the, higher efficiency, and then that's also really, really important point that we have to pay attention to, I guess. And then the second question is also kind of big $1 million question, I think. So the question is about the, the global geopolitical structure, which means, some experts said, the pandemic may serve as a, geopolitical inflection point, So some, authoritarian countries would justify the use of technology to pursue, their autocratic regime and try to make their own, cyber sovereignty or something. While some other countries like the US or Europe, they differ on the nature and importance of privacy, the free speech and regulation on big tech. So of course, because they believe basically, internet should be open and interoperable, right? So do you think the virus can drive this kind of split of the world?
You're right. That's $1 million question.
Yes.
Again, I don't know if the virus, from what I've seen, so I look at the digital governance globally rather closely. I'm not so sure if the virus and the response to COVID either makes it better or makes it worse. I think there's other factors forcing this, and you just mentioned a couple of them. Different values across different countries lead to different groupings. The OECD set of countries are what we call like-minded. They have one set of values, and in the conversations I've had with ministers of communication and information as they use track and trace apps to help, including in Korea, is that protecting privacy is a pretty fundamental part of engendering trust, which is needed for widespread adoption of these apps, which is needed to make them effective. So just to say, I think some of the digital politique that's going on has less to do with COVID and has more to do with more fundamental factors that have been around a long time.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. But as I said, it's a super big question, but it's really, really interesting topic. So, yeah. Let's move to some questions from the audience here. You mentioned, the next 10 years is a really crucial time for our humanity. But you also mentioned the human behavior as being kind of sticky. So what would be the necessary force to push people to accept this exponential digital transformation and change?
That's a good question, too. So, as I said, it's convenience. It would be my short answer. I think this is why the smartphone took off around the globe, because it was easy to use. We made it with apps, and you could use your fingers, you could carry it everywhere, and now it's become a fundamental part of most people's lives. And I think this is why people rebel against masks and limiting their mobility, because it's not convenient, even though which I find interesting, because there's a risk out there which they don't seem to be factoring in. And so in this regard, I think people have learned some lessons that, these tools can be very convenient, like what we're doing today. And as much as I would love to be in Seoul, I did save a fair amount of money, and the planet's probably better off, a lot less carbon in the air. So I think some of these habits will stick for a long time in jobs where they can. So we're going to see telework, and you've already seen a number of companies announce they're going to extend this. I think this is part of the change in real estate. People are looking for new dwellings where they can have a home office easily. And things like telemedicine, I think, have been proven to be, and I know this is on your program, to be very effective and convenient. Why why e-learning has struggled a little bit more. And I think there's active experimentation underway. And so what's useful about COVID is it, sorry, and I don't mean to make light of the tragedy that is going on, but it's just, it forces us to collectively react and adapt and test out a number of new approaches. And so I expect by the end of the day, we're going to have some new, and so I think some of it will stick, maybe not as much as we have now. People still like going to restaurants and bars and live entertainment and so forth, but a lot of it will persist on.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, and another question here. You know, in your presentation, it noticed that technology versus human adaptability needed faster learning and smarter regulation. Can you share your insight on any development points for Korea on regulations, or what smart regulation shall be required in general?
Yeah, so I want to seize on one part of this. So there is faster learning. I think governments need to be more agile and not hope to make a policy in 1 year that's going to last for 10. Instead, I think they need to use some of these digital tools in a clever way to iterate back, use the data coming off of things like smart sensors to say, hey, is that policy working or not? And if it's not, how do we change it to make sure it works? This is hard. Many policymakers aren't very technologically adept, and businesses like certainty. They don't want to see policies or regulations constantly changing. And this is why part of what came out of the Going Digital is during a period of transformation, which we're certainly in now, rather than having specific technical regulations, it may be better to have broader principles that allow businesses to move towards some goal without specifically being told how to get there or what not to do. And so I think this is, and part of it's about getting people who are technologically adept working closely with policymakers.
Thank you. Yeah. I also find quite interesting question here. I'm not sure whether this question is directly related to the topic that we are talking about, but I think it's worthwhile to explore. Okay. You know, for last few decades, we have witnessed the really urbanization, which means that more and more people are moving to city because there are more chances for education and jobs, and all the technological benefits are available in the cities. And a lot of people also argue that, you know, more than half of the population, even 60%, I guess, of the population will be living in a city, while city only represents 3% of the total land of the earth. So, but the COVID-19 totally changed the way we live in a basically like intact business. So, for example, if you can really access to the really high-level education remotely, or high-level, high-paid job remotely, does this urbanization still have the opportunity, possibility to continue, or do you have any idea on how the urbanization continue?
Yeah, so we're in a period of a lot of uncertainty, yeah. And I would be foolish to try to make a prediction here about urban real estate. And that's why I showed just what's happening in New York City in really the short term. And I presume maybe the same phenomenon is going on in Seoul and Tokyo and other parts of the world. I do think that, again, I hate to sound like what they call a two-handed economist, but I think it's going to be a blend. I think people are still going to love some of the amenities they can only get from a city, and the intensity and the culture and some of the unique opportunities that exist here. But they're also going to realize that there's some downsides, particularly contagion. And you're seeing an increase for more of a blend where people will try to mix, I think, now and then the urban amenities with those that it can be more at a distance. But again, I'm not a good person to ask. I am impressed though how the infrastructure has allowed this to happen. Now, many OECD countries are still rather weak in getting out to more rural areas, and some of our countries like Australia have such a huge geographic expanse, it's almost impossible. And so I think there will be limits to this, but more generally, I would say the digital divide, which has been with us for decades, but was seen as kind of a smaller techie type policy issue, I think now has moved center stage. And so to me, it's more now the equivalent of having no or poor housing as a policy issue. To have no or poor connectivity, I think will be a fundamental issue that governments need to focus on and work with the private sector to try to resolve.
Great, thank you very much. Given the limited time we have, I think we have to finish now, unfortunately. Well, if you have any really last comments that you would like to give us, especially for Korean environment, and then, yeah, please give us a little bit of a comment from your side.
No, I think my main comment, and this is something that OECD's commented on a lot with Korea, is you have very successful large firms. Your smaller firms don't see the same productivity or dynamism of some of our other countries. And hence, during this period, this may be a good time to kind of be particularly attentive to them. That and, as I've said, some of the traditional manufacturing sectors on which you propelled your growth may be hitting some difficulty. And it will be more, I think, again, we're going to see things move towards an intangible nature, which tend to be more service-oriented than manufacturing. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and the opportunity to speak to you. And again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. All
right. Well, we thank you for your time, particularly it must be very early in the morning in your time. And then it was an absolute pleasure hearing from you today. So hope you have a good day and take care and bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So with that, we would like to wrap up the keynote presentation and the Q&A session. So moving right on, let us begin session 3. Session 3 will focus, will be jointly held with Aalto ES, which is a leading Finnish company. And while preparing the Digital Economy Forum online this time, we wanted to make it more global, although it's online. So in the morning, because of time difference, we wanted to connect to Silicon Valley and New York and to talk with the experts there. And by this time of the day, Europe is in the morning. So during the third session, we will be joined by Aalto ES from Finland. And, the Nordic countries are quite popular for very promising startups. So we're going to talk with the European countries, and later in the day, we're going to have London and Geneva connecting to our forum. Now, in session 3, we will talk about the post-corona work and job. How will work and job change? And we are going to talk about the work from home and remote collaboration that are gaining ground nowadays, especially how it's going to change in the post-COVID-19 era. So the title will be Post-COVID-19 Work and Job. And we were able to finish the previous sessions a bit earlier than we had expected. And I'm sure, I don't know if our overseas speakers have all connected. to the platform. I think that not everyone has connected yet, so today we are joined by Joseph Kim, who is from the Wuha Brothers, the Korea's #1 food delivery service, and Mr. Kim Dong-hwan, CEO of 42 Maru from Korea. And from Finland, we have Dr. Petri Milimaki joining us from University of Helsinki, and who is professor of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And we will be also joined by CEO Vesa Perala from Clanet, and the moderator will be Veikko Verinen, Mr. Veikko Verinen from Aalto. So I think that as of now, all our panelists from Finland have connected. So I would like to invite the Korean panelists up on stage. So Mr. Joseph Kim from Ua Brothers Corp and CEO Kim Dong-hwan from 42 Maru. And the moderator will be our foreign guest, so joining us from Finland. So Mr. Verinen. So please feel free to listen to in English or in Korean. So I would like to now hand the floor to Mr. Verinen.
I'll hand over my microphone to you, and then the floor is yours. You can start right now.
Thank you, Josh, and good afternoon. Annyeonghaseyo, and welcome to the third panel session of the Digital Economy Forum. My name is Veikko Väyrynen, and I am the Vice President of Aalto ES, which is the most prominent and active student-run entrepreneurship society in Europe. And I have the honor of acting as the moderator of this discussion. In this session, we will take a look at the questions such as, what will the workforce of post-pandemic future look like? Will the COVID-19-driven remote work be the new normal? And how can we maximize the productivity in such a non-contact work environment? This session's topic will circle around the question of how can we accelerate the transformation of institutions, organizations, and human skills to keep up with the quickening pace of digital innovation. And now I will briefly introduce the panelists of this session, and then we can get to the questions. Our first panelist is Joseph Kim. He is the Vice President and Head of Robot Delivery Cell at Ua Brothers, which is the Korea's #1 food delivery service and one of the biggest unicorn startups in Asia. Welcome, Joseph. Our second panelist is Dong-hwan Kim. He is the CEO of 42 Maru, an AI startup that develops cognitive AI-based solutions such as document comprehension tools, chatbots, and question answering engines. Welcome, Dong-hwan Kim. Our third panelist is Vesa Perala. He is the founder and CEO of Clanet, which is a complete digital learning solution capable of measuring the current knowledge capital of personnel and comparing it to strategic skills and competences needed in the future. Most importantly, Clanet can build personalized learning paths to all employees to achieve those strategic skills effectively. Welcome, Vesa. Fourth panelist is Petri Myllymäki. He is a professor of artificial intelligence and machine learning at the Department of Computer Science of University of Helsinki, Finland, and he is also the director of Helsinki Institute Information Technology and the vice director of Finnish Center for Artificial Intelligence. Professor Myllymäki has over 30 years of experience in artificial intelligence research and has published over 150 scientific articles in his research area. Welcome, Petri. And now, when we have introduced our panelists, without further ado, we can take our first question, which is primarily aimed at Petri and Joseph. COVID-19 has driven all types of workplaces to transform the way we are used to work and changed our conventional thoughts on how work-related norms should be. Do you think that remote work and the gig economy will become the new norm in a digital economy?
I would like to provide my answer first. So under this digital economy and due to COVID-19, I believe that the way we work will be completely changed, and the remote work and the platform economy will indeed become the new normal or the standard. And as regarding the remote work, so a lot of companies have been doing distant working before, even before COVID-19, especially the IT companies. But not only the IT companies, but other companies after the COVID-19, they are accelerating this process. But I think that the reason why I think that this will become new normal is that because when we transition into digital economy, the important aspect is to be able to have the talents and to be able to secure how these talents will work in the digital economy. And these talents have worked for a long time in digital company, in IT company, and they're very much used to working from home and doing remote work. So I believe that these talents, after COVID-19, even though everything returns to normal, when I think that they will continue to work remotely, and whether they will continue to work remotely or not will be an important factor. So the way we work will completely change after COVID-19, and there'll be new forms of work that will reemerge, and we need new types of norms or standards in terms of new types of work. And some people mentioned about the gig economy, but as for my company, in November last year, we actually provided an insurance. We developed an insurance product where we pay per hour. So during the COVID-19 era and the digital economy, there's going to be a new definition of the way we work. So I think that there will be a lot of experiments like this, and the remote work and the gig economy, new ways of working will be established as a new norm.
Yeah, maybe I should continue and say that I agree very much with what Joseph was saying. Like, first of all, it's obvious that the pandemic has clearly made profound changes in the way we work. We are not having this meeting in Korea, but online, which is really a pity, since I have had a chance to visit your country only once before. So some people question, like, is this phenomenon caused by the pandemic, or is the transition, did it start earlier and is it permanent? I believe that the COVID pandemic accelerated the transformation that was already ongoing for a long time. And I believe that after the pandemic, there's no going back, that to a certain extent, the way we work will definitely be changed forever. This would have happened anyway, but now it just happened more quickly. And how is this affecting the way we work? Well, obviously we now work mostly remotely, and this is related perhaps to the gig economy, as was already mentioned, that when the work is not measured as the time that you spend at your working place, but according to the results that you actually produce, then this will make it kind of more natural to switch to different type of working, where the working is based on kind of your performance, and this may support this kind of gig economy type of thinking, that people maybe, it's easier to think of yourself as a freelancer, and that you kind of lease your work to the highest bidder instead of working for just one company or one organization. This will naturally have profound effects on issues like job security, insurance, and employment laws. But I believe that this change is harder for me and kind of the older generation, and for the younger generation, this is perhaps much more natural. And they have been already partly adopted to this, and legal and other societal structures just need to be adapted to correspond this new environment, and this is what always has happened and will happen also in the future. So the technological and societal evolution drives changes, and we just need to adapt to our best. So this is not an only technological issue, but it's also about it's about politics and society, but also about the mindset of people, and I think that mindset is changing a lot now.
How about you, Joseph? Do you have any views on how will the gig economy affect on job security insurance and global employment laws?
So I am actually in charge of the robotics, but to share my personal thoughts with regards to job security, I think that it's an issue that not only one company can address, but it's a vast issue, a comprehensive issue that all stakeholders of the society need to come together and discuss. But as you mentioned, platform workers, a lot of people are working as platform workers, and we have to think about why they are working as platform workers, and we also have to take a different view with regards to job security of platform workers. So in our company, we refer to these platform workers as payment connectors. So we actually encourage them to actually invest a lot of time in the hobby or in their activities. And if they have like some free time, they can also jump into our business and work as a platform worker for our company. So if you look at the platform workers, sometimes they choose to become platform worker because they have free time that they can kill, and they want to actually make efficient use of those free time and to make money. And of course, there are lots of different needs that are voiced by platform workers, and we really have to heed to the needs of them and try to fulfill those needs.
Thank you. That's really interesting. And the next question is for Vesa and Dongwan. How will the very definition of work change as tasks become more autonomous and many on-the-job skills will become unnecessary and businesses will become increasingly more digital?
Well, I can start. Thank you for the question, Veikko. I think this is very ongoing trend. I mean, there is all the time discussion about how the definition of work or future of work will be changing. I mean, this is something that's been happening for centuries. I mean, there are a lot of jobs that have been disappearing, and automation has been making those disappear. And these sort of trends will definitely continue. And I mean, currently, I mean, there's a good discussion about how the COVID-19 has been impacting work. I think actually, I mean, this trend will definitely continue, go on, and then we've seen a lot of new professions emerging. I mean, now we have social capital experts, we have growth hackers, a lot of these kind of very modern professions that didn't exist a couple of years ago. So I mean, this is something that's happening all the time. I mean, the freelancing issue was mentioned already. And people are adaptive creatures. I mean, we will definitely adapt. We will find the ways of coping with the ever-changing environment. So I wouldn't really be too worried about the definition of work. I mean, we are competitive animals as well. So even if the robotization would be taking most of the jobs, and I mean, obviously AI robots will be automating a lot of things, we will be figuring out something else which we can call work. And of course, the boundaries between work and leisure and home and office, I mean, these are constantly changing as well. So I really believe in the capabilities of adapting to whatever is the new normal. And COVID-19 has definitely shown globally that we are very fast to adapt whatever is happening out there.
Thank you, Vesa.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. In a word, I'd like to say that creativity is important in the definition of work or job. I think I'm in the same vein of what Vesa said. So after the Industrial Revolution, after coming into the industrialized society, all of the society was focused on the job and work. So the work, as we know of it, has been routine and has been repetitive. Therefore, the value of the work was arising from that kind of definition. However, now in the AI era, those repetitive and routine jobs can be replaced by the machines. Therefore, the humans now have the time to have the redefinition of the work and non-work. Maybe they have to focus on the creative things using the time they can create out of having no work. So that is the creativity related things. Many people in this process of having the robotization, they are worried about the loss of jobs in the future. However, I disagree with them because I believe that the more new kinds of jobs will be created in the future. Maybe it will be beyond our imagination, my imagination or your imagination here. So the future is unknown, so I believe that the work will be quite different in the future and that will be just creative in nature.
Thanks a lot. How do you think we could mitigate maybe the loss of jobs when these changes come into power? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think actually it's very much about the creativity and then of course from governmental perspective it's very much about enabling and promoting capabilities of for example working as a freelancer. I used to live in Denmark some years ago and they have to think of flexi security. So it's extremely easy to get rid of employees but you have a chance, which is basically boosted by taxational things and so forth. So it's very, very easy to have, for example, multiple jobs as a freelancer. So obviously, I mean, the society has to be enabling these new type of jobs and then which are created even on by yourself. And in most cases, obviously, the governments are running a bit behind. And I would love to see a very, very proactive role. I mean, having this kind of strategies for the digitalization of everything, and not on just committee level, but really taking those into practice. And we have excellent examples in some countries. Estonia is a great example from digitalization perspective. And these are definitely things we can be doing. Now, COVID-19 has proven to employers that, hey, it's all right that your people work remotely, and actually they might be even more effective. So, I mean, it's been very interesting to see this kind of like micro level things happening at your own company or other companies around you. So I think it's very much also about overall approach to change. I mean, there is always change resistance in all the layers of the society, and but we should be thinking about the opportunities of digitalization and technology. And it's definitely scary for some people, and maybe rightfully so as well. But that's evidently going to happen anyway. So why don't we take a proactive stand as a society and figure out actually how do we enable all these things?
That's really good. Doan, do you have anything to add to Vesa's statement?
Well, as I heard, I also, as I said, I am a believer of new creation of jobs. Having said that, I would like to say that, and repeating what other people have said. Let me go back into history when the wagons were first coming out, and also when the automobiles were first out. There were just movement against the automation automobiles, and also there was just red flag movement, not just having the speed of the car getting higher. But nowadays,
history has changed, and also the automation and automobiles have become a norm afterwards. So they did not lose the job as they expected. Now it's the same thing, I believe. So even though we are resistant about the jobs lost, we can even create more jobs that we cannot imagine. So in this process, what is needed is a social consensus, I believe.
Thank you for that. The next question is for Vesa and Petri, and I think Petri would like to. Petri could start. What are the most important transferable skills needed in a digital economy?
That's a good question. Maybe just to start by saying that since I'm an AI professor, my view is that AI is the technology that will be the central part of the digital technology. So it will affect all areas of the society. But despite of the current hype of AI, I would like to emphasize that in most cases, AIs will not replace humans. So in some cases they will, but in most cases, hopefully we can see AIs that support humans and can be a useful tool. So let me elaborate a little bit. Like I have seen news articles saying like because AI systems were able to recognize tumor in some X-ray images that they are going to replace doctors. So this definitely is not true. I mean, there are doctors that work in this area called radiologists, and if you talk to radiologists, they say that looking at the X-ray images is a tiny fraction of what they actually do. So they would be just happy if AI or a computer can do automatically this tiny fraction of their work so that they could concentrate more on more important tasks. Okay, let's think of some other jobs like maybe taxi drivers. I mean, cars were already mentioned, and we are all hoping to see autonomous cars at some point in the future. Will these replace taxi drivers completely? Probably not. I mean, people tend to forget that there are also tasks that taxi drivers do, like they help you with your heavy luggage, or they help you in the car if you're handicapped or an elderly person. So building a robot to do this is much harder than building an autonomous car. So we are not going to see those robots soon. Well, let's think of some tasks like supermarket cashiers that are being at the moment replaced by autonomous cashiers. But I believe supermarkets will still need humans to, first of all, fill the shelves, and maybe security people that will call an ambulance if somebody if a customer has a heart attack, or if there's a fight, they will call the police or whatever. So building an AI that would be able to replace humans in these tasks requires actual intelligence, that kind of understanding of real world environments. And this is so-called strong AI, which we will not have for a very, very long time. So, to me, it seems very likely that in many cases, the jobs will change, but they will be not replaced completely by AIs. Of course, in the supermarket example, one can question whether we actually need supermarkets at all. So in this case, maybe the jobs will disappear if we just order online anything that we need. But like was already mentioned, that when the cars emerged, there were some funny kind of suspicions about the cars and the red flag thing, and who pines over the horse carriage drivers that disappeared at that time. So we are seeing the same phenomenon now. So we might think that this phenomenon will mostly affect jobs that require very little training, but this is not necessarily true. Like airplane pilots, they have a very difficult training, but the thing they are doing is mostly automized already. And you can think of like think that maybe in the future they are mostly as a backup for the automized system. If they are just a backup, will this affect their training? At least what will happen is that probably it will affect the number of pilots that are needed. And also this is caused by the pandemic and post-pandemic world. If we travel less, then we also need less airplanes. So more generally, how I see the education or kind of the skill sets required how they are changing is kind of, if we think of the doctor example, I think the doctor needs to have some kind of understand of the AI assistants that he may have in order to be able to utilize them properly. But I think the crucial thing for the future doctors is perhaps to concentrate on the things that the AIs will not be able to do, and that is to interact with the patient. So kind of it's kind of a paradoxical, but it may be that in the future, in the high-tech future that we are going to have, what is more important is the kind of the human skills part of the transferable skills, like interact with the people, communication, leadership, teamwork, and personal motivation. So this may sound funny, but maybe this will affect, for example, how doctors who work in a kind of technological area, but how they will be trained in the future.
Thank you, Petri.
Yeah.
I feel like Petri covered that pretty well, so maybe Vesa could answer the follow-up question. How do you think that education systems around the world need to change in order to meet these demands that Petri?
이번 팬데믹이 우리가 직장 내에서 얼마나 효과적으로 신기술을 구현하고 있는지
Yeah, I
볼 수
think
있을까요?
I mean, Petri definitely covered the area extensively. I fully agree that it's the kind of soft skills like communication, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, creativity, which was highlighted already in the previous questions, people management, especially digitally, remotely. I mean, these will be definitely amongst the skills we need to have, and everybody needs to have. And the education systems definitely have to change, because currently it's very much about repeating, memorizing existing knowledge. So like being broadcasted by the teachers as a one-size-fits-all approach to everyone. And so we definitely need to be moving more towards creating knowledge together, addressing these skills we need, not really like on substance level, but way more on the skill level, so that we are basically teaching people how to learn, so that they learn how to learn, and they become proactive learners, because they need to be reskilling, upskilling themselves at all times in the future. And the world is getting more and more dynamic in this area. So the memorizing part of the learning, how we've been doing it already for centuries, is not going to be working out really well in the future.
Thank you, Vesa. I think maybe we can move to the next question. This question is aimed at Joseph and Doman. Has the pandemic shed any light on how effective we are in implementing new technologies in the workforce? Maybe Joseph can start.
Thank you very much. Well, if I may repeat your question, I would say that what realization has been made in the work in order to realize the new technologies inside the work. I myself am a responsible person for the robot and new technologies in the UA Brothers. My answer to you as a person responsible for this is that in part it has been effective in accelerating the new technologies in the company, but I myself also have experiences of adapting to the new technologies. In other words, what I'm saying here is that based on our experiences of having the delivery robots in our company, we should have the interactive systems using the elevators, and the work from home will not solve the problem. We cannot solve the problem of having access to the elevators. We need to have the trials and errors together. So although this is about the new technologies, just working from home will not solve the problem. And also, we have a lot of partner companies working overseas. We used to meet with them in person after flying to them, to those countries, but COVID-19 prevented me from going there, so we had a lot of online meetings, and the online meetings were okay, although there is no inconveniences, but we were able to find the ways to improve our efficiency and speed. So whether it is new technology or not, all these kind of capabilities can be found in some of the areas. The question is how fast or in what way we can just accelerate these new technologies. Maybe we need evolution, bit by bit improvement, and also this is something that has to be agonized and solved by all the members in the community and the company. Well, in my opinion, I think it differs the industry and sector, because we have some industries and sectors where the offline meeting is really needed and they will be slow in adapting to new technologies naturally. However, on the other hand, when we have the factors that we have to meet with people, non-face-to-face meeting is a compulsory thing, right? Therefore, they have no choice but to adapt to the new technologies. Ever since COVID-19 started, those industries where people-to-people interaction is needed, for example, communications or financial institutions, are the leaders in the digitalization. And recently, I know that you have heard about the digital transformation since 2 or 3 years ago. Going deep into this definition, this is nothing new, because 20 or 30 years ago, they started to have the digitalization in our industry. However, if you just visit the new businesses or some of the old small companies, digitalization is a very strange thing for some of the companies. They just work on papers and they do not have any interconnection among the members. They have silo environment in their own PCs or the laptops. So now they are supposed to have the work from home, and they find that their laptop is not connected to the company network. They found it very frustrating. So these are some examples that we experience after have to work from home. So ultimately, we have to have the new technologies evolving and also spreading to the rest of the industry as well. I cannot tell you when, I cannot tell you how fast. However, in the long term, the AI must have the fostering of the fast industrialization so far, and now this COVID will be another triggering factor for the new technologies arising in our industry.
Thank you for that. As a follow-up question, do you think that most industries are poised to go fully digital in the foreseeable future? Maybe Joseph can start.
In my opinion, and also based on my experiences, everybody is not following the speed of the new technologies, because traditional method of the working is left behind and also lagging behind the digital transformation and the real sense of the industry. So I cannot tell you that all the industries are good followers of the digital transformation. And also many of the companies have also experienced failures after trials of the new technologies, according to my reading of the news media. Because of that, I know that many companies are trying very hard, but in the success ratio of the new technology development, I don't think that all the sectors or industries or companies are successful so far. yes, in my opinion, I have to repeat what I have said so far. In a way, in the era of the artificial intelligence, I believe that the new trend has arisen to the high-tech companies first. Maybe they have the role of the front players or the front runners. And between the AI era and post-corona era, this kind of new technology is something they have to adopt. They have no way but to adopt it because they will lead to the risks of the companies. So the acceleration is expected for all the companies to adopt the new technologies.
Thank you for this. Our fifth question is for Derwan and Petri. Is it possible to get the same level of productivity and work satisfaction from remote work when so much of the human experience and by extension work experience is dependent on interpersonal communication and interaction? If not, what are some ways how we can achieve it? Maybe Petri can start.
Well, yes, as we now prove, it's very plausible to run a big conference like this and in a very successful manner. And in my work, I have been mostly working remotely for almost half a year now, and for the most part, it's worked just fine. To my surprise, personal surprise, I'm surprised how unsatisfied I am with the way we work remotely. It's kind of, I didn't realize that how much the human to human interaction actually plays, how big a role it plays in our everyday life. So to me, it seems like something is critically missing. I would be, even after the pandemic, I would be happy to have a lot of virtual meetings, especially if I know the people and the matters can be handled easily and very briefly. But I'm still eager to meet people when, in many cases, and I have been actually waited for years, even if not decades, for new technological solutions. I have been wondering why nobody is providing us better experience in this type of remote meetings. I mean, these type of tools that we are using now, they are just fine. But obviously, I mean, there are technologies emerging like virtual reality, for example. And even with this kind of, without those fancy technologies, people could do much more. I mean, like there could be, it's very hard for me, for example, now to read your emotions based on this video. But this could be like, there could be an AI monitoring and kind of maybe saying like, Vesa looks happy or annoyed at the moment, or kind of maybe it looks like he would like to pose a question or a comment, or a kind of helpful clues that we normally would get. And with the video, it's very difficult. And I have been hearing experts that say that it's very stressing to meet like this, because we try to get the same amount of information through this limited channel of video and audio. And we manage to get part of the information, but it's very stressing for our brain. It's not built for this. And that's why I think we need better tools, and maybe we need to be meeting physically in the future too.
Yes. So I believe that the basic fundamental productivity or satisfaction may go up when it goes to remote work or contact-free, because the tools will be further developed. And as mentioned, if AI is applied, then we can actually resolve the routine work with AI, and the human interaction or information sharing among humans can be partially addressed with the system. So I think that the level of satisfaction may go up a bit higher. But as Professor also mentioned, I believe that if we go everything with system, we'll be able to miss out on the details. We may be able to miss out on the details and not heed to the details, and that may pose as a risk, and that may undermine our productivity in the long haul. So how we're going to reduce that gap or address that issue may be an important thing to think about.
Thank you. That's really good. The next question is for Vesa and Joseph. Statistics suggest that millennials will be working in jobs that don't exist yet. What kind of education and training will be necessary for the future job market, and how do we prepare for the unknown? Maybe Vesa can start.
Yeah, I think first of all, this is an evolution. It's not happening overnight. So we have definitely time to prepare. I mean, sometimes obviously things like pandemic, accelerate things. But we shouldn't be making a dystopia out of it. I did mention already that we have plenty of new jobs available right now, which didn't exist a couple of years ago. And this sort of trend will definitely continue. And what I think we should be highlighting and emphasizing are the interpersonal skills, the communication skills. This relates to a little bit back to what was discussed as part of the previous question. So these kind of tools will be emerging, getting better. We learn how to communicate better remotely, and these are exactly the kind of skills we should be nurturing as well. So the kind of skill-based thinking is very critical. What comes, relating to this question. So we need to make sure that we are creating safe environments for the learners, the kids, the students, and so forth, so that they can learn how to learn these things, and we would be then fostering them using the systems. So I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's evolution, and we have already a lot of good experience from adapting to these sort of things, and that's something that's definitely going to continue.
Thank you, Vesa. Joseph, do you have something to add?
I'd like to now input my ideas. About 20 years ago and also as of today, there are jobs that were not present in 20 years ago, and we have new jobs. For example, the web online business players and also the new local players, and they were not present in the past. The jobs can come and go. And we have new jobs, and you have jobs that we lose. In my opinion, if you look at the trend of having the new jobs, what we need is to have the time for preparation. Many companies are trying to survive by having the digital transformation. They are forced to have the systems, even though they are manufacturers or the agriculture companies in many of the industrial industries, they are trying to be in the digital transformation. This kind of trend will be further accelerated according to my conviction. Not just for the companies, but for the individuals, this kind of digital transformation is a must. So not just for the millennials in the future or anybody who wish to have new jobs, even though they are not just planners or strategists, they have to be mindful about the changes of the digital transformation, and they have to have the preparation made for themselves in order to survive in the industry. So just companies do the jobs in order to survive. I think that on the personal level, individuals should do their own work as well in order to catch more opportunities in the promising areas or promising sectors. I don't care where they are coming from in any kind of sectors. Even though you're working in the agriculture, you have to have the chance to prepare yourself by studying more. And now is the time for them to do that.
Thank you, Joseph. How about Vesa? Does Joseph's answer spark any thoughts from your end?
No, I would fully agree. I mean, it's something that's definitely creating opportunities globally, and then obviously ones who have the skills to take everything, get the advantage of digitalization will be doing well, and then obviously we need to be preparing for these kind of changes as societies, as employers, and so forth. But yeah, I mean, fully agree. I mean, this is something that's happening, has been happening already for quite some time. Sometimes it gets accelerated, sometimes it goes a little bit slower, but it's definitely evolution, and it's not going away. And I don't really care whether it's millennials, boomers, or Generation X. I mean, we all have these similar type of challenges, and then of course also the opportunities.
Thank you for that. The next question is aimed at all of you. How do we mitigate the risks of introducing new technologies? Examples of these risks might be privacy and data breaches, misuse of power, poor AI ethics, or inequality, while reaping the full benefits of the new technologies. Examples of the benefits of new technologies might be increased productivity, higher efficiency, and greater job and life satisfaction. How can we manage to do these things simultaneously? Does Vesa want to start, maybe?
Yeah, I can definitely start. So I think it's I mean, how do we basically prevent any kind of criminal activities in today's society, bank robberies or that sort of things? Now we have different means. I think in general, the good guys have to be developing great tech faster than bad guys. And of course, there are like privacy-related issues, and I mean, these need to be taken seriously by legislation. We need to understand actually how to deal with these kind of things on a daily basis. Again, I've been highlighting that this is something, I mean, these evolutionary things that are happening, and maybe the risks are that some people are dropping out of the evolutionary cycles. So as societies, I think we need to be training and equipping people with the skills that they can really understand the new technologies as well. I think the average Joe definitely doesn't have enough understanding on artificial intelligence. We need to make it pragmatic, practical, and then explain the benefits so that it's not becoming a thing to be scared of. But otherwise, in general, I think it's similar type of activities we need to be taking as society to really mitigate these risks of different kinds.
Thank you, Vesa. I think maybe Joseph could follow up to this.
Yes, I do agree fully with what's been said. And just before, I said that as individuals, we need to study and prepare for these technology trends, because we have to prepare for new jobs, but at the same time, we have to be able to defend ourselves from the risks that are posed by new technologies. So we really have to understand the trends in advance in order to minimize the risks that we're exposed to. So as average consumers, we are leveraging these kind of technologies, but we have to also focus on what kind of risks that these technologies hold, not only its benefits. So, we need to constantly study also the companies that develop these technologies. And in order to change the mindset, in order to actually facilitate the understanding of the general public, the government and the private sector need to come together and collaborate. And as for AI technologies that have been developed over the years. But nowadays, there are lots of AI-related training programs that are accessible to a lot of people, and there are lots of AI-related tools that are available to the general public. So we really have to work towards minimizing the risks posed by technologies. But in that process, we have to also put ourselves in the shoes of the consumers who are using that technology and work together.
How about Petri? Do you have any thoughts on how AI will affect? Will it bring more of the benefits, or will it highlight the dangers?
I must say that I'm an optimist. I see this just as a part of the industrial and digital evolution that started a long time ago, and I believe that we will see increase in productivity and increased wealth. But there are risks related to new technologies, and part of the risks you can mitigate with technology itself. So, like privacy-preserving machine learning is a hot research area, and we can build AIs that are more understandable and work better with humans. But one thing that was already mentioned is kind of a collaboration across borders. So this is not only a technological issue, but it's a societal, political, and educational issue. So we need collaboration. And I have personally seen, for example, many attempts to formalize a regulation or legal framework for AI technologies based clearly on severe misunderstandings of what this technology is and how it works. So I think this is not the way to go. On the other hand, I believe I have a pretty good understanding of AI, but I wouldn't attempt to create a legal framework because I'm not a legal expert. So I need to talk to the legal experts. They need to talk to me, and we need collaboration across all the areas of the society to mitigate the risks.
Thank you, Petri. Doan, do you have anything to add to these answers?
Yes, so ultimately, I am optimistic about the direction we're taking. But one important thing to note is that if you look at the human history, when we transitioned from the hunting to agriculture, a lot of wealth was concentrated on the landowners. And as we transitioned into industrial revolution, a lot of wealth were concentrated to the production facility owners. And now in the era of AI, or digital era, what will be the case? So there will be a divide between the halves of the AI and the have-nots of the AI. So I believe that, but there's one difference, is that there is the scope of utility, effectiveness, because the land during the agricultural era, it only covered that geographical area. And in the Industrial Revolution, production base became more wider. But now, when we talk about AI, it's intangible. So it goes beyond boundaries, goes beyond national borders, and it can have an impact all around the world. So I believe that AI technologies should be deployed in a manner that will be accessible to all, and that will be accessible to all in an equitable manner. But it may be a little bit belated, but I don't think that it's too late. I mean, we can start now to begin the discussions with all the stakeholders involved.
Thank you, Noan. That's really good. Does any of the other panelists have something to add to this? If not, maybe we can go to the next question of what will the future of work look like in a world where going to work might be as simple as putting on a VR headset, and buying food might be as uninvolved as purchasing recipes online and printing a steak at home? Does Petri want to start?
Well, yes, as I already mentioned, virtual reality, I'm looking forward to these new technologies to kind of support more the remote work. But as I also said earlier, I think that if I'm just here at home, and never meet anybody, life is pretty miserable. So while I'm waiting for better and new technologies, I'm also waiting for to more meet people. So that's my current thinking.
That's really good. How about Joseph? What your thoughts on this?
Yes, I'd like to share my ideas that with the new technologies in the future, probably the absolute amount of work hours will be decreased, while the time for leisure will be increased. However, when it comes to work itself, probably the nature of work can be different. In the future, the intensity of work will not be changed. Only the nature of the work can be changed. For example, in Korea, we used to work on Saturdays in Korea. Now we are working only 5 days until Friday. So in my company, on Mondays, they just come to work in the afternoon only. So we are working 4.5 days a day. However, I don't feel easier than before, even though when I was working on Saturdays, the way I feel now about the work is as tiring as before, even though I'm not working on Saturdays. The only difference I sense or feel is that we are seeing the changes of the nature of the work. The maybe simple works in the past are replaced by more complex works that require more thinking. So even after work, when I'm home, I'm thinking about my work and my job continuously. Therefore, the intensity and the stress of the work will not be changed.
Thank you, Joseph. We're approaching the near end of this session, and now we can almost start ending the session. And I want to thank all of the panelists for their insightful answers. We figured out that the job market will become more performance-oriented as time passes on, and creativity is definitely needed in the creation of new jobs, since the AI will affect all areas of the job market. In most cases, AI will affect the role of the human in the job, but not replace them entirely. Skill areas will change, and we will need to focus on the leadership, human communication, and how to cooperate with the AI to get the best results possible and mitigate the risks. The pandemic will definitely accelerate the digitalization of industries, but fortunately, AI might ease some of the pain points of remote work. We will also be needing collaboration from education sector, public and private sector, and create legislation in a way that it supports the development of the benefits of AI compared to the risks. I want to thank our panelists again for the insightful chat, and Korea Startup Forum for the honor that I got to host this panel, and thank the audience for attention. The next session will be focusing on healthcare, and we are ending this session right now. So thank you again, and see you at the next session. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, so we just had session 3 about the job and labor in post-COVID-19. Thank you very much for all the panelists for your input. So regarding job and work, it's very much related with our daily lives, and it is a very important factor for our future students, what kind of jobs that they will actually land, and it actually gives a lot of food for thought for our future generations. And with unprecedented crisis right now, I believe that we're seeing drastic changes in terms of work and job. And as for Finland, you may know that the public education is very advanced and developed. And I think that there will be more opportunities for countries to exchange in the field of education, job, and work as well. Now, we are going to move on to the last session. We're going to start it early and end it early. So we look forward to your continued participation until the end of today's forum. So next, we're going to actually have a jointly organized session with ITU and WHO. So focus on AI4H. So we're going to talk about the post-COVID-19 healthcare industry, how it's going to change, and how digital healthcare, applying a lot of latest AI technologies, will survive in the post-COVID-19 era, and would AI as well as other technologies drive the healthcare in the post-COVID-19 era. So we have here with us Mr. Sabam-seok from Lumit, and we also have an expert from hospital. We have Mr. Jung Yong-gi from the Samsung Seoul Hospital Center, and we have we are joined by Samuel Pujari, who is joining us, and we also have a renowned medical journalist who is writing for The Lancet. So Naomi Lee joining us virtually. So I would like to now hand over the microphone to our moderator, Mr. Pujari.
Now we are waiting for our moderator Pujari until it's back to us. I know that he was here before, but he just briefly disappeared. So we'll catch up with him soon. Just one moment, please. Do we have the moderator back? Now in. Yes, thank you. Thank you for understanding. We have some glitches of making you wait for moving to the next session. So now is the time to hand over the microphone to Samir Pujari. Are you ready? We might have some sound issues. I don't hear him. I know he is talking, but we cannot have any audio feed here.
Josh, I can barely hear you. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, now it's okay. Okay, flow is yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I get started, Josh? I could barely hear you. Sorry. Yes, okay, great. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Very welcome to the session. My name is Samir Pujari. I work with the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva, and it's a pleasure and honor today to moderate this last session, which is titled The Post-Corona Healthcare of the World. We are in a very difficult situation with this unprecedented pandemic which has hit us, and I think it's an important era to discuss how the world tomorrow will change the healthcare systems. Digital itself is a key convener in this whole process and has shown itself as a strong highlight of the need of the hour, how it can make a difference, and what's the sort of urgent importance of how digital needs to be playing the key role as a convener in the future of the healthcare. AI is a part and parcel of the upcoming digital world stream. And will this AI be the primary driver of the innovation and the healthcare in the future? Or is it just the hype? How do we manage that as responsible policymakers? That's the questions that are coming up to us and on the plate today. And I'm very pleased to have a very elite panel with me today to discuss these questions. Let me first start by introducing our panelists. First and foremost, we have Dr. Naomi Lee, a very dear friend and a senior executive editor at The Lancet, and also a co-chair, co-vice chair with me of the ITU WHO focus group on AI for health. We also have Mr. Yong Yi Jung, Vice Director of Medical AI Research Center in Samsung Medical Center, and Mr. Brendan Su, CEO, Leonid Inc. Leonid is a medical AI startup who develops and provides novel AI-powered solutions to cancer diagnostics and therapeutics, and that can save time and lives. So let me start off without going too much into try to get into the sort of periphery of these discussions and try to trigger some thought process. Brandon, let me start with you first. In this post-pandemic world, where do you see the potential? I mean, we are now into the different life of contactless world, social, physical distancing. Where can we potentially see the dangerous part of AI, and what do you think AI can solve these issues or help cater to new healthcare in the world? Brandon.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I think we can start thinking about what's happening. I think because of the pandemic, I think there's a transition of the point of care going from the major tertiary hospitals and outside. I think you see a lot of telemedicine activities being more active than before. And what that means is there's a big transition from the big hospitals because of the issue of contact, whether it be online, and eventually it can actually transition even further to the families or to the community, where the problem would be that there wouldn't be enough specialists to diagnose and really manage the patients with that transition in point of care. So in that perspective, I think AI could be very useful in terms of assisting the various activities involving diagnostic activities that may need to be done in areas that are not really specialized for such medical service.
Thanks, Brendan. Let me quickly have a follow-up to that question, if you may allow me. I think you bring a very important point that this digital will help bridge the gap of the availability of healthcare providers primarily. But it also has the connectivity, which has opened up heavy sort of options where we have unprecedented outreach of technology and people. Does AI have a major risk also associated with it? And how can we manage that in the other worlds, for example, in the economy and finance world? Can we manage that risk?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Brandon, I mean, the question was how will the industry be able to manage the risk associated with AI in scaling it up quickly for the healthcare services?
Yeah, so I don't think, even if there's a transition in the point of care from the tertiary hospitals to the more community, it doesn't mean that the full diagnosis will be done through the community. It will be more of a kind of a screening process of taking care of more repetitive follow-ups. Like, for example, if you think about patients, hypertension patients, who would need to visit the hospital regularly to get their blood pressure checked, and if there's no change, they can just maintain the same drug that they have been taking for a long time. In those simple, rather not intensive situations, I don't think there will be a big issue in terms of having assistance from the AI to reinforce non-specialist or personnel that's not really trained to deliver such medical service.
Thanks, Brandon. So I think the point you're making is obviously is digital health can be a strong convener for the healthcare services, and that makes a good value add thing. Naomi, as you've seen, I mean, you've seen the literature, you've seen the science all throughout, and that's you reading every day in and out the literature. What do you think? I mean, is healthcare
자, 두 번째 질문입니다. 나오미 리께 이제 말씀을 드리고 싶은데요. 지금 신기술이 우리가 삶을 살아가는 방식과 건강을 위한 의사결정 방식에 계속해서 큰 변화를 가져오게 되면 헬스케어의 민영화가 가속화될 것이라고 생각이 되나요? 왜냐하면 아마존이라든지 구글 같은 경우에는
pharma is going to the digital world. So it's a conglomeration. Roche has just bought a big digital market space. I mean, what is the role of, how do you see the role of the private sector coming together? And what do you see the role of this convening group that you sit as a vice chair on the focus group, the AI for Health? How does that help convene these forces?
Thanks, Samir. That's a great question with so many parts. So thanks again. It's a great pleasure to be here on this panel. The question that you asked about the role of kind of big companies and how that could play into the system, particularly with digital and AI. I think the reason that we ask ourselves that question is that we have this idea that there's a separation between the companies that hold the expertise, so the tech expertise, the AI know-how, the innovative potential, and the healthcare companies that hold the healthcare data and the kind of procurement power. And so when we envisage this world, we have this question about privatization around innovation, because at the moment we have this kind of mental framework that those two things don't exist together in the same space. And that might be true at the moment, but I think when we look forward, really the world is kind of there for what we want it to be. So this is a point in digital healthcare and AI where if we want this to be a kind of commercial opportunity, if we want this to be a world where big tech companies come in and have a role like the big pharma companies have, then globally we can allow that to happen. Or I think the other opportunity is that the point of entry for lots of innovation, medical innovation, is quite low. And so if we can set up a system where the playing field is a bit more level, then we can encourage innovation in all levels of companies. And I think that is where when we're thinking about regulation in this sector, when we're thinking about global policy making, national policy making, that there's an opportunity here to kind of put some guidance in. So you asked, how does that relate to the focus group? So when we're thinking about any kind of medical technology, any kind of medical innovation, any kind of drug, what we really want to know is, does it work? Is it cost effective? How effective is this treatment? And it's difficult at the moment when we think about how things work for AI or digital healthcare technologies. And so what the group is trying to do is to kind of put in place a framework by which we can say, yes, this technology adheres to best practices, it adheres to norms, and to map out for developers of any size company how you would prove to the healthcare community that the product that you've created is effective, is cost effective, is safe, is reliable, has no bias. And I think the idea is that by introducing that kind of world where we have a kind of an agreed way to establish clinical trust, that we keep the playing field quite level. And not only does that enable this public-private partnership in a way where the countries that have public healthcare systems have confidence that what they're procuring is cost effective, but it also enables globally the bar to remain quite low. And that's of benefit in lower middle income countries, because we don't, in this revolution again, we don't want countries to be left behind. We want countries to be able to access solutions built in other countries. We want countries to build their own solutions. So yeah, I mean, a long answer, but in summary, I think we have the opportunity now to still create the future that we want. And the focus group, as I know you at the WHO believe that that's one where no one should be left behind.
Thank you, Naomi. Very good point and very wise statement at the end. Yes, I think the intention of this is so that we move together with the world. You rightly pointed out the knowledge sits in the private sector. And the other bodies like the UN are bringing this convening force. I think it's perfect timing and apt. Thinking from the UN perspective, let me move to Yong Yi. I mean, from the private sector, from Samsung side, as a private industry thinking. The big issues when it comes to technology are the privacy and confidentiality, especially with healthcare information. I mean, that's a big issue that always gets put on the front of the table when we talk of digital tech companies. And it has been out, I mean, not for everyone's reputation, but several times you've seen the news being hit by the mistrust in the private sector. How do you think we'll keep this healthcare data safe in the digital world where it's a win-win situation? We've seen in particle physics, CERN, there's so much open data, about 95%. and has made to some leapfrogs in research there. Healthcare data, how do you see from a private wing, from the industry side, that we can have a win-win for all of us? Youngi, did you hear my question?
Yeah, I got it.
Yes, first of all, there should be an awareness increased for the importance of healthcare information and data. And also data from the IT companies has to be taken into custody of the very secure manner. Although we did it in a secure manner, there has been some issues and problems.
My apologies. I'm not able to get the interpretation in English, so I'm just going to make sure that the interpretation is on.
Interpretation has been provided. Interpretation is being provided. So we do have the special characteristics of the medical information and data. And also there is a great pool of people who need to have the information. And there is a great number of people who are using this information of healthcare. Doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers are utilizing this information. And also the modes of the transference is quite varied in LAN and also in internet and intranet and so on. There is a great exposure of the risk of the data. And recently, the importance on the security of the medical data has been understood, and also we're making a lot of investment onto this as well. Also, in order to have more protection of the information, they're having the redundancies of the servers. So it is a law now to have the multiple redundancy programs for the servers. And also there are many private companies which use the healthcare industries. And the source of the healthcare data is hospitals, and hospitals are the producers of the data. When they produce the data, they should have the modification of the data, not to have the privacy data like names or the individual, the privacy data. However, in the process of transferring those data, if there is a tampering of the data, there is a risk of having the data being disclosed to the unnecessary people. Therefore, the responsibility should be emphasized for the people who are producing and also transferring the data. Also, we have a law that says that we need to have an upgrade of the responsible party in the government to have more higher up in the position of the government. That means that data of the medical information is really important for all the people. So we need to have put the top priority on the security. Also, the hospitals and the clinics should have their firewalls. However, some small-scale clinics might not have the enough capability to do the firewalls. Therefore, extra care on the personal side will be very, very important. We have to emphasize more about that. Also, in addition to that, the bio information, bio data will be very important for the healthcare services and additional services. There are many theories about the healthcare ownership, the data ownership, and many of the people agree that the ownership should be given to the individuals of the actual data. Therefore, each of the person should be very careful not to lose their privacy data. For example, they can have the installation of the applications on the mobile phones. If they have their own data for their medical areas, they have to put the extra care not to lose it, not to be disclosed. In summary, it is not easy at all to have the 100% surety of the guarantee of the medical data, because there are so many stakeholders, so many people in this industry. Any system will not be enough to have the protection of the healthcare service and data. Therefore, what is essential to have the awareness on the individual side. Everybody should be noted that this is a very essential information not to lose.
Thank you so much. I think you make very, very good points there in terms of actual use. I mean, it is a challenging situation, and that's why the question keeps on coming up. The data is privacy and security are major issues, but there are ways of managing it, because I think there's much more at stake in terms of of the potential it allows for everyone to make better healthcare outcomes as we go forward. So, I mean, continuing this discussion, I want to go to all the panelists now and a quick response from you from the different sectors. We have the startup world, we have the policymakers and the UN, which are the convening force, and we have the private sector. We have seen this, I mean, obviously ongoing healthcare services are different, but when there's a medical emergency or malpractices or difficult situations, who holds the responsibility? That's where the question comes in. Can we transition quickly, and where does the accountability sit? Is it the surgeons? If we have robotic surgery coming up, who takes the ownership? Therapists are now becoming AI-powered solutions. Where does the ownership need to sit? Is it the owner of the technology, owner of the provider, government, the individual? What do you see are the pros and cons of this? Let me start with Brandon. What are your thoughts coming as an AI industry? Where do you see the ownership sits here?
Yeah, so this is an interesting question that I've been actually thinking about for a long time. I think it's been questioned many times. You know, when we start imagining about the future, where the role of AI would probably expand into a more active role beyond the roles that are currently limited to diagnostic support or some other forms of support. So even if AI is judged to be very accurate, worthy of being used as a primary role, whether it be diagnostics or therapeutics, there will be, it's not 100%. It can't be 100%. So there will be issues, or there will be errors, or some kind of accident that would happen, and then who should be need to be held accountable for. And I think there is a good chance that the responsibility may fall on the AI vendors. It would probably be a form of going through an insurance company. Like it wouldn't be completely on us. It would be going through an insurance package that we would have some kind of collaboration, and we will be selling the insurance package to the hospitals or the patients to cover that. And I think that's something that makes sense for me. But you know, it would also require support from the government and support from the payers and all that.
Thanks, Brendan. No, obviously, I think this is something to understand the different perspectives. I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. Naomi, what do you think? I mean, who should be the owner, and whether it should be distributed or owned by a specific entity?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, so I'm sure the responsibility of clinicians is different in each country, but in the UK, I mean, very broadly, the understanding of the responsibility of clinicians when it comes to malpractice is, the question that's asked is this something that a sizable enough percent of clinicians in the same situation would have done? So if we're thinking about using an AI model for predicting some kind of risk, if many people were using it, then that clinician themselves wouldn't be subject to a kind of malpractice allegation. So you can see that the responsibility on the clinician is almost quite loose. When it comes to companies, the burden is there, but I think the burden of proof is often quite high. So we're in a situation already, not just with AI and digital medicine, but there are many different medical products where there have been innovations which, as a medical community and as companies, were believed to be effective. And in some of those situations, perhaps the companies could have surfaced concerns earlier. In others, they genuinely weren't known. But just giving some examples, so metal hip implants, breast implants, the drug sodium valproate. It was in the news recently in the UK talking about how it's used, but it's actually not enough caution is given to women who are using that, who may become pregnant. So this situation is kind of rife all the time. And I think this is where I would just reflect back on our role as a medical journal as well, and say, one of the really kind of critical things when we talk about medical research is that all of us have a culture of critical evaluation. So we don't accept information which is presented to us which says 98% of people did better with this technology without saying, well, who are these people? Where was the test done? What was the sample size? What was these inclusion criteria? You know, where have you got this information from? Let's have a look. And as medical journals, we certainly have a role when we're publishing research to say, is it robust to support the claims that are being made, and also to identify gaps? So, you know, you've reported this, but we don't know whether it works in this scenario. So I'd say, you know, it's a kind of culture of shared responsibility, and to kind of look one way or the other at the moment seems a bit early. It's not unique to digital and AI, and we as medical journals certainly have a role in it.
Excellent. That's an interesting point also. I think bringing the non-biased evaluators of the research who will tell us the right thing and the wrong thing, because in the past we've seen the bias bringing in a lot of issues post-care in other different areas, tobacco and alcohol and other areas. Yonggi, what is your thought process from the industry side? How do you see who's the ownership should sit with?
Yeah. So I'm a doctor, so I would like to provide a more practical answer. So as we have to define the medical act, and we have to define the medical professional, and medical act can be done only by a medical professional. That means we are going to hold the people with licenses accountable. So if we want to hold a machine unaccountable, we have to recognize those machines as a medical professional, but that's a very difficult issue. And if you look at all of these AIs that are developed and approved, they are not medical professionals. They are not certified as medical professionals. So if we actually think about all the AI-related issues right now, they are in the realm of the medical professionals. If you want to hold the medical AI or machines responsible for the malpractices, we have to change the current certification system. And if the technology is further upgraded, and if we have some sort of, for example, in an autonomous vehicle, it'd be level 4 or level 5. So if we actually consider these doctor AIs as to have a level 4 or level 5, we may be able to hold the company or the vendor partially responsible. In 2018, when the level 4 autonomous Uber vehicle actually had an accident, you may have heard about this on the news, and because of that accident, a person was killed. So who should be held accountable was a very important question raised back then. In Korea, if a patient dies, then the victim's family wants to find somebody accountable. The victim's family always wants somebody to be punished. So I think that in a current system or current environment, if a medical malpractice happens, a surgeon should be accountable. But later on, when there are super AI that is emerged, then we may be able to hold a machine accountable. But in order for that to happen, machines should be certified as surgeons.
Thank you very much. Very interesting perspective here, and something to think about in the growing world. How can we change? Can machines become accountable and be called as medical devices themselves? So that's a great perspective into that discussion. Let's keep the discussion going, and this is very rich. It's very important for me coming from the UN sector as well to understand different perspectives from the startup side, from the industry side, and from the academic and validator side, if I may say so. There's different perspectives. I think all have a very strong value in convening further. Practicality. Let's look at some of the practicalities now in doing things. I mean, I think we are in the world which is very connected, the potential to scale things, but it's not easy still. Brandon, I mean, you are a startup, a medical startup, and it's one of the most difficult industries probably to be in at this stage in terms of the regulations to fight with for scaling. What do you see are the main challenges or biggest hurdles to scale up potentially strong products on AI or digital that can make a quick difference, but where do you see the hurdles to make this happen come into play, and how do you see you can manage these?
So in order to answer that question, I think it would be best to tell you about the essence of AI. I think the beauty of AI is that it's constantly evolving. It becomes better and better with more data being trained. The AI algorithms are constantly evolving, and even from our experience, our AI algorithms, just constantly become better and better. But the current regulation policy it does not really take account that nature of AI, where once in order to get regulatory approval, you need to go through a bunch of clinical studies that take a long time and effort to go through. And once you're there, you finally get your approval within maybe a few years. And then you have a product that you made like 2 or 3 years ago out there, but within your company you have a completely different, much better AI algorithm sitting there, but not being allowed to be used in the clinical setting. So that there's a big gap, there's a big leading time, between actually developing the AI and having that employed within the clinical setting to actually be used by the clinicians. I think that's one of the biggest challenges, to really scale out and to really deliver the benefit of the AI as much as possible to the customers and the users. And I think this, in the similar way, we have also the similar trouble in terms of the leading time of integrating and delivering our products to the hospital, because a lot of healthcare these days is fragmented in terms of, especially in terms of the IT system, where a lot of isolation. Different hospitals are using different IT systems that require different software and require different integration. So we do it. There are ways to go about it, but it just takes time. So even if we have an AI that's very highly accurate, highly updated, it takes time to have that delivered from a technical point of view to the hospital for the users to use it. So I think those are the biggest challenges that we would like to be solved. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. That's an ambitious list, obviously, but I think it's very crucial as well in terms of addressing things. And Naomi, I mean, you've seen this. I mean, there's a potential to take this AI products. We've been discussing in the AI for Health focus group. But are we ready there? I mean, what are the ethical and regulatory challenges, and how do you see we can address them, especially with the potential of digital to go cross-border? I mean, if I'm in a country in the current COVID situation, you want to see patients across in rural Africa, if you want to see patients across, you can do it now. I mean, the penetration of broadband is aggressively growing. There is potential, but then that's the technology side, which is much more ahead and ready to do it. Are we prepared policy-wise, the ethicals, the regulatory framework, and what's needed there?
Yeah, super interesting question. I think all of us realize that through the pandemic, healthcare has become more international, because all of a sudden we have this realization, and not just those of us who already work in this field and kind of think this and maybe have seen this before. Everybody globally, even people just kind of reading the newspapers, appreciate that this is a global threat and the response is international, especially in terms of the medical research. So a treatment that works in one place, all eyes are on it because we expect that treatment to work in our country as well. So I do think that not only has the pandemic put lots of kind of medical research on the front page, it's also really brought this realization of how international healthcare is, not only in terms of crossing borders of treatment, but also how interlinked we are, how if the pandemic persists in one area of the globe, that we will never be able to kind of be relaxed in the way that we were before. And so we really have to approach this as a global problem. So your question really, I think, was specifically about AI and digital and when we want to cross borders. And I think the reason that this has come up particularly is because new companies are entering the market with products that they expect to work in more than one different place. And they're coming against challenges which show, well, look, it works here. So why can't we now market this product globally? And actually, the way that the global situation is in terms of research and regulation is that those two in a way are slightly separate. So you could have confidence that a product works, but you may still have to go through local regulatory processes in countries that have those, and in other countries you don't. It's a slightly borrowing on what's already been done or regulated elsewhere. Sorry. So when we think about AI and digital, because we're creating those regulations now and we're thinking about the validation and we're almost building that as these technologies emerge, I think we have an opportunity to create something which is more globally transferable. So you kindly gave me a segue in for the focus group, which was to say that one of the things that we're doing in the focus group is to bring together regulators who are global regulators who are thinking about AI and how they're going to regulate those in their own countries, and to tell the focus group how they're doing that and to kind of establish a community of best practice. Partly because regulators are all learning and they need to learn from each other, but partly because if we can take those ideas of best practice now and share them, that there should be more consistency between regulators across the globe, and make it easier to adopt these technologies, make the regulatory processes more consistent in a way. I mean, I'd say there is obviously a barrier, a big barrier to just that idea that I could call up a doctor in India on my smartphone because it's slightly cheaper, or, you know, I know him, or, you know, I have confidence in the skills of that practitioner. And that is that, you know, there is a cultural element to healthcare. It isn't simply always providing an operation or a drug. And a lot of what a primary care physician does is to understand the context of the patient, their personal situation, and give them advice which is tailored to that risk benefit. So I think, you know, yes, it would be lovely to imagine this kind of global world, but actually there's a real strength, not only in terms of the science, you know, the epidemiology of disease is different, you know, what might be the most likely presentation if you had chest pain in one place is not necessarily the situation in another, but also there is a very human element to providing healthcare.
Thanks, Nami. You bring a great point. Again, I think which is crucial to understand. We're not trying to compete with the health current system versus digital. I think it's bringing them together to make this happen, and that's what the need of the hour is. Yonggi, I mean, in terms of the transformation, we keep on talking of transformation, digital transformation. I think hospitals, which are a primary source of response nowadays with healthcare services, they need to be transformed. I mean, with COVID-19 hitting, you can see the need for the hospitals to be transformed rapidly. And we are asking them to change itself without giving that much guidance or industry. How can AI technology achieve this successful transformation for the hospitals? What is it that they can make happen much more effectively? What are those areas of AI that can actually make a difference at the hospital level?
That is a very important question. Digital transformation is quite an important issue in hospitals as well. As of July this year, Korean-style digital New Deal plan was announced by the government. That plan includes digital transformation in hospitals as well as one of the main pillars. So when we have the definition of digital transformation, which is required before doing any business, can we call digital transformation after just introducing one equipment? I don't think so. If you want to call it a real digital transformation, you have to have further steps. For example, you have the good survival ratio, good results from the patients after apply them into the patients as well. Only after having the good results, you can really call it a digital transformation. Normally, people say that Korea is well known for the ICT country and also medical leader and so on. Then people have a very good conclusion, very easy conclusion that we must be very good at digital transformation as well. I don't think that will be just a leading answer, because we do have our system for the payment and also reimbursement for the doctor's fees and services. We are very conservative in providing the fees for the services of the doctors. Therefore, the digital transformation is not an easy thing that can be overnight. Also, in practical manner, after the COVID-19 situation, just like other countries in the world, in order to have the less and less contact, we have to have the on-tech businesses, remote business or remote treatment, or the at-distance treatment is a next step, of course. But before going there, in between, we have something called telemonitoring. For example, we have a lot of visitors, outpatients, into the hospitals in Korea. It's like 2.6 times of OECD average. They're mostly suffering chronic diseases. They come to the hospitals and to see the doctors every 2 months or 3 months. Mostly they are suffering the hypertension or the arrhythmia, or sometimes they use the positive pressure equipment and so on. So these people are using them. If we apply telemonitoring for these chronic disease patients who are outpatients to the hospitals, they can delay their visit to the hospitals or the doctors. Like, for example, they can come to the hospitals only twice a year. So in order to reduce the risks here, what we can do immediately is to have the implementation of the telemonitoring. Now, let's imagine we have the outpatients coming to the hospitals. They have to go through a lot of stages, like, for example, they have to pay the fee first, and they have to meet with other assistants. And before seeing the doctors, we can minimize those steps before seeing the doctors in person. Which actually, this is something we are doing already. For example, we have a just tele system for them to just go check through it automatically. And after checking one step, they can know where they have to go. Currently, people are guiding the patients where to go, or just holding their hands to go to the places. However, in the AI system, we can have the automatic system to guide the patients where they are going in order to see the doctors. The reason why we are not using the system currently is because it's not an urgent thing to do so far. It's not an easy or the simple or the inexpensive job. However, with the COVID-19, I see some more potentials for this to be accelerated in the future, the automatic guidance system. Another thing is that we do have a lot of burnout situation for the medical professionals because of the COVID-19, just like in other countries. Probably using the AI system, we can reduce the burden and loading of the doctors and the medical providers. For example, nurses are the same. In the current situation, we use nurses for checking all the details. Probably in the future, AI-based data system can take all the information from the patients, reducing the burden of the patients. My idea is not to see the far, far future. My idea is to see the immediate future, to have a change by having these simple trials like telemonitoring and so on. That would be more ideal, that would be easier. Last but not least, at distance treatment or remote treatment will be very important, but this is not the right time for me to talk about that in detail, so maybe some other time. Thank you.
Thank you, Youngie. A very, very important point. I think immediate action is needed. There is potential of doing this. Telemonitoring is one example, as you mentioned. There's a huge demand. We've got a big gap. We are grappling, I think all member states, our countries are grappling with ongoing healthcare services and monitoring. And I think we have that potential to start with, to show how digital can make an impact. Now, coming back a little bit, I mean, in the future, you said this is obviously the immediate action, but thinking from a longer term perspective, the youth, the questions are, medical professionals, what changes for them? I mean, are we looking at, I mean, the new world of AI, of robotics, of 3D printing, are we looking at a new, I mean, this is also a question which is coming from the audience, and you say, what does it mean for the medical schooling system, for the current healthcare workers, for the training, and how does that change? And I want to put that question out to all the panelists, is what is your perspective on starting this? Let me start with Naomi, yourself first time. Where do you see how do you see this professional changing? Is there something to worry about, or is there a potential out there? What does it mean? Are they going to be doctors who are trained medically or digitally, or what does it change in the upcoming world?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a couple of ways to look at that, and the first is to think about, what does it mean for people, of my generation who are already doctors, the colleagues that I was at medical school with. And I think the reality is that the pace of change won't be that fast. And so what we're expecting people to do is to adopt new technologies, but that, to be clear, that the way that clinicians adopt things is when there is proof that it works, then they know it's safe and it's in the guidelines. So actually clinicians kind of move as a body, really. And if we want these digital or AI tools to be adopted by clinicians in a kind of very broad brush way, I think we need to have those assurances that it's safe, that it's effective, and to do that through some of the more traditional medical channels. So I think that's why, you know, there is a role for medical publishing, for medical journals, because we have been part of talking about other innovations and validating them. There's a kind of burden on us as medical journals to work with the digital and AI community to ensure that new technologies go through that kind of traditional route of making sure that they work. And I think that helps people who are already kind of well established in their career to understand that they can rely on these technologies. And when we look forward just the next kind of 5, 10, 15 years, I think what we're talking about is clinicians that will work with these technologies. So there are many surgeons who were surgeons for a long time. Robotic surgery came in, they retrained with robots. You know, people are going to adopt these technologies in the current practice. I think when we think about the generation who are at medical school now, we really do need to be smarter about the medical curriculum and understand that this is a time of change. And so there are many things that are in the medical curriculum that have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years and are super important. But there are also generations of people leaving medical school who don't have enough understanding of how to critically evaluate research. That's an old problem. How to have a basic understanding of statistics, how to understand artificial intelligence. You know, these are all skills that we would expect people to leave medical school now with a kind of rudimentary understanding of in order that they can play a role in the world moving forwards. So I'd say, you know, I expect change will be slow. I don't think that we're going to look at a situation where medical professionals become defunct. I can't see that. But the expectations will certainly change.
Thanks, Nami. Yeah, I think it's a great point. What you're saying is it changes, and it's not a drastic change. I think it's to implement and complement the better outcomes, and I think that's a great point. It's potentially helping the healthcare providers to better do the jobs or have faster outcomes and serve more people. Brandon, I mean, how do you see the world tomorrow? I mean, we've had these discussions around the professionals. I mean, do we work with doctors as you design these products? How closely do you work with the medical fraternity? And how does what do you need as technologists to have the right workforce? Do you see just the technologists being able to do it, or do you see a mashup of doctors, medical stream, and the technologists doing it together?
Yeah, so I think I agree with Naomi overall that it's going to be very slow in terms of how fast the AI or other technologies expand into the many roles that doctors take. And I think for the near future, even though there'll be many new technologies coming in, new products coming in, it's going to be, you know, working together with the doctors, so it's as a support function. And I think a lot of the kind of repetitive and simple jobs will be the first ones that where AI will enter, and where doctors will just sort of rely on these technologies, but having in mind that the final decision and the final diagnosis and final treatment will be decided by the doctors, as traditionally has been. So I don't think the overall picture will change too much. It's just that the process will involve a bit of help from software, from AI. And in that perspective, I think that's what's going to happen in the short term. I mean, in the long term, I mean, it becomes a very big and very different story. But I think one thing is for sure is that I think the human touch element of clinical practice is something that will never go away. Even though there's new technologies that come in, I think that's a very important aspect of clinical practice that will remain. And I think maybe as there's a transition with the role that the doctors take, I think those roles involving the human touch will be reinforced, and perhaps there'll be more time spent in perhaps developing new technologies, a lot of research, teaching. I think that could also be a different perspective.
Thanks, Brandon. Youngi, I mean, how do you see the industry? I mean, obviously, people are at the core of all the products you develop and design. The people, the workforce that you need for the future as your industry goes out and it makes this more accessible. And at the same time, I mean, one thing we want to miss out is data. We don't have data professionals. How does medical data professionals integrate with these providers? I mean, are there medical professionals trained to manage this data? Is technologists being trained? How do you bring this together? And then also the question is health literacy. Where do you see the knowledge? Because technology has done a great job in spreading digital literacy across the world. How can that be applied for health literacy to the population through the devices that you have? Where do you see that combination coming in?
I think that is a very good question and also a lot of good talk. As I said, that the medical information will become the key to everything, but there are properties with regards to medical information. It's not just a matter of providing that information, but we have to have the skills to be able to analyze this information, and that is why we need the help of the medical professionals. And a lot of the medical professionals these days are not fully versed in 3D printing or in AI technologies. There's not been a lot of training done to these doctors when they graduate their medical school. So I think that this will apply globally, but from the educational level, medical school level, we should be able to train our future professional in terms of mechanics, bio, AI, and data science. And if that education or training is done, I think that they'll be able to have more ownership in doing their medical practice, and when they discuss with a startup, that it will facilitate their work. Because you may have realized that if you actually talk with the doctors at the general hospital, some people say that they have really hard time communicating with these doctors. Maybe it's because they are really from the older generations and they fail to receive the kind of adequate training that is required for the era that we are faced right now. So what is important is to be able to adequately train the current medical students and train these talents so that they will be fit for the digital era. And in the hospitals, there are few departments that deal with AI or 3D printing, but I think that in the near future, a lot of hospitals will have this type of dedicated departments. And I believe that in hospitals in the future, there will be a department that will be in charge of approving the ethical issues as well, IRBs.
Thank you so much, Youngi. I think this has been an amazing panel. I'm going to challenge all of the panelists one last time, and I'm going to ask you if, the digital transformation is such a crucial part. I'm going to ask you one or three flash words that you think are the most crucial for this audience and for everyone who is trying to make digital health a reality to the scale and core. And what are those one or three words, one specific point, which is the most important from your perspective that will make this difference going forward? And you can look at your industry, and I know it's a very different question to answer. I've always been put to this task. But let's give this three words to the audience to focus on. Brandon, let me pick on you first. What is the key word that you think will make this difference? What is that one thing that you want to change to make this happen?
I think this digital transformation the essence of it is just involves just a new type of information that we have not seen before. So I think there needs to be an open-minded to how we receive this, rather than kind of fear that this will replace everyone. I don't think that's going to happen. It's just more tools and more information that would eventually benefit the patients and benefit the general healthcare as a whole. Yeah.
Thanks, Brandon. So open-minded approach is the what I got from you. Naomi, what is
Okay, I have got three. You've got that I'm not that concise. So I think trusted. Trusted because we need clinicians, we need the population, we need policymakers to trust that this technology works. And I think, a lot of the work that we do at the Lancet in medical research, the work of the focus group, is in putting through in those processes through which these devices can pass in order that the trust is there. So trusted, effective. So there's no point in AI or digital healthcare if it doesn't work better than what we currently have. Otherwise, it's just a commercial opportunity. We talk about robotic surgery. It's actually not that much better than what was there before when you look at the hard research endpoints. So, we've got to look for things which are effective. And then finally, fair. So what we don't want is to come out from this with a world where, the high-income countries are making more money, they have more personalized healthcare, but low-income countries, middle-income countries are just left behind with, without any advantages from this. What we don't want in any country is an AI solution which is built on the majority population but gives worse results than would have happened before for anybody who doesn't fit into that kind of 85% of the population. So I'm going to say trusted, effective and fair.
Thank you, Naomi. Very wise words. Youngie, last wisdom of words from you.
저는 이제 기본으로 back to basic, 기본으로 돌아가서 제가 선택한 키워드는 일단 patient, 환자입니다. 환자. 그리고 우리가 이런 디지털 의료 얘기를 하는 것도 궁극적인 목적은 산업 발전 이런 것보다는 일단 환자의 치료 성적을 높이는 게 가장 기본적이거든요. 그래서 어떤 우리가 디스커션을 하거나 할 때 항상 환자를
Whenever we have a discussion, we should not be forgetful about the importance of patients. One more thing I would like to add here is that because we are here for the Digital Economic Forum, I'd like to now talk about the continuation or continuity. By continuity, I mean we need to have the policies in continuity by the government. So when the policy is starting, we know that we have implementation. However, as time goes by, there are some disconnections of the projects or initiatives. The reason for the projects to be stopped is because they lacked the self-sustenance or sustainability, because they just stopped in the meantime. What we want to see is the continuation of all the projects by the government. I know that many government people are watching this. I ask and I encourage them to be in consistent mode once you start some projects or things. I know that you have started a lot of things, but I hope you can just be continuing that. We have a lot of stakeholders, including the startups and the tech companies. Why don't you just have the ongoing monitoring to see that there is a connectivity and also the continuity? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, amazing summary. You guys have done a great job for me myself summarizing. Right from saying open-minded approach, which is very crucial to making digital to the top of the fair, it being not only open-minded but being trustworthy, effective, and fair, so that we can have equitable and reasonable application of this. And very important point that lastly made by Young-hee, taking the patient-centered, the person-centered approach for delivery and scalability and sustainable or continuity, as you mentioned, is crucial, because all the effort is not worthwhile if we can't continue the services. So thank you, panelists, for these amazing inputs. There's some very nice wisdom coming out. I think I just want to summarize by saying there's a lot of potential, and the one word that I would put out is collaboration. Let's all come together. I think that's the strength of digital. We have seen is in digital health specifically is everyone working together. So if we can bring the collaboration together, I call on everyone, the government, the audience, the private sector, the public sector, the industry, to work together with that objective to make it sustainable, scalable, and impactful. I think we're working towards a greater life for all of us and our generations to come. So thank you again for your time, and then let's make this a success to fight the dangers of COVID and other diseases in the front riders. Thank you so much, and have a lovely evening. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. That has been the session number 4. Thank you all the participants in session number 4. My thanks should go to also all the audience who have stayed out until the end of the day. And also Mr. Pizzari emphasized the word of collaboration. That is just hovering in my mind. Thank you very much for picking that word up. And what we want to have in the future is the future of digital economy, and there are various types of stakeholders. What we need here is the harmony of all the stakeholders. So that word collaboration picked up the essence of this digital economy. So I think that that word wraps up the whole session, not just the session number 4. Thank you so much. We have our ups and downs of the situation of COVID-19, and sometimes we feel that we will be changed totally after the COVID-19, and sometimes we feel that things might not be that much changed after COVID-19. So we cannot anticipate what's happening in the future, which is not an easy job at all anyway. But despite that, through this kind of forum and conferences, we are sharing our ideas and also our intentions. And then in this way, we will be able to find the future solutions that can be benefiting all of us, hopefully. So this has been the 2020 Digital Economy Forum, sponsored by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And also, I'd like to thank you very much for all the audience and participants for sharing their valuable knowledge and insight. I really hope that this has been a very good education for all of us. Next year we will meet again. We will be very careful in selecting another good set of interesting ideas and themes. I really ask for your support. So if after this streaming is over, we will have the lucky draw as we did in the morning. We had some kind of glitches in the morning, so we have the more list of the lucky draw prizes for you. I know that some of you were not so much happy about the prizes in the morning, but we will be making you happier with our prizes in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you.